Rio tanpa kalori. Kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
Tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Saya nerima Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Kram, Stormy.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Cellcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30, just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Fairy, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playaz. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu ke-4 hari pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And as of now, kita pun sudah berlihat 4 minggu of regular season, and untuk minggu ni kita sudah masuk di minggu diraja, which means semua mata yang pasukan akan dapat adalah sangat-sangat penting kalau mereka nak layak ke playoffs. And of course, daripada kita punya regular season chart di mana kita boleh nampak semua pasukan punya point agak rapat with each other, which means teams need to step up or they could say goodbye to their playoffs dreams. And as of now, transfer window masih lagi tengah berlangsung, which also practically means pada minggu ni kita boleh lihat player-player baru yang akan main di liga kita. Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, Monster Vicious menentang Untitled. Monster Vicious masih ada 6 perlawanan. Ruang variasi keputusan mereka masih besar. Namun, selepas 3 minggu pertama yang ada turun naik prestasi, kita ingin lihat versi Monster Vicious yang mana akan muncul hari ini. On the other side, Untitled berada dalam 3 kekalahan berturut-turut. Bermula saat ini, kemenangan berterusan menjadi jaminan terbaik mereka untuk mempertahankan peluang ke playoffs. Pasukan mana akan dapat opening match minggu diraja? Adakah Monster Vicious yang stabil ataupun Untitled yang tengah bangkit? Untuk perlawanan kedua hari ini, Aero menentang CG Esports. Kedudukan Aero kini sama dengan Untitled di tangga ke-7. Kedua-duanya kalah 3 perlawanan dan perlu mengejar mata mulai sekarang. Namun lawan mereka adalah CG Esports yang ada amazing regular season run so far. Dan CG baru sahaja menambah pemain baru. Adakah ini membawa kejutan buat kita semua hari ini? Mampukah Aero memecah dominasi CG atau CG kekal kukuh di puncak? We will see the results today. And itu sahaja untuk jadual hari ini. And of course, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok live stream ini di dalam rumah anda, we ada ini gaya kod untuk korang. You guys boleh key in kod ni ataupun scan kod di bawah di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. Rose dah tak sabar nak mulakan hari pertama minggu diraja kita. So tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters.
Thank you, Rose, so much. Welcome, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 16 English broadcast here. We'd like to thank everybody who's watching locally and abroad for checking us out, especially here on week number 4. My name is Getting Q, of course, with Husky here at the desk. Transfer windows have opened. And for some of you who have been on social media, honestly, not as many as I was expecting compared to like seasons and years before.
Yeah, last season we had plenty of transfer just based off of the landscape of season 15. We had a lot of work to do for most of our teams. But I think right now in season 16, most of the teams have to work on amongst themselves, right? I feel like transfer window is not going to solve a lot of the problems that we have now. But the transfers that we do see on social media that have been confirmed are pretty interesting. Most of them are loans between our local teams.
Well, I feel like a lot of it is because, the hottest new patch dropped within the second week, and now everybody's like, do we suck or do we just suck at managing the patch, right? I feel like it's a really hard judgment call to make, especially for our local teams. We have been struggling to close out games, but that's generally amongst a few teams.
Yeah, and one of the teams is actually going to be playing next, right? Untitled, who has shown a lot of struggles in the recent patch. They even talked about it in interviews. We saw that come into effect week 2. Didn't get any better in week 3 as well. But this week is crunch time. Untitled have 2 best of 3 to play today and tomorrow, and they have to win all of them.
Yep, they have to get every single one of their points. Let's introduce the lineup here today. It's going to be Untitled facing off against Monster Vicious with Sky Zed, Rasi, Stoam, Kimin, and as well as Siska. This squadron used to be known as DX Seoul, previous season playing from the MAL. But now that they are a fully fledged team, have been picked up by Untitled, I think their performance has been a little inconsistent. It kind of reflects last season.
Yeah, it sort of does that, but the core difference is last season we see the evolution of the squad, right? Where they do better week by week. Sure, they give us a full 3-game series every single time they step on the stage. They give us a lot of the highlight moments, but at least we see the improvement. This season, it feels like the complete opposite, where they're struggling to find themselves.
I mean, we say that all the time for teams like this, but then similar position, Monster Vicious also played in the last season and played the season before. Slightly different lineup, with only Ruffin as well as Uni being the original members still standing. Now paired up with Leone, Mondos, and as well as Momo. And let me tell you, week 3, they actually looked great. Other than Uni dying that one time at the most crucial moment, but they still won the game at the end of it.
Yeah, and you want to take every single win that you can. I think Monster Vicious, when they're at their best, they looked unstoppable. And there are similarities that we can draw between these two teams, where they are very powerful from that early to mid game. Late game is where you start to get worried whether Monster Vicious is going to accidentally drop the ball, or will Untitled start panicking and make, very rash calls. I hope it doesn't come down to that today, where, who throws first. I want to see Untitled perform more than I want to see MV, because I felt like MV are in a pretty comfortable spot after week 3.
I think they are in a comfortable spot, and I think the majority of their underperformances just came down to Uni, their main shot caller, being sick for the majority of the season. But now that he's now in good health, I'm hoping that nobody else goes through that exact same thing. There is a lot of expectation for them to do well. They're coming in as the favorites in comparison to Untitled. I'm just curious about the performance of Rasi, because that was the big question mark that I was left with during week number 3. It's like, what is he doing sometimes?
Yeah, and then you look at the comparison between Game 1 and Game 2 of that series. You sort of wish Game 1 never happened, because we could have gotten a 3-game, 3-game banger. Either way, I think for Untitled, they need to really pick up the pace, because when you look at the race to the playoffs, you look at the starting grid, of course, Todak and GMSK are at the bottom, and then Untitled, they are tied up with Aero Esports. So the only benefit that they have is that if they both tie in total points, they win the head-to-head. But then they still have SRG OG to play, right? Their remaining series are incredibly tough.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, even if they do end up beating Aero at some point of time, and yes, they do win the head-to-head, if Aero is just getting 2 O's all the way through for the remaining games, or just enough to overtake Untitled, at least then there won't be that clash. Even so, I think right now it's a really dangerous point. Keep in mind that MPL MY is only 6 weeks long. It's not like the traditional MPLs that go all 8 weeks and have double round robins. It's single round robin the whole time, so these games do actually matter.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of ease the nerves of the Untitled fans out there, even though Aero have lost to SRG OG, but there's one more team that can tip the balance. They're facing CG Esports later on. So both teams that are playing today have a mountain that looks impossible for them to summit, and if that's the case, we might come down to the head-to-head, which is, ironically, is the same spot that these two teams were in last season.
Yeah, I mean, the race really is all gears maxed out. They're looking to get their top speed as soon as possible, especially to make them feel a little bit more comfortable as they progress throughout the tournament. But with that being said, let's talk about this game. What do you guys in the audience think that Untitled can do to step up for the remaining matches? A, reigniting the chemistry, B, refining the draft, or C, sharpening their gameplay?
I think a lot of people might go for C. At least that's what I feel. I think sharpening the gameplay is the most direct way.
I feel like I don't want to say it's a cop-out. It's not a cop-out answer. I think that it's a bit of a blanket statement overall. But I feel like there could be public opinion. Obviously, you guys at home, the court of public opinion, might lean into reigniting the chemistry, right? Because sometimes it's like, whose fault is it really? Is it because Rossi was told to go there, or did he do it as on advocation? We won't know. Even the mic check didn't give us any info.
Yeah, and the mic checks I think we listened to the past 2 weeks have been not giving much tidbits, right? It's
not much.
Yeah, it's just them. It's just the usual calls. We don't really know what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've at least heard from our good friend know that when Untitled lost last week's series, it was devastating, right? The manner that they lost, because they came close so many times, and it's not just last week. We saw them play against Todak, and they dropped the ball in Todak's game, and then they played, was it against EG? They also came pretty close. And the question is, what is going to be what pushes Untitled beyond that point?
Yes, I think it comes down to game number 2. I think that's where they really struggled with. Game 1, they're like still in the zone. Game 2, they kind of fizzle off a little bit. Let's look at the player clamps right now to see how they're feeling. Since they're already up on that stage, not sure who's going to be taking blue side or red side. Ah, there we go. Untitled deciding on first pick blue side.
And first pick is in quite a interesting spot. I think if you are a team that has a lot more a wider hero pool, then blue side feels a lot comfortable, right? Because now power picks can be taken on blue side, and it doesn't have to be your jungler. Like Yishun Lancelot, sure, but we also have heroes like Lapu that have been first picked.
Now, no, speaking of which, the person who gets attacked the most by these EXP landers has to be the gold lane. So we asked Sky Zed, we have 2 important matches this week. If we lose, there's a chance we won't make it to playoffs. This new patch has actually affected us in terms of each player's hero pool. As for our gameplay, we just need to improve our decision making so that we don't rush and end up losing in the late game. Interesting. Okay, so I think this might skew the audience to lean in to see this time around, to sharpen up their gameplay, but I don't really understand the fact that this new patch has affected the hero pool. I feel like it hasn't to a degree.
Not for the gold lane. Maybe you add like Nathan back into the pool, but generally it's almost the same if you could play Granger, Harry, Claude.
Yeah.
We've seen them play Beatrix. That didn't work out well against Vamos. But in the grand scheme of things, I feel like if you want to talk about hero pools being affected, you probably will be looking at jungler, where there's now a clear distinction whether you want to play util or assassin, and maybe the XP laners, right? Like some XP laners play Uranus, in this case Momo from MV. They've been giving him big frontline tanks that is just there to stand back. But one thing that has been echoed is definitely the patch affecting them. I remember Coach Steele talked about it in week number 2. Last week, was it Storm also mentioned there, or Storm or Siska? And now SkyZ brings up the same concerns again.
Well, if we're talking about concerns, let's really put a magnifying glass on the problem itself, right? Is it the double fighters that's making it hard? Is it because just, you know, the changes to Bane? It's kind of tough. We'll get back to that in just a bit, because we also got a player quote from Uni, and he says that, I think Storm in Untitled is a real threat, since he's the main shot caller for the team. What we want to prove against Untitled is that we weren't our true selves in last season's playoff. To Untitled, we're ready to put up a fight against you.
Yeah, it is. There's a bit of vengeance inserted into the series. I mean, last season, Untitled swept MV in the playoffs, and that was a big shocker because MV did not felt like themselves at all. In fact, we had like a sweep in the play-ins, right? Like Vamos also got swept by Aero as well, and that's how they sort of met up in the race for top 4. But for MV, again, I like you said, I feel like the fans probably would side with MV a lot more just based off of the performance that they have shown so far. Even in games where they, you know, kind of throw it out the window a little bit, it still looks slightly more in control than what Untitled has shown.
Hey, at least they're half-court shots. 50% win rate so far. Like, you know, sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss if we're only counting from week 3 onwards. But even so, I still think that considering that the history between the two teams, like they played from the tier 3s up until the tier 2s, they played in MAL together. MV decided to kind of push through all the way to the MPL with DxSoul soon joining afterwards the following season. Getting knocked out like that has to sting a little, and especially for Uni, who definitely relates to Storm. It's like, yes, we are both shot callers, we know what we provide for the team. However, Storm's in the mid lane, so he doesn't have to actively think about impacting the map. Compared to Uni, who plays in the jungle, he's got to be a little selfish.
Yeah, there are some parallels drawn between these two teams, whereas for MV, you know, we know them, a lot of the players as mercenaries, right? They're loaned out all across, and then, you know, some of them play with Todak, like Rob, they come back, and Nova has played with SRG at some point. They got back to the team, and then while Nova was still there, they made it to playoffs twice, and they got knocked out in 5th and 6th place twice. Third time could be the charm, whereas for DxO, they made it to top 3 in their first debut season. And now, there's a chance they don't make it to playoffs, and it all starts with this game.
Hey man, they gotta make it to playoffs. That's a big game changer for a lot of Malaysian teams out there. They become a completely different beast once everything is on the line. We got dangerous grass for our random map. We don't get dangerous grass as often as I thought we would.
No.
We've seen a lot more broken walls. We've seen way more flying clouds as well, expanding rivers. Now, with MV going on that red side, we see the first couple of bans come through off by Coach Theo. Fanny, CC, alongside with Angela.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I think they're just trying to take out your very direct power picks. Untitled have played Dangerous Grass 3 times, they've won none of it, whereas this is the first time that we see MV. And you know, like I think Rose mentioned earlier on during the schedule, MVs, they haven't had to play much series, right? 1 series per week, so it's going to ramp up for them for the second half of the regular season. But if they can get the ball rolling by winning against Untitled, I think their slot to playoffs is almost guaranteed.
Yeah, I know that a lot of coaches and a lot of people have been thinking about whether or not these randomized out of the 4 maps is really going to change the game. And I think out of all of them, Dangerous Grass seems to be the most reasonable to affect the draft. It's like Natalia, Hilda, something come into play because they can actually utilize it. But based on what we're seeing here, none of that has been taken into consideration for the past 2 weeks. So I would only expect just meta picks all the way through.
Yeah, and of course, a fun fact for Siska, it turns out his IGN comes straight from Doraemon's character Shizuka. So if you are over the age of 25, you probably would know who that is.
Hey,
I had to think of
Doraemon
it.
resonates with more kids than you believe, okay? It ain't just Agent Ali.
Now it's Cocomelon.
Now it's...
Upin and Ipin.
What do you think? You think babies are watching Doraemon? No. Kids, teenagers, they can pick up a book every once in a while. Well, I mean a comic book, I guess.
I mean, back then it's like between Doraemon and Crayon Shin-chan, you know, you pick a poison. Do you prefer a kid that pulls down his pants in public, or
do you
a magic cat?
A magic cat, yes. Well, technically a clanker if we're really thinking about it, but let's talk about semantics, right? All right, Khalil, first lock-in for Untitled as their opening pick. That gives them a lot of flexibility when it comes down to like even the gold lane because Beatrix is now playable. However, MV still making sure we've got a way to sweep you underneath the bus. We are leaning into Ruff's hero picks. They're not going double fighter though.
Yeah, and this is also enabled by the CC ban from Untitled, right? You get rid of the bad lane for Arlet. We've seen Untitled pull out some pretty interesting Roma picks previously, which thankfully isn't going to be the case. We've seen it run the glue. Both ended up losing the game, sadly. But if they are going Kalea, you're looking at heroes like Farsa, like Lapu Lapu, strong heroes that can help the Kalea burst down the target. The Yi Xunshin is also a big power pick, which Kimin popped off on in Game 2 against Vamos. And even though they didn't win that game, we know that Kimin, once he's awake, his Yi Xunshin is a threat.
Yes, it is a late scaling hero. It is dangerous to play against. Fun fact, did you know that today, on October 3rd, 2025, marks Momo's 25th birthday? Happy birthday, Momo! They did you dirty with a haircut, but at least it's your birthday.
Let me know which barber it is. I won't go there.
You don't believe their birthday deals these days. They're like, show your IC. Good. You won't look anything like the picture.
This is exactly what we're going to avoid.
I love it. I love it. Momo, still great legacy player, has done well for the squadron. And even with Kimmy locked in, I'm excited to see it because now Momo is going to be on an Arlet, which we've seen many times before in the past in his career. Highly mechanical when need be, but most importantly, those final slash. Oh my god, he's gotten some like nasty highlights.
Yeah. Which also ties into, I think, some of the public opinions where we see Momo play majority frontline tanks. Like Uranus was one of the highlights for MV. And some people were asking, I think including me, when is MV going to give him a setup hero? Right, so now we get to see that Arlet back in his hands again. I mean, we've seen it being flexed like once by Nova into Rome, but that wasn't really the best choice into Kalea. It feels like you're setting yourself up for failure if you do so.
I agree. And I think at this point, MP is taking note. They probably heard you on broadcast. They're like, all right, we got to get rid of that Farsa. We want to take away as much burst as we can from Untitled. That way, that Tsunami Slam becomes a lot less of a problem. And some people might have to take Purifies. for all intents and purposes, Untitled might be just using this to say, hey, you have to take Purifies. Now we're going to be looking for winning lanes. We could still lean into the Harith for the gold lane. It could still be double fighters, a lot of different directions that Untitled can go. So they're focusing first on getting rid of the major counter picks, and that starts off with Gator.
If you want to talk about forcing people to take Purify, there is still the Cho choice for MV, right? It could go for it. It's dangerous grass, and that means a lot more angle to play with. Not the Gator itself. I mean, the other one is Badang, but I would always lean to the Cho for this map.
I think it's the Grok, right?
And the Grok, yeah.
Yeah, I think Grok poses a little too big of a problem. At least Cho does some form of counterplay. Grok, not much, especially if your team is going even. You still struggle to burst people down. And worse yet, you might end up setting up for your opponent.
Yeah. That also comes down to whether Untitled have the damage to really force Grok away, right? I think Lafel brought up a very good point on broadcast last week where games that Grok loses, a lot of times it's just Grok is either not allowed to set up or they just take the Grok out of the picture right this instant. So heavy magic damage could be the key for Untitled. Without the Farstar, we might be going down to the Yve. We've seen the... what's that hero called again? The Selena as well, if they wanted to do that. There is the option for double fighters since the YSS is on Untitled and they get to ban out the Lancelot, which still doesn't really stop Mooney. He has shown the Lucas jungle twice. That is kind of in his back pocket, right? Baxia, Fredrin, they're still there too.
Yeah, I think Lucas is a pretty dangerous pick. I think for him, if we're talking about anti-CC, the Martis comes in mind, the Lucas comes in mind. But I'm also thinking whether or not it's worth playing Hayabusa into the Yishin Shin matchup. It can get a little difficult since Kalia is always going to be like tailing you 24/7. But they've got Kimmy in the mid lane. They should be able to push that out. I don't think anybody else can really contest the Kimmy. Loyi doesn't push as quickly. Yve maybe has an option, but really wants to focus more on trading than actually pushing the wave until level 2 onward. So Grok opener here. For the second phase, at least for Monster Vicious, this gives them a little bit more control, even if it ends up saying, hey, you have a pocket pick that forces out that wave. Don't worry, we got Grok to keep you covered.
This could encourage Storm to go for Lunox, just another hero.
That's
big tank shredder. You are going to struggle a little bit because Envy has quite some range and Lunox struggles against heroes with longer range than her. Another one could be the Kadita, but then it will require Storm to be pinpoint accurate. So I'm looking at these two picks, unless you want to go for Valentina, which is also one of Storm's pocket picks, right? He has shown some great performances with this hero, even though Valentina hasn't found much success yet.
It really hasn't, and I think it makes a lot of sense here. Two great ultimates to steal. A third one if you're really thinking about setting up from afar, but the two main ones are going to be the Final Slash alongside with the Tectonic Charge. So Valentina gets locked in and they go for the Beatrix. Very standard composition that we see a lot throughout last year. Coming over to MV, their final pick, I'm not even 100% sure where they should lean into, right? I feel like jungle options right now, it makes a lot of sense to go for the Lucas, but if you mess up once, you're just dead.
Yeah. Same as Baxia or Fredrin, just because you have so much burst damage with this Beatrice Kalia. Once she gets a BOD, and plus like maybe a Hunter Strike, a good grab could blow you up. The Guinevere could solve that problem, a lot more mobile, you have big crowd control, and you could keep the Yishin shit in place. It's a mechanical check for the jungler.
For sure, for sure. You can use the Violent Requiem to potentially dodge CC from your opponents, but you're losing a huge tool to kind of lock them down in the first place. Considering that their composition is highly dedicated towards like plenty of CC, plenty of setups in those team fights, they need to make sure that Bondols and Ruff have the space to play the game. The frontliners, different story. Valentina's going to be a big problem. Kalia's going to be a big problem. Yishin Shin is going to be a little hard to catch, but we'll see. It's a matter of setups. Whoever can knock enough bowling pins down will eventually get the strike.
It's also a challenge for Pozan as well, who just got announced during the transfer window that joins Untitled's coaching staff to work beside Theo. Full flickers for Untitled, right? 4 on their end, whereas for Monster Vicious, you did talk about the Purify being forced onto the course, and that's going to be the case.
All right, let's jump right into this here as we get into our very first match here on week number 4. As much as we want to believe that these teams have what it takes, they didn't even bother switching out any of their members just to show that their owners truly believe that this team has what it takes to go far in the Land of Dawn. Let's get this started. Untitled on the blue side, facing up against Monster Vicious on the red.
It's a bit of a throwback to Untitled's Game 1 draft against Vamos 2 with similarities. Rasi on the Kalia, we see the Beatrix in as well. Obviously learning from his lesson to not go for early invade, but still, you have to keep in mind that there is always this trick with the Grok where he can delay that mid wave and then trap you underneath the tier 1 mid. this, because Rasi is still alive, you can at least still heal up Storm, get the mid priority, at least stabilize the lane, right? So that puts Untitled in a spot where at least Storm can start moving around, getting some scouting in, you can help out Keemin with the clear. So MV, they're not gonna get that cheese going.
Yeah, not gonna get the cheese going just yet. However, I love the Grok text, right? It affects every single lane. All three of the lanes are pushed up right in front of their towers. They're in a safe spot. And better yet, for the mid duo, they were able to get a huge chunk, a really, really huge chunk onto Rasi. So he hasn't been able to expose the map as often. That's why you see a slight EXP difference between Leone and as well as Rasi.
And overall, should expect the XP lane to be in favor of Siska, whereas for the gold lane, Ruff would probably be hard shoving as much as possible. They kind of chip away some of Bondo's health pool with Rasi. And with Keemin hitting level 4 on Dangerous Grass, it's also pretty beneficial to have the Mountain Shocker, because with so many places to hide, the vision that it grants is going to really help Untitled spot out where these ambushes might be.
Both EXP laners about to hit level 4, and you can see the whole squadrons from both sides taking control of their own individual sides of the map, opening it up. At very least, real nice stuff. They know where Siska is going to be, but Keemin, he can't just go for this crab, unfortunately. He can't do it for free.
Yeah, I like the wall from Leone as well, spotting out the potential ambush, and Rasi without the ultimate cannot just go in onto Keemin, onto Uni. He's gonna force going down, and Storm will be forced to flicker. Uni follows up with a spatial migration, stolen Violent Requiem, not gonna do anything. First blood for MV.
Played nice and slowly by Uni, and now they're looking for another option here.
If they can take down Leone, it will be great, but Leone is gonna flicker to safety just in case. Bravest Fighter is already out. Siska still holds on to the Raging Splash onto Momo. There's a second flicker out from MV. Mountain Shocker gets used, but it is a literal 5v3. Rasi, Siska, and Keemin, they all disengage.
Yep, and all they lose is a flicker. Oh, Final Slash does land on Yishu Jin.
Looking for Keemin, and with Keemin down, Turtle is going to be guaranteed for MV. Good initiative from Momo. And I don't think Untitled wants a piece of this.
And that's why Momo's so good. Great game sense overall. He saw Keemin go in there. He wanted to guarantee this turtle, but securing that kill, even better for him. Now he's got a lead in his lane. He's about similar battle spell timings with Siska on that flicker, so the next time they go for that all-in engagement, they either will or will not have it at the same time. But Siska, he's got to be a little careful here, right? Whenever he does find an initial impression to actually go or try to predict, I don't think he's going to utilize his flicker. He has to hold it unless it's a priority target like Bundles or Ruff.
And the fact that Storm is going for the flicker instead means that he has to be even more careful with all these potential engages that MV can pull off. There's no Tsunami Slam used. Unfortunately, with SkyZ using the Bandit's Rage, they are not going to have damage for quite a while for the next 40 seconds. Well, the good thing is, the scaling for Untitled is not too bad, you know, with Beatrix, with the Yishun Shin, they are going to have some late game insurance.
I am curious to see what Uni is going to eventually build. Is he going like full magic damage? Oh, never mind. Rasi just gone. Great rotation coming in from MV's side, maintaining control of the map.
Yeah, hard to check bushes with only the Kalea. Not to mention that MV, they have tons of burst damage. They have great ways to check bushes and instantly pull off and engage. So for Untitled, that's another checklist that they need to, another box that they need to tick every time they go for these moves on the map.
So far, game's is going as good as it gets coming in from MV's side. They want to accelerate it, but it really depends on whether Untitled actually match them, right? Because if we look at the gold lane, I think that Ruff is doing a phenomenal job. He's frozen the wave as close as possibly can. They find a kill into Rasi as well. Great rotation from Uni's side, but that's not all, right? It was only the 2v1 that made sense. Now Leone has pressure and could set up a dive on the bot side of the map.
And this is what makes Grok so powerful. When you have control of the map, you can do this. You can walk into the jungle, you can set up ambushes. On a map like Dangerous Grass makes it even more threatening. Second turtle gone on by MV, and they are going to hold control. I don't know if they want to take this 4-man tectonic charge. The fight essentially ends before it even started. Siska will try though with the Raging Splash. Was able to get some for his own. SkyZ flickers forward, looks for the good kill. And MV actually ends up losing 3 of their own. Good recovery from Untitled.
They didn't make the decision fast enough. They were all in position to get hit by the tectonic charge. A great setup coming in from Leone, but unfortunately, they weren't able to clean up as soon as it hit, right? Look, 50% of Storm's life just gone. They take him out first in terms of target priority, but they end up walking into the blitz. SkyZ able to just fully start clearing up that map. They got to be a little bit careful there, and especially since Ruff doesn't have the Sky Piercer just yet, there's really no need to accelerate it even after the setup.
there's one Mr. Reliable that you can always count on Untitled, is Siska. He has been making plays time and time again, and finding these opportune moments. He recovered that fight, and Skyzet was able to rally, and that allows them to take the top tier 1. And Untitled, they not only stemmed the bleeding, but they also got a bit of that gold back.
And now they gotta be a little careful for the next neutral fight, right? Because we've seen how the laning phase is gone. It's going to be a reflection here in the mid game. MV taking full control, right? They are moving as a squadron. They're not taking these individual fights. The only mistake that they're making is that they tend to over-chase, especially when Ruff is not in a position where he can actually do it. He's not finished the Sky Piercer yet. He only has the Hunter Strike. And Momo gonna quickly, forcibly open up that lane for Bundle so he can get out of there.
Very unfortunate, Rasi's flicker was 10 seconds off, because I feel like that would have been a good catch. Either way, stolen Tectonic Charge, Blood Wings out for Storm. Has to constantly remind himself that without the Purify, if you want to get the counter engage off, you have to not be caught in the engage. Uni does get spotted out by Rasi as he checks that bush. Both tier 1 tops traded. And good news is that Skyzet was able to hit his item spikes and not fall behind in terms of net worth.
Still holding on and holding on strong. That's what you need to see. Ruff now already hitting his second item power spike. They're ready to go to war against Untitled. For now, I think that Untitled should not be interacting with MV. They need Yishin in a better position. Giving up this final turtle probably is going to be the play. Siska popping his ult to clear that wave. This is exactly what you want, right? Be uninteractive. Don't give MV that chance to extend this lead.
The next thing Untitled needs to do is to work with the cooldown. Without the Bravest Fighter, it's not going to be easy, but they will try to blow up Leone, and they do it successfully. Momo comes in, final slash, dodged by Rasi's flicker.
Good stuff coming in from everybody on Untitled, right? Chaining their CC together, waiting for the turtle boat to land as soon as the Tsunami Slam connects. Preemptively dropping in the Bennett's Rage on top of it. Uni now has to be extremely careful, right? They know that they don't have the Tsunami Slam. They know they have a timing on them to actually start this fight, but as long as Siska is nearby, it could end up to be the same result, right? You find this setup where your entire backline dies, so they're gonna have to wait until this neutral pops up. The Lord finally spawns, and now MV looking to fight.
And this is a scary spot for both teams. They have wobbly track records around Lord Pits, but Untitled was able to take control of the extra bush behind the Lord Pit, so that will give them some more room to work with. Mountain Shocker used as well alongside the Conceal. Rasi not able to find any target. Doesn't have the flicker as well. He did use it to dodge the final slash earlier on.
Yeah, they got vision with the turtle boat, but now they notice that the rest of MV isn't exactly moving the way they want to.
Yeah, ball mid control. Rasi finds the grab, but the Banner's Rage ends up missing. Siska now will go for full dive, hits them with the Tectonic Charge, stolen by Storm. And Untitled finds a good pickoff.
That's the game changer we were looking for. The game changer that only Storm can provide. With the Tectonic Charge hitting 4, he finds his own. All those years with RSG playing as a support when your main role is a mid laner really comes in handy when looking for these opportunities.
And that one pickoff was good enough. Goes back to the statistics we've seen. Sample size of most games that Scrog struggles on is when he doesn't get initiative. And that was what Untitled have gained themselves in the past 2 pickoffs. Now Lord on their end, Untitled looking to deal as much damage as possible to MV.
Now, back to the farming game, right? Keemin, he's going to full clear his jungle, stay fast on it, make sure as soon as he gets his ult, he's looking to pop it as soon as possible. Not only to speed up where he travels across the map, but just to make sure that MV is confirmed. That's why Yishin on Dangerous Gas, so useful to have access to vision. And now, as the top side continues to push on in, MV need to diverge their resources, and it looks like they're willing to sacrifice bot tier 2.
They're trying to defend the top 1, but with the presence of Untitled around, it looks to be very hard. So sadly, both side lanes will suffer some substantial damage. But if MV can somehow keep the mid-tier 1 up, all hope is not lost just yet. It doesn't seem to be the case. There is a conceal. Rasi straight in with a big combo to try and finish off Uni. Uni survives and escapes. But Siska was able to zone out the rest of MV's backline. They lose Rasi, but Siska will now swing with a Raging Slash. They look for Leone and finally gets a confirmation, but the wall blocks up Kimin and allows MV to turn it around with 3. Ruff is not done just yet, but cannot catch up to Storm.
close, very close fights there. It could have been 3 for the side of MV who go down, but the counterattack is just a little too good. The fact that Uri lived for so long, and honestly, his concentrated energy is keeping him way alive, way longer than we would have expected. That's 2 turrets in trade on top of the 3 kills. Luckily, the Holy Shielding stays alive.
Quite a surprising turn of events with Pop Untitled. Felt like they did most of the things right. Even Siska was holding back the backline, but Leone's Earthen Rampart with his dying breath made all the difference. Now it's still a 1.4, 1.5k goal difference between the both teams, but I feel like if you look at the state of the map, Untitled still have more control.
Yeah, they have way more control. And right now, even for Keyman, he's going for the greedy build, right? He's not going to go War Axe second item. He's going straight into the BOD. He's looking to clean up whatever SkyZ Rasi alongside with what we've seen Stoem do a lot of the Lord's work. And now, Siska, he's been so consistent, right? 4-man stuns, big damage, zoning off that backline. MV needed an answer to this Lapu Lapu, and they need it right now because Momo can only do so much. And based on the build that he's going for, it's not like he can one-shot his targets either. He's mainly for setting and then truly hoping that more CC would come out from their side so he gets resets.
In fact, Momo doesn't even want to interact with Siska as possible because Siska straight up just kills him. Should expect the Oracle to be already purchased by Siska. Queen's Wings would be the next item. See Halberd out for SkyZ, who also has had a flawless game so far. 3-0-3, second Lord spawns, MV gains possession.
Yeah, they can't afford to let this Lord go through. This is the only way that they can come back into this game. MV equalize the score enough times, but now the 50-50 begins.
Siska and Storm goes in, Tectonic Charge to the backline, good retribution! Keeman gets it! SkyZ finds his 4th kill, they lose Storm in the process. Momo dashing around with the Vengeance, finished up by SkyZ, and Siska willingly throws his life. 2-for-2 trade, but a Lord for Untitled.
Dangerous. EXP alongside with mid laner missing for Untitled. Casualty report on MV. It is just Uni and Momo, Jungle, and EXP respectively. And that was a good attempt by Untitled. They knew exactly what they wanted. Hey, we chain our CC together, we zone out Uni. If we're able to kill him, that's great, but we need to get this Lord no matter what. It's so much worse being on the opposite end. Even though they have a Beatrix, but they don't want to commit their ults just to clear waves.
See the glimpses of Storm's that Roma DNA come true. Forces to engage, willing to throw his body for the greater good. Even if he doesn't hit the Tectonic Charge, it does pose a threat. And that allows Untitled to, again, push the envelope. The Lord should be quickly taken care of. I don't think Untitled could get any inhibitors, but they sure as heck have opened the entire map. On Dangerous Grass, it's a perfect map to have control of.
Oh yeah, it is equalized between both of these squadrons. MV initially had a 1.8k, wasn't able to break into the 2ks or even into the 3ks in terms of gold deficits against Untitled at this stage. But with only 450 to their name, and not a lot of time before we get to the end game scenarios, late game has already arrived and everybody is pretty stacked with items, right? Brute Force breastplates coming out, Queen's Wings, the extra bit of sustainability. Uni is just trying to survive the initial damage. Afterwards, he can heal back up, but he's definitely dependent on Leone to open things, to give him that one frame to spatial migration out of there.
I'm surprised that there's no Queen's Wings for Siska just yet. I thought that that would be what he goes for, but he did have the Radiant Armor to survive in case he gets chain controlled by Uni. Either way, now there's no more goalie for both teams, and Untitled have managed to finally reel it back in and put both teams at an even state.
And while Kimin continues to scale, he's already got the Endless Battle. He's now working up to his 4th item, but with the Endless Battle, I think he can basically almost guarantee anybody who's below like 15% of their 8 max HP should be blown up in like 2 to 3 hits. Rough, him going for the Sea Halberd himself. Both marksman players play a really important role here, and there were many comparisons being made in the early days of their career between Ruff alongside with SkyZ, and I think people have been very, very harsh towards Ruff, considering he's had a little bit of a longer career in comparison. Oh, here we go!
And then a slow retraction pulse and a full combo again, perfectly executed! Siska with a lash taker towards the back line and was able to hold all of them back! 2 kills for Untitled, and that is the perfection we were seeking for.
Yep, that's the mechanics. We need to see this level of, have this expectation of mechanical prowess coming up from both of these squads if they want to win. Every bit of an advantage that MV has made now back into Untitled's side. The tug of war does not end here. But I think for MV, it's way harder. How do you get a position? Do you force this fight? You're already 2 men down. And worse yet, Uni has no means to get into steal.
Finally purchased the Winter Crown. Lord number 3 for Untitled. The best bet that MV can hope for is Uni gets a full combo with the Winter Crown to buy time. Easier said than done. I think Untitled have figured out the formula.
They just gotta make sure that SkyZ and Keemin are not standing one on top of each other, or Stoem and Keemin, or in any combination with one of the marksmen in their lineup. If they get a free 2-for-1, I think that MV can easily turn this tide. Momo has tried to stall the backline, but the spacing is really, really awkward without putting Momo in significant danger, if not trading his life.
Something that the public and even the players have agreed and resonated time and time again is this late game management, right? We have reached the stage of the game where you start to question, can Untitled close this out? So far, seems that the answer would be a big resounding yes. We see the Holy Crystal out for Bondo, so the damage profile does go up. Mountain Shocker to confirm MV's position. No flanks will come true. And with the Lord crashing in, top inhibitor is guaranteed.
Alright, so that means long lane has already been opened up. Keep in mind that the Lord will be spawning on the bottom side of the map, and the siege is looking very great.
Uh-oh. Might be a miscom because Siska committed when Rossi backed off. Siska still has the Radiant Slash to get away, but gets crowd control. Leone comes in with a Tectonic Charge. Rossi flickers away. This is disengaged for Untitled. A bit of a mistake, but at least they cut the losses.
At least SkyZ was in a position with Bennett to start affecting multiple targets at once, because most people start to disrespect marksmen, seeing they can only hit one guy at a time. If we throw all 5, we might be able to trade out and maintain our distance appeal for each other. But this is not the case. With SkyZ, and especially with Dangerous Grass, right? It's hard to check these options, hard to check these angles, and sometimes you don't even see the projectile until you get hit by it, which is why we see a full disengage from MV. We cut back to the items, right? Now, it looks like he's building up to a War Axe. Not sure what Siska is going to lean into. I would have imagined the Queen Wings, like you mentioned, after you're done with the Radiant Armor. But I think at this point, Siska understands that his job is to pump out as much damage as possible. Put people below 50% and trust that your team can clean the rest.
That or even just survive, right? As long as you could hold back the backline, which he has been doing for the entire game, that's good enough. So I think if you look at front-loader damage, I would side with Untitled any time of the day with the amount of items that they've had.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage on their side. I would like to say the same for MV, but it's so conditional, right? So many things has to go right for them. And Untitled, with their slight advantage, with the help of the Mountain Shocker, makes it difficult for MV to find these big catches in the first place.
That's to conceal. Rossi finds a target, forces out the Purify. Momo tries to counter-engage, but might end up losing his life. Leone finds a Tectonic Charge though. SkyZ flickers away to safety. They lose Rossi in the process. Siska again, swinging in the backline. There's 2 immos. Pop Siska will go down. Ravna finds a double kill. MV have an angle to counter-engage, so Untitled will be forced away just in time for the Lord to spawn. While his Stolen's move tries to look for Leone. The damage profile not really there. Momo sweeps it back. They can only find one for Untitled, but MV have won the fight.
It's a 3-for-1. This Luminous Lord should fall into the hands of MV. We're 18 minutes into this game. This is one of the longer games that we've had within this season, as both sides refuse to back down, especially when it matters.
We did say that this is the stage of the game that we fear the most for both teams. And unless Keemin is a magician, it's going to be top Bennett space already committed. There's no one there to contest the Lord, and Keemin will go down. And he has all gone south for Untitled.
Could have gone for a steal, already chunked out Ruff. Ruff, very close to max stacks, but he's basically got it with how squishy a majority of the members from Untitled is going to be. Rossi has to be careful on who he targets with the Tsunami Slam. There are sometimes that they're not hitting.
With the crown into a Vital Requiem, with disengage from Rossi to help them out, but it's going to be a 4v5 against a Luminous Lord. Stolen Tectonic Charge and a Dawn-Mice purchased by Siska. It's going to take them a while to clear out this objective, but with Rossi's presence, it's not going to be easy for MV. So the damage not as substantial as they would have wanted. In fact, taking out a mid inhibitor doesn't damage Untitled as much.
They still have a second wave to work with, right? SkyZ, unfortunately, will be able to clear waves very efficiently, but that's the only person they have to worry about. Anybody else who wants to clear waves has to commit a resource, a big one, in a matter of fact.
Oh, Stolen finds another Purify out of Ruff. That would have been dangerous for MV, but it's enough to keep Untitled's base intact.
God, Stone lost so much of his HP. So much off of the Stolen Tectonic Charge, losing 50% with how, in this case, Valentino works. Currently 70%. Oh, 70 stacks already. That's pretty good. He's 10 off from max stacking, but even so, still a dangerous position. He had to use the Winds of Nature. He had to use a lot of his resources. And now he won't have it for the upcoming fight.
They can find Leone once more. It will be magic. I think the last fight was a tectonic charge from Leone that really stopped Untitled from progressing forward with the aggression.
Now we look at the real-time victory rate, 50 to 50. Oh boy, it is dead even. Anything could happen at this point, right? Ooh, DHS purchase coming in for bundles. That's interesting. Why would you go for the DHS? You could go on for like Feather. Do they really want to get the max health damage? I don't think that matters too much. Maybe for like Siska at best.
Well, one thing is, sure, they can chew through Siska's health up very fast. I feel like for Siska, I mean, he has the immortality, right? If you can have enough money to switch into the Winter Crown, that could make all the difference. Immo should be back up for MV side too. We saw two of them pop. Momo waiting for his, and Leone as well. They actually will pop at the same time. Storm now has his Winter Crown. Again, they lost the mid inhib, but it's so much easier to manage compared to MV's case, whereas it is the long lane. Lord number 5 now.
So many lords already. And this is the very first match as well. 21 minutes in. And no victor in sight. Same amount of resources lost. But this lord is everything for MV. How else are they going to start crashing into this base? How else are they going to have enough minions to get through SkyZ? And now they're slowly taking control over the mid bushes. They haven't checked the bottom side, but I don't think they're worried about that, knowing that Siska is coming through mid.
And it reached that time where Rossi has to make a choice. Goes for Rob. Rob holds on to the Purify. Kimin is there. And now they finally got the engage. The assassination completed. Kimin pops the Winter Crown. Momo tries to hold back the front. Kimin heals up by Rossi. Uni chases him down, but then just immortality. Rob is legendary, but finally goes down. The immortality brings him back up. It's him and Momo. Rob, can he really do this? Rossi tries to stop him. The execution is there. Max stacks from the Sky Piercer, 3 dead for this side. And it's SkyZ and Rossi for Untitled. Momo gets away, Ruff also recalls home.
Oh my goodness, Kimin could have saved his Winter Crown. He could have saved it. He didn't know that Storm was willing to flicker forward to buy him that time, and it costed him his life. SkyZ as well as Rossi still alive though. Nobody gets this Lord. It's dead even despite the score being 14 to 20 in favor of MV.
Ruff playing a near perfect game.
Woof.
Saved by the bell with the immortality. The max Sky Piercer stacks was what made all the difference. 80 stacks, that's what, 13% execution threshold.
13% is so high. It's so high already. I can't believe Kimin managed to sneak all the way around. A quick mid-clear, and then using the help of the Mountain Chakra to guarantee positions, and you know their line of sight, sneaking in towards that purple buff bush. That's some dangerous grasp.
Yeah, good move from Rossi too, right? Shows himself and keeping MV distracted. Allowing Kimin to do that work. Obviously, you wish if the one he found was rough, I think this game would have been over. But we go again. Another Lord Dance, same position almost for Untitled. See if they can make the same move twice. It seems like MV will now start checking the sixes. They need to manage the long lane too.
And now, as they slowly start this, we see that MV needs to manage a lot of their waves. This long lane advantage for Untitled on top of the Mountain Shocker is just making it really, really difficult for MV to guarantee this fight again by that Lord Pit.
They're gonna see rough top, but Untitled is still going to hold that Lord. No need to rush it. Long lane will always be in their favor. And that's something that Untitled can always bank on. Goalie doesn't matter anymore. Untitled clears waves so much faster. The mid wave, easy to manage.
They can't seem to get behind them either, right? It's a risky call, especially with no information to work with. Uni, he just knows whether the Lord is being touched or not. Oh, Rossi, even with the Twilight armor, he doesn't want to get bursted down by people like Uni, people like Ruff, for an example. I don't think it triggers the threshold. Maybe Ruff does, because he has Malefic Roar. I'm not sure whether Uni does that much burst to trigger it.
SkyZ, you have to back off. Try, good dodge. Great reaction. Stolen Tectonic Charge, they bring Leone back. Can they finish him off in time? No, Leone terrified. The damage needs a bit more. Siska again to the back, and the Stolen Tectonic Charge comes through. Finally, Leone goes down. The disengage from Untitled, they've done the work. And MV, they gotta be forced to retreat.
They gotta back out once again. They noticed during that fight. Where the heck did Yishin go? Where did Kimin go? And look at that top wave already stacked in. Every fight is going to look like this, right? Either you start losing one, the onus is on MV to make the engagement, because the longer this goes, the better it is for Untitled.
60-second death timers is the bare minimum now whenever you go down, and that is going to give Untitled the confidence to work on this Lord after seeing Bondos up top. Fighter Red Pill combo is not going to do much, and Untitled, they're going to put Stone in front. Stolen final slash. Be careful of the execution from Skypiercer. Work on the Lord first. This guy and Rossi will do the work of holding them back. Lord for Untitled. Uni can't get much done, and Untitled calls for retreat. MV tried to chase. That's the Winter Crown use. Siska peels for Keeman, and Untitled once more assumes control of the game.
Untitled, they've pulled it back at least. You know, I mean, both sides are trying to be as fluid as possible. Item swaps are coming back in, immortalities are coming back into play. Hopefully they have enough money for at least the Winter Crowns for these upcoming plays, because that's the big difference maker here. If you can dodge the Tectonic Charge, if you don't have the battle spell available, that's your second best option.
Bondo sold his DHS for the Winds of Nature. Probably a way better choice. Again, the person that can turn this around is going to be rough. We have the counter engage from Momo and Leone. They have been really tugging with Siska and Rossi to see who can peel better. But if you need an output, Ruff has to be the one you lean on.
Alright, here we go. Rossi
goes in with the flicker, finds the cash onto Momo. Need to blow him up. Momo gets to move away, and Rossi ends up going down. And now Momo disengaged, but gets executed. Again, Ruff, very dangerous. Skyzet goes down! Ruff snipes him, and Untitled siege ends. That's a minute!
As soon as it began, it also ended just like that. They do lose one more inhibitor, but it's not much of a win for Untitled, man. Skyzed, if only he had a little bit more time, he would have got his flicker up to be able to start dodging it. Now that it's 60 seconds, every trade matters, and Stoem finds one. Oh, no!
And he missed the Tectonic Charge, Stoem! You can only buy so much time. Immortality, flicker, all used. How long can you hold on?
Oh, he could have killed everybody there.
30 seconds.
Oh, he can hold out. He can definitely hold out, right? Does he have the Mountain Shocker? No, he doesn't have the Mountain Shocker.
Yes, the Retribution.
He's got to take out the small little... Oh, but the next wave is almost there.
And this is going to be the defense of a lifetime. And even then, there is going to be another minion wave. Keeman. Oh, you came so close. And again, it's so close, yet so far for Untitled. MV takes game one.
MV played a better game. They understood the interactions that needed to be they needed to dodge, and they still had the hero pool to do it. Big ups for Une here. Last picking Guinevere just to dodge CC. Very nicely done.
A game that has broken the record for the longest game in our regular season. That pushed both teams to the brink. Untitled, this is probably the best game we've seen in quite some time. But still, the same nightmare placed them. But 4 out of 5 floors got taken, but yet it's one final siege that stopped them from winning.
It was one hell of a fight, don't get me wrong. One hell of a fight coming in from Untitled's side. They knew what needed to be done. It was just a matter of execution. I think Stone could have found a double kill at the very end there if he was able to connect with the Tectonic Charge, because he still had 2 dashes even afterwards. He might have been able to get Shadow Strike reset, and that could have been the difference maker. And I think that at least for Sora Fyong, you're calling in your team, it's like, okay, we did what the composition wants to do, but we have to talk about how we start executing, because our rotations from early game is great. Now, how do we get our opponents to forcefully make a mistake?
Yeah. It's a game of inches and a game of occasional blunders for both teams. Feels like I've seen this way too many times. But again, we said that if there's one person that MV can lean on, it's Ruff with the 80 Skypiercer stacks.
Yes.
That was what really nailed the game for them.
It did. And he managed to hold it out, because it was a bit of a slow start, right? He was getting the Skypiercer a little bit later, and the lane was already, I mean, in a better position than it was before. But after those fights, you would have imagined that he would scale from that point onwards, which he did. It just took a little bit of time considering that how chaotic these fights were. Not to mention that even SkyZ was matching up with him in GPM. Up until the very end, though. That does mean adjustments need to be made, right? And I think from a gameplay's point of view, yes, you could execute a couple of things a little bit better, but the combos and the ideas are there. How do you force your opponents to make these types of mistakes?
Yeah, we also did say that it comes down to who makes the counter engage better. And in this case, I say Momo does it better. the birthday boy of Monster Vicious, XP laner, running the Arlott. We saw this incredible counter setup. And the last setup that he did when he got caught was actually what set MV up for success.
Oh yeah, that final slash has been so good. A good way to slow down that fight. Don't let their combinations come off with ease. You got to be able to put thumbtacks on the floor, especially when they're trying to speed run through this game. Full tank build. Goes for the rose gold at the very end, just a wee bit of damage to get you over the top, especially with the amount of vengeance resets you're able to get. But overall, really good stuff from Momo.
Yeah, unfortunately they couldn't finish him off, not when the mid lane is the Valentina, so fully on Skyzet. And Momo, alongside Leone, these two front lines have really been, making Untitled second guess some of their moves, right? Every time Untitled engages, it really comes down to who presses their ult first. But in the grand scheme of things, MV, they do have more tools to turn the game around.
They really do. And the best part for Ruff is that he doesn't necessarily have to be in the fight. He can just start things off with the Death Sonata, make sure that he has enough charge left to clean up the fight once it's done. But slowing down your opponents, making sure that Keeman has to use Traceless to get in and out of the fights, really put on a huge toll. He's won 6 and 12. This entire fight he's been looking for many times to find that reset. The one time he gets the flank, that's where you see big things happen.
And there were also some great moments from Untitled. The combos that they used, the spells that Storm did steal on the Valentina. I think he found the most success with the Tectonic Charge, but also the most oopsies against pretty unfortunate for Untitled. The playoff chances still there, but they have to win this series. And that means a reverse sweep on MV.
Yep, it might just be a long day here on Friday, right? We'll see whether Untitled is able to do so, because in terms of drafting, it feels like MV, I think they answered the call to what Untitled had to offer with the Kalea opening very, very well. I think that the Grok at some point should have been banned out, because like most days, we don't ever see Arla being utilized as a flex, right? We've never seen him go into the support section within this entire season.
Not only that, they banned out the Gatot too, which yes, it is a direct counter, but we also saw how most teams dealt with it, right? If Gatot is the so engager, then it probably isn't the choice that teams would go for. I think Untitled, they got some of the blueprint down, right? Already looks better than what we've seen from them. I think the game plan was there. The shot calling was a lot more accurate, barring, and I like the fact that they just commit to it. I think that's what's missing from Untitled.
Yeah, I mean, they really, I feel like once they made the decision, they really do commit to it, but there are moments where they got caught out deliberating, like, should we do it? Should we start thinking about going in for the engagement? And Leone took that moment of weakness. Most people would say they're just thinking about it, right? Not a moment of weakness, but the fact that they're just hovering around, 4-man Tectonic Charge coming in left and right from both Storm as well as Leone, really set the tone of the game of like, hey, we really can't mess up. We mess up, we lose 3 to 4 people.
And well, let's check out the stats of this game. I think it's a hell of a game for Ruff. He's not only the rich guy, but also the carry with 124,000 damage dealt.
So much damage. He was able to just poke out his opponents from afar. 809, I was expecting his GPM to at least break into like the 780s, but it looks like he was still able to keep a majority of that farm. Once Udi hit level 15, he was taking all the orange buffs, making sure that he was stacked up for these fights. I have to admit that Bundles played a strong Kimmy game overall, right?
Yeah.
He was providing a good amount of damage. He was bailing Momo out of some unwinnable positions alongside with Bundles, just to kind of set up for each other and not give away too much gold.
Yeah, the double marksmen for MV side both only went down once, and I think Ruff, he went down one time, and that was before Skypiercer. And afterwards, didn't drop a single time, played a flawless game. And then running Purify also made it very hard for Rossi to catch anyone.
It did. Rossi was having a tough time picking targets here. And there was no way to actually cover the distance on top of the Kimmy alongside with Granger, because they're never in that fight, and the front lines just kept on moving forward. You gotta show them a little bit of respect.
Yeah, and one thing that surprises me is that I'm surprised that Baxia was ignored the whole draft.
Yes!
I thought that we would at least see a Baxia. Maybe that's what allowed MV to more confidently run this Kimmy. But either way, I think Untitled, they are not out of contention just yet. It just means that it gets harder from here on out.
It gets significantly harder. I think that if they switched out Yishin Shin for the Baxia, it just means that their composition leans a little bit more to the early game, and it also makes sure that from SkyZed's perspective, he is pretty much the sole carry unless Storm scales. And we saw his items, right, going for things like Lightning Truncheon, really high damage, expensive items. But there was never enough of a lead to guarantee and solidify their placements, right? First one happened past the 9-minute mark, coming into the 10th, where we see Untitled actually fight back, but MV keeps on answering. The big game changer here was once Untitled manages to crack open that inhibitor. Once that inhibitor is open, the game state is neutral. Missing mid inhibitor, you're missing top side inhibitor, and we have long lane advantage. I think that could have been played a little bit better.
Yeah, sadly, I agree. I think Untitled, right? 4 out of 5 Lords, they've been able to disengage from fights pretty well, as long as they didn't get caught up by the Rampart. They had all the ingredients to win this game, but they spilled the dish. It's just unfortunate. Sometimes you get into these ultra late games, you know, almost 28 minutes. You make one wrong move with 60 seconds death timers, that is more than enough to tip the scales.
Yeah, it's a matter of can you close out this game, and I think that right now both of these teams, they really struggle to kind of break through, and a lot of it is just, you know, Beatrix being an innate problem, right? It's just you try to get the wave in position, she blows up the wave. What are you supposed to do without that Lord? Looking and fighting for position, I think that Keeman, the one time that he was able to make that flank happen, I'm surprised that Untitled didn't try to re-simulate it, right? Was the risk too high to make it happen, even with the information from Mountain Shocker?
I feel like it could be the case. We did see one time, we did see when they were thinking about it the second time, MV was checking the bushes, but I felt like MV also started lacking afterwards, right? When we got, like, I think Lord number 5.
Yes.
A lot of things for Untitled to think about, although I would say that it's also a game where Untitled were the one pulling the trigger a lot of the times, right? It's between Untitled trying to attack and MV trying to hold them back.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. Does that mean that they want to go back to blue side again? Because it's not a matter of like, oh, we messed up in the draft. It's just a couple of things that we could have polished up on. But let's quickly look at the results for our little questionnaire for you guys. What do you think that Untitled can do to step up for the remaining matches? And yes, court of public opinion, 21% of you think that reigniting their chemistry is part of the problem, but everyone leans in to C.
And I want people to, you can comment in the chat, did they do better? Right? I think, improvement is something. Of course, we want them to be a win. I think as an Untitled fan, you want them to win the game, but does it feel better than what we've witnessed so far?
I think that this was like one of those few games where it's like we can't even think about closing because we're so dead even with each other, right? And we've seen the plays, it really just boils down to how we team fight and the mechanics that follow it, because there's many different outcomes that we've seen. We saw 3 different iterations of the same engagement of, oh, tectonic charge, what follows up afterwards. So if I were in Untitled's position, I'm probably thinking, right, how do we make sure that Momo has a bad game, somewhat a bigger advantage for Siska? Because they didn't find any lane advantages amongst each other. The only time was when they walked out to team fight.
Yeah. And it reminds me of when Momo was still in Todak in season 14 playoffs, where how SRG shut them down was directly through that XP lane, right? You basically shut down Momo, you take out that pillar, and then it collapses. And when you look at Untitled's side, it makes a lot of sense. This guy is one of your prized possession. He is that guy that is going to win you games. Playing to him might not seem to be too bad of an idea.
I don't think it's a bad idea either. And I think it's honestly really, really smart that they were able to... Again, Siska, I want to see him go far in his career, right? Because he's been such a stapled EXP laner. He is hitting some really big plays of his own. And now that Untitled are going back to blue side one more time, 17% win rate. They've hurt their own win rate by 3% losing in that game. Could be the dangerous grass. Maybe if it was flying clouds, it could have been better for them.
Yeah, they are now 0-4 in dangerous grass. And of course, for Untitled's calendar, they still have 4 more series after their match against MV. Team Ray is tomorrow. Afterwards, next week, they'll face up against Homeboys and GMSK, if I remember correctly. And the final series is against SRG OG.
Oh, it's not going to be an easy bout at all for any of these squadrons, any of these teams. But even so, they need to get at least 2 points, 2 points minimum from each of them if they want to stay in the contention of going into the playoffs. Or at the very least, make sure that the difference is higher than Aero Esports specifically. Either way, 2-0s are the way to go.
If I remember correctly, I think MV is in, 6 points right now. So they are now currently at 7. Untitled can still catch up, right? Keep themselves within touching distance. If they get the reverse sweep, it's going to be 7 for MV, 6 for Untitled. And then you start looking at Aero Esports. But one step at a time. MV, they have the momentum on their end, but I feel like if you're Untitled, don't feel bad about that loss. I think they put up hell of a game.
Yep.
There's a good chance to come back, and now is to focus forward, right? They've already, I feel like they've course corrected a lot of the week 2, week 3, rust. Now is to really polish on and focus on what they did last season, which is just evolve.
I have to agree here. I think that at least now, if there's anything that you need to start polishing on that seems to be a direct correlation to the problem, it's extending their leads. And I think that's something that MV have kind of curbed because they were very good at maintaining and extending their leads to whopping amounts, but then failed in the late game. This time around, it's a lot more controlled, a lot more connected with each other. But we don't see much of a real advantage after that first mistake we see from Untitled, right? We need to see more forced errors being done or set up at least by MV's side, because right now I don't think that Untitled is in a position to even think about forced errors.
I agree. Even game 1, I feel like the forced errors was just MV waiting for Untitled to engage and then to see if they can catch Untitled in the heat of the moment, which did work out a few times and led to the eventual win. So there is, I think, something from game 1 that is worth pointing out is that MV never really got too big of a lead, right? It never got out of control. Untitled, they were able to stem the bleeding, they got a lead for a while, and then MV took it back through better macro, but it never got to a point where Untitled just say, we can't fight this. They still took the fight to MV, they still were able to keep that goal deficit around the range of, I think, 2k, 2.5 max, and that was the case for the entire game.
Yeah, I really felt that Untitled probably could have played the first 4 minutes of the game a little bit better. I don't know why. When you have Yishin Shin, you don't necessarily have to contest for that very first turtle, especially knowing that the level 4s on the opposite end are significantly better. Yes, Siska is on your side. Yes, he can find these big hits, but if you're trading battle spell for battle spell or you're coming in with no clear advantages, as a Yishin Shin, just back off, right? Why even put yourself in the fire in the first place?
Just farm up, right? So
Yes.
take the who's that guy? Take the Jaja example, right? Take the side lanes if you can, then just from the jungle, just power farm up. As you're eventually going to scale. Or at least, I guess for Untitled, it doesn't feel all too gloom. Based off of just the game 1 result.
Yeah.
I think Coach Dio definitely has a lot of work cut out for him ever since week number 2. I personally think there are struggles with the patch in the hero pool is not really the main problem.
Yes.
Even if they feel like that's the case, because they still work well with whatever they're given.
Yep, I think that both sides have done decently well with what they are given, especially since, like, how often do we see the dangerous grass actually be dangerous, right? There were a lot of picks that you probably weren't expecting because you don't see your, like, Rossi kind of using that title strike in mid-air because he's still hidden in some random bush that you don't usually check, or it's not one of the traditional bushes that most people are used to here in the Land of Dawn. But they picked it up very quickly of like, okay, wait, hold on, let's just open up the map a little bit more before we start walking out in a squad. Let's not walk out one by one, more importantly.
And they even switched up how they want to open the map, right? Aside from having Mountain Shocker, Rasi bringing the +1, they put Storm in these dangerous spots, in these hot spots, so at least he has 2 dashes to get out.
Yeah, they also trust his reaction time, right? Worst comes to worst, even if those 2 dashes isn't enough, guess what? You still have the Tectonic Charge, which gives you CC immunity as soon as you start channeling into it. So that's a get out of jail free card.
Top of the Flicker, which they did run 4 of them. And it really comes down to just microseconds. In game 2, early on I saw when the game ended, Uni was talking to the marshals. Maybe there were some audio issues that they needed to iron out, so we will take a bit longer before we hop into the draft and also the map selection.
I am curious about the map selection. So far, I think expanding rivers would be really interesting to watch between these 2 guys to really see whether they can work on those conversions and how much of a lead they can generate. We've seen a lot from MV during those times, but I would like to see Untitled in particular. There we go, expanding rivers, 0% on both sides. They haven't won a single game just yet, but this could be the difference right here.
Yeah. Untitled only played once, and this is MV's first time on expanding river. And they haven't really gotten much playtime in ever since the map rotation got introduced. First time for everything. Chip ban, Angela, Fanny, nothing different from Untitled's side. Yeah, they did ban the CC 3rd in the previous game, which enabled a couple of picks of the Arlet to show up from MV. Let's see if they will go down that route again.
Yeah. Zorobio gets rid of the chip, gets rid of the Wan. Pretty standard here. And if this were the case, what was their third ban coming up from the side of Untitled? Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Here
it
we
was
go, CC.
yeah. So it's the same bands from game 1.
Exact same band. Interesting. But let's see how MV responds, right? I think it's going to be exactly the same. I don't think they want to replicate. They don't mind if the Baxia doesn't get let through, because they know that Untitled didn't want to pick it up in the first place.
Yeah.
If they do switch out the Yishin Shin for the Baxia, there's a little bit more early game pressure coming in from Untitled, but it's not unmanageable for MV.
MV banned on Jushin. This time they banned the Yishun Shin, so Jushin is now open.
Okay. What's it going to be? Is it going to be the Baxia? If you go for Baxia, Jushin is going to be a little bit of a problem. That's an easy follow-up for MV's side.
Yeah. Even if you don't go Baxia or Jushin here, it's going to go to MV side, right? So
Yeah.
it's a tough trade for Untitled to consider.
Go back to Kalia, I guess. Kalia opener, force out the Purifies.
Into Jushin is a lot harder though, I feel.
It is, I mean, you gotta pick your poisons, right?
You lose mid priority, engages becomes harder. If they have a Baxia, your Kalia is essentially useless. We'll see if MV responds with that, because I think it's such a potent duo. At least into Kalia. Like into Kalia and Gatot is incredibly cancerous to play into.
Yeah. It is a little hard. I think the only other else would do just as good. Maybe the Farsa early if we do see the Jushin get picked up. You still won't get the priority, of course, but you gotta be extremely careful with how you lane. I think the Grok is still gonna make it through within the first phase at least.
The title needs to put it on the watch list too, since they have really been gravitating towards the more, traditional pick sequence, right? Having a Roma come out first. It's still the same for MV. They stick with what works. Arlet, Granger, same thing. Untitled went for what was it? They went for the Yishun Shin and the Lapu Lapu in game 1. Now without the Yishun Shin, have to kind of switch it up. Maybe you take the Farsa here. I mean, the Farsa is open.
Yeah, the Farsa is open.
But there is the Arlet.
That's the thing. It's difficult because there's some like big cancers. I'm thinking maybe Yves might be good, or they can even take the Jushin for their own, for themselves. We'll see. It looks like it's gonna be Kimmy. I don't necessarily agree with it, because they can pick Baxia on the opposite end, but then it deters the Grok.
Do you take Baxia here though? No, they go for the Lancelot.
Okay, I think Lancelot is fine, but now MV, what do, right? You see what you're gonna have to face off against. It's going to be Kalia, it's the Lancelot alongside with the Kimmy. Could go for Grok again, but there's iframes that Lancelot can work with. Kimmy usually is not going to be in a good position. You do pretty well into Kalia, but I think the Baxia just might be a bit better. And it looks like instead, they're going to be leaning into the Grok still. Baxia not touched.
Untouched at all. And MV is also in a pretty interesting position because it poses the question to other teams. Is it worth targeting the jungle? Because they are one of the few teams that have pocket picks, right? Lucas, Guinevere, which we just saw earlier on. That's not to mention that Uni has been very comfortable, Hayabusa, the Fredrin, Baxia. There's just too many heroes and too little bans.
Yeah, I think it's too much to handle. I think it makes sense for Untitled to be the one who bans out a majority of the mid laners. Ooh, smart by MV, focusing down on the EXP. The Jushin, the follow-up, they know exactly what they want to fight for.
And I like Untitled for banning out the Jushin because that would be the difference maker too for MV. Let me XP lane, we still have the Esmeralda left. For Untitled, it's not Esmeralda.
Phobius.
Phobius? Yeah, actually it's Phobius. But it's not going to be an easy Phobius game.
No.
It is quite tough with the Granger Grok.
I think with if you play Phobius in this particular matchup, I think you have to go like War Axe for first item rather than just going for the Thunderbelt. These games don't last as long as they used to. I mean, the previous one is one exception. Harith also gets banned out for the side of MV. Wow, really they didn't want to double down on these matchups on the EXP.
Unless you have War Axe on Phobius or your kin, it's like a no. It's like okay, maybe we don't go for it.
Yeah.
Beatrix is still left there for Untitled. I think MV is fine with dealing with that. Farsa ban is good.
Okay. what do they go for here? Because now they don't have that much burst. They don't have access to Kimmy for the early stages of the game. Do they just go Yve, or do they play Lunox here for iframes?
What about Ruby? For Untitled.
Ruby for Untitled. It makes sense, I guess, but we'll need to know who the mid laner is. Is it a mobile mid laner? Is it somebody who has iframes to be able to dodge stuff? I think that really is going to change how we look at the draft.
How about Novaria for MP?
Novaria will be ultra safe.
Lead to the dreamland.
That's a Lunox too.
Lunox,
Also
okay.
pretty safe. It's just like game 1 where it's like, who is Rossi gonna catch? There's the Brilliance, there's the immunity from Grog, Purify for Granger.
Oh, this one's tough.
Making life very hard for Rossi.
Because you need a lot of things to make this work, right? Rossi doesn't have a very clear target on who he should fight, so that begs the question: who else can be the strong initiator for Untitled? They could get Siska, but he's missing out on his Lapu Lapu. Without the CC as well, you don't have a necessarily good means to poke your opponent. So I think the only other way that you can really play this game is either you think about sandbagging. This could be Glue, this could be Uranus, this could be Esme. Esme doesn't make too much sense. Uranus doesn't feel like he's mobile enough to get away. But the Glue might just be the way. Dispositions his opponent, can stick onto targets, and especially if somebody gets hit by that Tsunami Slam first and Beatrix blows them up, then you get a free reset.
Yeah. And Grog hates it. Grog, Arlet extremely hate the Glue. I think the fact that Lunox is on MV's side does narrow down the options, right? I was thinking of the Teresa too, which Reza did show. The Baxia finally comes out from MV.
Okay, alright. So, pretty standard comp here for the side of MV. Untitled, however, have a slightly harder job. Who is this Kalia going to realistically pick up? And I think it has to be this Baxia, but that early game is the big issue, right? The first 3 minutes of this game is going to determine the next 6 minutes after until the 9th minute mark. And even then, I still think that Untitled, if they just don't interact, they should naturally win the game.
And not only that, a lot of times you are also relying on your mid laner to pump out the damage. But for the second game in a row, the mid laner isn't a burst mage. They don't have the damage to contribute as much as you want. So the burden lies on SkyZ again for the one shot.
All right, here we go. We're heading into the Land of Dawn one more time. A lot of problems that the title need to unravel against their opponents. Monster Vicious. They've met them in the tier 3s. They've met them since the MAL and even before that. Here at the MPL, they put it all on the line at the Land of Dawn. Let's jump right into it as Grok instantly, I love this trick. It's such a good wave manipulation technique.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kimmy should be fine. I thought he would start releasing the wave just to get the passive procced out. So you could blow out the wave quickly, but it's not going to matter too much. A hero like Kimmy. So, small problem. Nothing much to worry about with Rossi supporting. Storm is going to get things done very early on.
Yeah, I think they've learned their lesson, right? They immediately walk out. They know that Leone is going to slow down that wave. So Stone instantly gets right in front of that tower to be able to hit the wave first. Because Bondos ain't walking up anytime soon unless there is a wave that he can heal off of. Even then, the DPS in the earlier stages, Storm just outpaces him.
Storm is level 2, so shouldn't be worried. In fact, Rossi willing to help him out. Both mid laners have a way to sustain in lane. Bondo's by himself. Someone would need the help of Rossi. But either way, lane priority is what matters for both teams.
Yeah, Storm will be able to heal back up with when his generate comes off of cooldown. I'm just surprised that Rossi, after seeing the cooldowns from Leone come out, why he didn't just jump onto Bondo's. Like, yes, you are giving him regeneration, but more importantly, you want to heal up Storm because your life is more expandable.
Wow. Leone pushing Siska away to force that wave to under the turret.
Dirty.
Storm is also playing pretty safe. Instead of Weakness Finder, we run the Quantum Charge as tool. Something to take note. Siska will be receiving the brunt of the pressure this time.
Yeah, now, they will end up on mirror sides of the map. The junglers, at least, in this particular case. Siska has to... Ooh, this is getting a little dangerous, right? Hopefully Rossi doesn't give him false confidence because Baxia is able to reduce the amount of healing you do in general.
You don't have a lot of that. You have a lot of crowd control, but damage, not so. Level 4 for Storm coming out soon. Rossi still very far away. In fact, this guy is in a rough spot. Does have the ultimate, finally procs it. And now Rossi comes in to help him out. Storm with the charge up fraction pulse with the full Uni bash. Gonna take a while to take him down. Siska flicker to safety. Bondos looks for him. Siska is gonna go down. First blood for MV again.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate that he had to put his stacks in half. The only person who was max stacked by Glue was Leone, right? He gets on top of him, he anti-CCs the pull. Oh, that's when you have no control. That's why I think it's a little difficult and why I feel that MV naturally should be able to win this game. Leone is able to walk up for free. Oh, does he get a steal? Does he steal this buff here? Let's find out. Ooh.
Oh, the going charge! He stole it.
God.
He actually stole the buff. It's so worth it. And if he gets out, which I feel like he might, Turtle for MV. This guy really wants to try. The Banner's range goes wide. Momo escapes. MV with the full disengage. He gets pulled back. CC immunity for Leone. He's playing a perfect game. Nibiru's passion onto Uni, who is going to walk out of there. And now it comes onto Siska, but his ultimate runs out. Storm gets zoned out. Flicker forced out. MV playing Untitled like a fiddle.
Woo! That's some movement from Leone, right? Really well-timed anti-CC. Oh, no, Keeman. Somebody's on the block. Okay, Rossi's there. He's going to be totally fine. But MV, wow. Leone, really good stuff. 2 times he denied some key abilities, denies the purple buff, also is able to deny the Tsunami Slam as he times his ability perfectly. Rossi is specifically getting read very well.
Leone is not done yet. Continues to pose a big problem. And this is what we say with this Kimmy pick, right? There's just no burst damage that can really threaten MV, which is why MV is moving up so often without much fear. And Untitled, sure you have crowd control, but the damage isn't there to supplement it. Not until SkyZ gets this item and actually hits his abilities. So until then, MV can keep doing this.
They're gonna clear up the map as soon as possible. Storm a little late on that rotation as it looks like man-to-man defense here by Leone, right? Trying to be annoying as possible to specifically keep it. He doesn't take that much damage. Oh wait, hold on. This is dangerous now. MV, they're gonna call it off, but if they contest for this purple buff, they have to remember, where is Rossi?
Oh, Rossi actually finds Tsunami Slam onto the Lunox. Bondos goes into the Brilliance in time. Can he finish him off the Banner's range? Good sidestep from Bondos! And dashes away, Siska commits the Purify out! And Bondos escape.
Good attempt by Untitled. Very good attempt indeed. Unfortunately, Bondos has some movement like his duo in Leone. Both of them showing up some great show of mechanics. Now with the turtle already spawning up, MV will take position first.
Without these key abilities, I'm not sure if Untitled even want to attempt to contest this.
I think they shouldn't, right? They're already, I mean, Keeman, he's slowed down, but he's not falling behind by a full level just yet. But they're basically 40% of the way.
I think they should, but they will try. A pixel perfect tectonic charge came in, stunned up the wall, the final slash. Felt like we saw this coming from a mile away. The traction pulse actually pulls almost back. Uni also goes down. Title punishes the overextension, and that's 2 bodies for SkyZ. Bondo still there though, it's gonna turn into the Brilliant. Storm gets knocked out, Leone and Rum work together. Bondo's on a killing spree. SkyZ misses the snipe, but Siska still in it. He's gonna try and get the pullback. Leone with the cancellation, gets the shield back up. Siska sadly cannot get the takedown.
Oh, they've been dancing for so long. It feels like they're getting more familiar with their movements. But now, biggest lead we've seen coming in from MV in a while. 2.2k, Bundles in a phenomenal position at 3-0-1. I think it's going to be a pretty tough one here, right? And despite him being 3-0-1, he's already developed at least 700 gold ahead of Storm. Not 1k yet, but he's getting there. It's a slow roll.
Came in, needs to get out of that. Whoa, almost could have caused his demise. But that's concealed out from Leone. Untitled should relay this info. SkyZ and Rossi working together, and look at Momo. So far back. The awareness from MV is there.
At least for him, it's going to be just understanding that we don't know where Rossi is going to be, right? There's potential that he gets dove. He doesn't have his flicker. All he has is the final slash, so he has to make some hard predictions, and that's just not good enough in these states. Luckily, he does have Uni to kind of bail him out, right? Hovering around this side of the map, revealing Rossi alongside SkyZ. They make cross-map play on the bottom by cutting off resources and then going for the T1.
Nothing that Siska can do. Ruff just got his Sky Piercer too. None of Purify forced out. Bondo loses his. The presence of Leone makes it very hard for Untitled to commit him in. He's gonna try and do something, but him alone isn't enough.
He's finding some, at least some pretty sick movements. Gets that Purify out, and now he's hoping to eventually do it again. But again, this turtle uncontestable as long as Leone has eyes in your territory. This man just an absolute stalker.
They see Momo. Can this be the target? No Tsunami Slam. Sadly, used it on Bondos early on. And look at the amount of space that MV is taking. They are deep in Untitled's jungle.
Untitled unfortunately can't really defend against it, right? You would imagine that the T1s on top side will give you a safe haven, but it really isn't, right? MV just stealing caps. Oh, Rossi had an opportunity there.
Oh, that window has passed. This guy also can't really hold on for too long.
Keeman's gonna break down the T1 down on bottom side, and as we see the rotations being made, at least Keeman is trying to do something, right? He's given up the objectives that he really had no business trying to contest. Momo gets on top of him for free, but he's gonna get caught.
He is so dead, Keeman.
Oh,
Guy Piercer.
too much. Opposite end, the cross map play is a little slow, but Untitled should be able to find a T1 on the top side. They should go down relatively quick as they make sure that nobody can rotate through the river safely.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Leonie continues to be a menace, and MV systematically taking down the structures and taking control of the maps. This guy is very dangerously low. No more traction pulse. Good dodge from this guy with the immunity. So no tectonic charge for MV for now, but that purple buff without Keeman's presence is most likely going to go over to MV, and that will be the case.
Sigh of relief, at least for Untitled, that the onslaught has finally stopped. MV, 3.7k lead. We look at the item list, and it's a pretty big item power spike coming in from Ruff, right? He's working with 3 completed items compared to 1 component, 1 full item, and 2 daggers from Sky Z. In terms of like raw power, Uni, he's very close to getting the blade armor, and once he does, I don't think Storm is going to be able to play the game.
Yeah. Even with this guy, I think he's struggling. First item, Dom Eyes. That's quite an intentional buy too.
I mean, he knows that Arlet is sustainable because every time he uses that Vengeance, he gets a little bit of HP back. If he can deny that, that'll be fine because he sure as hell isn't worried about Arlet's attack speed or even Ruff's attack speed.
I don't think they can contest his Lord. He only soaking up damage just with his shoes, man. I don't know how Untitled is going to do this. If they try, they better have a damn good plan. Because Rossi is not going to pull the trigger. The Lord gets resetted, and MV gets right back to work.
They're dancing around a little too long. Bot wave pushing in favor of MV. They're going to get a T2 off of this the longer they drag this out. But Uni, oh no, they're forcing it. Uni's too low.
They're going to try. Rossi goes in, but Keeman isn't around, so there's no steal chances for Untitled. MV being a pretty safe Lord.
So dangerous there. So dangerous. A bit of a coin flip that I don't think MV necessarily needed to make. At the end, at least we see that Untitled is able to secure that bot wave. Top side, we have the Lord already pushing with the Lord empowered minions. I want to see this mid-tier 1 break. Let's see the play from Leonie.
Will he commit?
Oh.
I think, yeah, Leonie just standing there is more than enough. Could do some heavy damage to the inhibitor, so at least pop the Holy Shield. Because that purple buff is gonna be gone.
The only person losing out in all of these fights has to be Keeman, right? He wants to farm, he's looking for some side lane pressure, but it's Lord empowered minions. He's already got the Brute Force breastplate. That's going to be helpful, especially if he can stack it up before you get hit by the tectonic charge. Now with T2 on the top side and Luminous Lord, a regular Lord going to walk on through, all outer turrets just fall into the hands of MV.
The Holy Shields, they should be able to hold the fort. Banner's Rage as well, so good clear, so they will give Keeman permission to keep on pushing bottom. MV, no angle to pull the trigger, so Lord gets taken care of. Keeman finds the bottom tier 2, and sadly, Uni can only cut the wave. Divine Glaive for Bondos, Untitled, they hold the fort, but this goal lead continues to extend for MV. We're now sitting at 5.2k.
MV just playing maintenance right now, right? They're not extending their leads further than they have to. I think they've been playing a pretty clean game overall. This is a very different side of MV than what I'm used to seeing. I'm expecting more brawls to actually happen, more individuals trying to set up plays and bait their opponents. I'm getting none of that from MV. They are playing stone cold right now, and Untitled keeps smashing and breaking their nose across the wall.
Does reflect Sora's approach to the game, right? Very textbook, very by the fundamentals. Since it was used by Leonie, MV looking for the bottom tier 2. We'll find it, not a problem.
Yeah.
Keeman for the top.
Not finding much off of this. Keeman might get a T2 on top side, and I don't think they can really do much about it. Momo will make it in time, so it's just structural damage. Yeah, they're just waiting for the next neutral objective, right? MB don't want to put themselves in a position where they give a free fight to Untitled, because right now they have the lead. And if they trade 1 for 1, it's actually more in favor for Untitled. And let me just double check the KDs. Yeah, other than Bondos, which is a very slight bounty, it's not enough to truly swing the game in Untitled's favor.
In fact, I think 2k of the gold lead that MB has is on the roamer's role, right? So perhaps the core, like, you know, between Stoem and Bondo, Skyset and Ruff is not too big of a difference. It could be that case.
It could be, actually. I think I'm trying to get behind the idea, and the more I think about it, the more it makes us a lot of sense. Now with the expanding rivers, I would have imagined that MB would be in a better position, right? It's slow compounding interest, and Untitled are really struggling to breathe at this stage of the game, right? I mean, a good reflection of this has to be Keeman. He's level 14 to Uni's level 14. I think he would have been further behind if he wasn't able to get that split push in the first place, but it becomes clear when you look at SkyZ. 2 kills up on Ruff, who's 1-0-2, yet Ruff is 2 levels ahead of him, as a matter of fact. Leone, at a baseline, your supports should be at the same level. Just goes to show what Leone was able to provide during the early and mid.
They can defend this lore somehow without losing a single inhibitor. That would be the best case scenario.
I don't think it's possible.
But I don't think it's possible. I agree.
really don't. I feel like with Ruff sieging potential, how far Momo and Uni can actually stand up in front, specifically Uni in this case, right? He doesn't mind dying at this stage because he's very useless in these sieges. He's waiting for those inhibitors to break.
And Ruff is literally outplaying Keeman. Oh, the Phantom Execution even gets cancelled by the wall. Lord is up top, there it goes. Tsunami Slam actually doesn't grab anyone. Bondo just goes into the Brilliance.
Okay, no Brilliance to play with. Untitled might have an opportunity here.
No, Fraction Pulse, actually. I thought they went for the Tsunami Slam. It's okay, there's still the Purify to deal with it. There's one inhibitor go down. Siska very deep in. Wishing Lantern for Bondos. Leone with the conceal. Rossi tries to go for the grab. Landis Rage is not out! They disable Skyzer so he cannot contribute, and it's just too late when he finally comes to his senses. MV just better with the counter engage, more than prepared, a wild oil machine, Untitled with 3 deaths and a Baron base, spells, another loss in the regular season, and that makes it 4-0-2s back to back to back to back. MV gains another 3 points.
Oh my goodness, MV, that was a scary game number 2. Leone, you gotta get this Grok off of him, man. You gotta get it off of him. He's canceling abilities that he doesn't even see physically on his screen. How is he doing this? How does he get the timing down to a T? A split second later, a split second before could have been a world of difference for Untitled.
Devastation doesn't even begin to describe what Untitled must be feeling right now. Playoff chances. It hung in the balance prior to this, but now it might have been extinguished. It really depends on the stars aligning. We still have a lot of games for the rest of the teams, but it might just have to come down to fate.
It's getting slimmer and slimmer. The odds are not in their favor right now. This is going to be quite the comeback story if Untitled still make it into the playoffs. Even so, a good showing from MV's side. The cleanest game we've seen so far, but again, minimal lead. This is not a 10k checkmate angle that we all talk about. This is 5k that they were working with. Hyper efficient. Now, it's time to throw it over to Rose to have an interview with some of the boys from MV to check up on how they feel. Rose, how...
2-3 mata penuh untuk Monster Vicious. Dan sekarang Rose bersama dengan Leone dan juga kita punya birthday boy, Momo. Hi guys, congratulations.
Ya,
Leone happy hari ni?
happy dong.
Happy. Now, Rose tengah cerita that actually Leone untuk musim ini debut di MPL ya?
Debut ya benar.
Debut, best gak?
Ya, ini kan debut ya. Ya kita pasti semangat lah, karena ini semangat baru juga kan. Terus juga gua juga rookie di sini, ya gua try yang terbaik aja lah.
Suka gak environment dekat Malai ni? Dia punya environment, dia punya fans. Okay, suka?
Oke. Halo Bang Respin, oi.
Okay. Now, dengar cerita Leone ni very outgoing personality. Suka buat kawan, suka borak dengan kawan. So, Leone, siapa bestie awak dalam Monster Vicious? Siapa yang you selalu kacau?
Udah tebak kan ya?
Udah,
Dari
udah
mata, dari ya gitulah.
So, selalu bestie dengan Momo.
Saya dibully terus. Saya minta tolong ya kalau bisa ada.
Kenapa bestie dengan Momo? Kenapa sih? Best ke?
Best lah, ada best lah.
Best.
Aman aja. Semua sebenarnya sih ya saya enak ada sini lah.
Enak.
Sama teman-teman juga enak ngobrolnya, canten juga bisa, semua bisa lah pokoknya lah.
Nampaknya Leo ni memang nak sangat pegang mic excited hari ni. Momo pun cakap, dia dah lama dah tunggu. Now, since dah lama dah tunggu, kalau kita tengok di game pertama, it was a very 50-50. Dua-dua memang sakit jantung nak tengok game tu.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure main pun sakit jantung. Tapi kalau kita tengok dari fasa early game, actually mid game, Untitled dapat pegang game tu. And dorang selalu lock Leonie. Apa rasa Leonie masa kena lock macam tu? Selalu bait Grok punya ulti, flicker.
Gak apa-apa, tumbal.
Enggak apa-apa aja. Lepas tu macam mana Leonie dapat kekal momentum dengan mindset untuk mendapatkan comeback di late game?
Gak tahu.
Enggak tahu.
Main aja, tiba-tiba
Main
menang.
aja, santai, sabar.
Yang penting enjoy.
Yang penting enjoy. Ro suka benda tu. Kalau tak enjoy nanti cepat kalah kan?
Ya, benar.
Benar. Thank you very much Leonie. Tadi kita dah saksikan a best of 3, 2-0. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Siapa? Momo! Kita punya birthday boy. Guys, berikanlah tepukan. Hari ni Momo punya birthday tau. Happy birthday Momo.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your win today. Now, Momo, how are you feeling? Dah nampak Momo punya momentum bit by bit dah kembali dah.
Feeling good lah.
Feeling good. So, kita dah cakap pasal momentum Momo yang tengah kembali ni. Is this beneficial for you untuk your preparation untuk SEA Games? So,
Untuk
nampaknya,
SEA Games?
untuk preparation SEA Games.
Mungkin boleh improve lagi lah dari masa ke masa.
Apa yang you rasa paling penting yang you kena improvekan sebelum SEA Games?
Mungkin mentality lah. Itu yang paling penting lah.
Mentality. I agree sebab kita akan jumpa banyak veteran kan dekat SEA Games. Now Momo, kalau kita nak bezakan lah Momo season ni dengan season lepas, apa yang benda yang paling besar lah yang berubah?
Besar mungkin gameplay lah. Itu yang paling besar saya rasa.
Kenapa?
Kenapa mungkin saya dah makin improve dan saya akan keep improve lah.
Okay. And of course, daripada musim 13, Monster Vicious tak pernah lagi menang kalau lawan Homeboys. And Homeboys is going to be your next match. So, betapa yakinnya Momo kali ni that korang actually dah boleh menang lawan Homeboys?
100% lah yakin boleh menang lawan boys.
Kenapa pula? Sebab dah ada Momo?
Kan sebab ada Leon ni.
Sebab ada Leonie ke ada... Kelakar juga budak ni. I like. And of course, before we wrap up this interview, Momo adalah seorang yang tercalon untuk legenda musim ini. You rasa terharu ke bila Chiku announce hari tu that you're one of the legenda shortlisted untuk tahun ni? Sorry, longlisted.
Terharu juga sebab tak expect tersenarai lah.
Apa yang goal Momo?
Sorry?
Apa yang goal Momo? Personal goal Momo? Menang legenda ke tak kisah pasal legenda?
Senang goal memang nak fokus improve diri sendiri dan champion lah. Itu first goal lah.
Memang champion mentality lah Momo season ni.
Betul.
Ready to go M7?
Ya, ready.
Wow, itu yang kita nak, keyakinan Momo untuk pergi ke M7. Thank you very much Momo. Is there anything yang nak cakap kepada fans?
Thank you kepada fan Monster Vision dan fans Untitled. Keep support us dan jumpa korang pada hari Ahad nanti.
Alright, thank you very much Monster Vicious. And sekali lagi, congratulations sebab menang 3 mata penuh. And with that, let us right back to the casters to analyse apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Our MVP of the game going over to your boy here, Momo, a registered No, you know what? I'm not going to go that direction. He is the man, the myth, the legend. Going to be a legend in his own right. Nominated for the award. 70% kill participation, but 1,000... Oh my god, I missed like an entire decibel there. 1,492 in terms of damage per minute. 598, a better score line for his GPM compared to game number 1, but this one was so much cleaner. Look at his item build, right? He's even going... he's even making sure that he has the Fury Hammer for that extra bit of damage.
And this game, unlike the last game, Momo didn't have to really put his life on the line too often. It's a lot more straightforward, and MV were able to play a more textbook style of games, right? There's nothing fancy in this game too. It's all about, you get Untitled in an uncomfortable spot, you identify their weak spots, and you start choking them out.
Yeah, and I mean, in teamfights it became even harder, right? Because now you have two engagements that actually work in tandem with each other. One more significantly more powerful if Momo starts it off for you, and then you disposition them into the tectonic charge. Then you've got way more issues to deal with, all of which Momo was able to just be that threat, that looming threat. Leone had a great game. Don't get me wrong, his early game was like, wow, why is he allowed to do this? This feels illegal.
Though I also kind of felt like after thinking through it, the drafts for both games is Untitled really addressing the issue, right? Like, are they addressing it from the draft's perspective? Because it sort of feels like that Untitled, they wanted to change the gameplay a little bit.
Yes.
But it put them in a worse position because they're not really addressing what MV is bringing to the table.
That's the thing. It's all about pressure, right? How much pressure can you start applying to your opponents? And if the early game just doesn't go in your favor, it's just a downhill slope from that point onwards, right? Kimmy was a good idea, Lancelot was a good idea, but if you're leaving Baxia open, if you're playing Kalia into Grok, it just doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, it really feels like Untitled that they didn't want to make too much changes, they didn't switch up the draft too much. This is, I think, the third Kalia game they played, if we just take Vamos the series, right? So,
yeah.
Out of 4 games, they played 3 games of Kalia. With the Beatrix too, I feel like some changes needed to make to start from the draft itself.
It feels insane that they're just hitting their head against the wall without really changing anything else. Some may say there might be a spicy outlook on the game. Husky, do you have any hot takes, as some may call it? Because your minute is about to start.
All right, put the camera in, put the clock out. Let me just get into my hot takes phase. So, they call it hot takes, but sometimes I would like to call it cope take. You know why? Because I really love Untitled as a team. And first of all, I want to say, they're not a bad team. Sure, they won 1 series, they dropped 4 series in a row, but when you think of it, there are a lot of things that they did right. But I'm not here to talk about what they did good, I'm here to give you something that you might agree on. First of all, Untitled not addressing their main issues in the draft, right? They're picking heroes that they're comfortable with, but they're not directly dealing with what the enemy is bringing to the table. We saw the Arlet, we saw the Grok, no address at all. They pick heroes like Kalia, but they are not allowing Rasi to do their job in the draft as well. Something that Coach Dio might need to look into. Second of all, I think our teams need to start appreciating heroes like Arlet and Grok a lot more. Setup heroes are everything. Crowd control, wins you games, wins you fights. But here in the Brawl server, we only like to fight. Maybe having setup heroes will make fights easier? Food for thought. That's my 1 minute. Get more setup heroes, fight better, win games.
Still, with 2 seconds left on the clock, those are your hot takes coming in from Husky. Let's quickly jump on over and look at the item build for the post-game match, just to get a rough idea of how exactly this actually progressed. Because the earlier stages of the game, the biggest problem for Kimmy are Baxia and anybody who is able to utilize either the Blade Armor alongside with the Radiant Armor. Now in Momo's case, he is more of like, I'm here to clean you up, so I don't need the Radiant Armor. I just need a bit of shields, a bit of MR to survive the initial burst, and then I'm gonna cut you down with like your butter, right? On the opposite end, Leone, having both literally in front of the face of Storm, did not fear for his life at all. Nobody really can put him in that position. Nobody can threaten him other than SkyZ. And even SkyZ, he learned his lesson from that previous game. I cannot afford to die. There are some spaces I just cannot take. That vacuum is too much.
And the final defense was really proved that point, right? They were about to get a full combo, and guess who stopped SkyZ? It's either Leone or Momo, right? Couldn't get the Bandit Rage off, and SkyZ really tried. But this game, Siska was also put in a spot where, unlike having Lapu or Esmeralda, he is not the one that makes the play. He's the one that's trying to stop the play from MV, but there's just no way to do so with a hero like Blue. Oh, you think that you are durable? Boom, Sky Piercer in your face. Boom, true damage from the Lunox. It is... I feel like it's an outdraft from MV because Untitled with this Kimmy pick, didn't solve any issues, but created a lot more problems for themselves.
I think the idea behind Glute isn't that bad, right? Because if you're going for a tank, Uranus or Esmeralda are usually the ones you start thinking of, but they don't really synergize with your team, or does it really answer many of the questions from the side of MV? Maybe your laning phase might be slightly better, and I think either or. Siska came out of the laning phase pretty healthy overall. It's just, unfortunately, the mechanical mistakes of, oh, I have to wait for you to use an ability first. I need to make sure that you don't have your anti-CC, because again, we've seen too many times in Game 2 specifically that Leone is canceling people's ult without having to do much. It's just great timing on Leone's part.
Yeah, not only dealing damage to the base of Untitled, dealing damage in the economy, but I think mental damage is also there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You start playing really scared, you start second guessing, and that's a mental block that even the most experienced teams run into, and it was very apparent for Untitled side in game number 2. Really on the ropes. I mean, they have had 4 series losses consecutively, 3 0-2s, 1 1-2, and that was against Todak.
Yep.
4 points still on the leaderboard. 4 more series left. 1 is against SRG OG, so I think a lot of people will count that out already.
Yeah.
So there's 5 series losses, 3 more to go, and it's not easy games. They have Team Ray tomorrow. Maybe that will restore their faith, but even Team Ray, they got Arrow 404 in now.
Yeah, they got Arrow 404 in. That probably will start changing up how the matchup will look like. I don't know. I'm scared for the team because it hurts confidence, right? Coming into taking so many series losses against teams that are not at their tip-top shape as well, right? We look at the highlights, and these early game scenarios probably shouldn't have happened, right? Yes, you did die early in the Siska did die in the early stages of the game. Obviously, would have liked not to, but these plays being set up by not only Leone, but even Momo, it really capitalizes on, hey, does Untitled make a mistake? And if they do, can Momo catch them, right? Because Ruff is good at chasing people down, but if nobody is able to even slow them or peel for him, then it becomes a solo job. And that's something that Ruff is not somebody that you can depend on, where it's like, I want one guy to clear everybody. No, let's get 3 guys. Sora Byron has instilled it into every single member of MV.
Look at Leone, man. And that tectonic charge won them the game. Because Sky said he was ready. He was about to unleash a full-on rocket barrage, but then Leone did the work and then stopped Untitled's only win condition. And I think something that I feel like we've talked about this every now and then for multiple seasons, teams needs to decide to let go of turtles if they cannot contest.
Yes, they can't decide while they're on their way there. They need to make an executive decision. Because we saw the laners, how much they are losing because of these choices. Oh, Siska, I need you here right now. We're not sure whether we're going to take it, but let's position ourselves around the turtle. And while he's doing it, he's losing like a wave and a half while just hovering.
Yeah, and at one point you have to just call it quits, right? Give the turtle, go back to lane. If your jungler commits, then he dies, right? And whatever, there's nothing much you could do. He needs to start understanding it. Because I feel like if we can see it, if the general public can see it, what is stopping the teams from recognizing that?
Exactly. They got to make executive decisions. I feel like nobody wants to be the bad guy because it's like, you never know if like a variable changes and it's like, man, we missed it because we weren't in position,
Unfortunate.
Well,
that's in the past. We got another big one coming up.
Yes.
Arrow against CG.
This one's going to be a little bit spicier. I don't know about Arrow though, but we'll see whether or not their performance today is going to give us a rough idea of where they're going to place by the end of the regular season, because right now CG stocks are looking so good, so high, and I think that the fact that they were able to take a game off of SRG is sentiment enough for a lot of fans to be like, this could be the squad.
Yeah, and MV with this win could also put themselves in a contention for top 3, top 4. They've only lost 1 series, but the series they won were all 2-0. So at least that's 9 points for them.
And they're setting themselves up for victory. So that's why Week 4 is the king-making week for a reason. With that being said, thank you for watching. We're going to go on a short break, but we're also going to throw you the mic check for this previous game before we go on a break and then head on to our second best of 3. We'll catch you back with more MLBB action.
Granger nih.
Mati puri. Sikit mi.
Aku buang puri. Give me one.
Mati.
Granger dah puri.
Dah nawan. Dah aku puri. Aku tangkap dia.
Boleh.
Ibu macam.
Green loncat.
Go.
Depan.
Granger. Ya guys, two engage. Tolong Granger. Go. Granger only. No emo. Siapa play?
Aku ada ulti Zed, aku ada.
Aku depan.
Alert dulu boleh?
Tapi ke
Dia nak maju, dia nak maju.
Okey.
Ayo, jom.
Kalau guys itu guys. Yang ngeprank ya. Yang betul guys.
Siap, guys.
Sesen dulu.
Buat throw ya guys.
Ayo.
Golo. Sama.
Saya Rok.
Aku ada Rok. Lampu Rok. Ni balik Rok.
Mati.
Kasih Romai.
Tengok aku guys.
Battery ada one lagi. Dawan.
Balik Rok.
Kasih main.
Aku low Rok. Sama.
Balik mau.
Balik mau.
Aman. Kau
Kasih.
Tengok aku
Ayo. Gua lihat mau. Gua depan dia guys. Kena semua tuh. Depan.
Bitri guys.
Gua sana gitu.
Tengok aku.
Gua sana.
Bantu.
Main dulu. Santai.
Sama.
Wave dulu.
Kita bisa
Guys. Ya.
Ayo, nice.
Aman. Game kita.
Nice boy.
Berani guys, gua konsil juga. Konsil guys.
Gua majuin.
Jadi kan gue.
Gua tunggu di belakang guys. Aman.
Aku tunduk belakang mau.
Belakangnya mau kering. Ayo kering.
Mati.
Mati.
Nice boy.
Atas.
Lo lantai.
Ambil atas saya. Sandu.
Ni budak ni.
Dah tiro.
Aman.
Nice boy.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah. Nice.
Some nature outpost for me. Crab swings away. SDG bites the damn dust. Chills. Literal chills. And that's it for the MPL Malaysia wrap up. Enjoy your Lapu-Lapu games.
Guys, we are back for some more gameplay from the Futures Pros Tournament.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100+, Fairy, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Hey guys, selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu ke-4 hari pertama. Now, sebelum kita masuk ke last game untuk hari ini, Rose actually nak buat sedikit interview dengan CG Esports sebab dengar cerita diorang ada player baru. So, sorry. FM marah. Hi guys, sorry. Nak kacau sikit, FM dah marah. Rose nak, mana player baru? Ni, player baru. AJ, tu player baru. Sini. Rose nak borak sikit dengan korang.
Hai Ros.
FM ni agak garang ya?
Serius betul dia?
Serius betul. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah good.
Trap, how are you?
Good.
Okay, soalan pertama ke AJ. Kenapa tiba-tiba masuk CG?
First of all, saya nak cakap Alhamdulillah sebab dapat rezeki masuk CG. Yang tanya, saya masuk melalui trial. Actually dari week 1 lagi saya trial.
Oh.
Kedah. Okay. Saya masuk dari week 1 lagi actually. So Alhamdulillah dapat rezeki masuk ke CG.
Tak takut ke? Sebab usually AJ ni main mid. Lepas tu dekat mid tu ada Ciku. Boleh ke kalahkan Ciku?
Itu semua atas tangan coach. Sebab coach yang akan settlekan pasal player lah. Player punya drafter semua kan. Macam tu je.
Okay.
Saya just buat yang terbaik and beat Ciku lah.
Wow, buat yang terbaik dan kalahkan Ciku. One last question. Ni soalan sangat penting. Musim lepas AJ tak main. Adakah masuk CG tak main lagi ke main?
Kita tengok nanti sebab semua keputusan depends on coaching staff. Tapi saya nak cakap Alhamdulillah sebab diorang sudi terima saya, CG Family. Thank you for CG Family, Bos Ciku. Thank you so much. Alright, itu je.
Wah, Bos Ciku. Memang PR train. Dia tak nak keluarkan rahsia dia. Okay, untuk Trap pula. Trap, how are you?
I'm good.
Last week Rose nampak Trap pakai jersey lain. Minggu ni jersey lain. Kenapa tu? Tiba-tiba masuk CG. Dah lama tengah ICG ke baru-baru sahaja?
Mungkin sebab dapat peluang kot. Dapat peluang untuk prove something.
Wow, prove apa tu?
Turun tu. Nak jadi the best goal laner.
Nak jadi the best gold laner. So, I nak tanya, since you said you just nak prove something, adakah you macam dah lama plan nak transfer ke team lain ke memang baru sahaja? Sorry FM ni banyak kacau.
Oh, okay. Sebenarnya tak ada plan kot. Cuma tiba-tiba peluang tu datang sendiri dalam week ni. So, saya terus grab lah sebelum peluang tu hilang.
Okay. Maybe last 2 question. Apa KPI you dalam CG? Nak dapat Savage ke? Nak dapat Maniac ke? Nak pergi M7 ke? Apa KPI? Goal sendiri?
Goal saya cuma nak menang and sama-sama CG ke M7.
Oh. Okay. Oi, ada tepukan. Okay, FM ni semangat sangat. Okay, last question. Siapa yang akan main hari ini? Combo mana? Adakah Ciku akan main, AJ, Trap, Amzik? Apa ceritanya?
Tak boleh beritahu lagi. Nanti tengok atas stage.
Okay lah, thank you very much Trap dan juga AJ. Thank you very much kepada CG juga. Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita throw to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. Interesting that now Boji is taking on multiple roles in different jobs here at the MPL event site here in Dewan Sri Putra for MPL MY Season 16. Thank you to everybody watching locally as well as abroad. My name is Gideon Q. This is Husky here at the desk bringing you the action for what could be a potentially incredible game. We don't know what the lineup finally is going to be for CG Esports, but they will be facing off against Arrow.
Yeah, there's been some interesting transfer. Trap and AJ both alone to CG, but both roles are highly contested because of their legacy player Ciku, who also excels in both roles. But CG did suffer their first ever series loss last week against SRG OG in a 2-1 blinder. Let's see if that's going to give Aero some pointers going up against them.
Well, it wasn't all downs for them, right? I mean, they were able to take a game off of SRG, and I think, a lot of fans out there, considering how new CG is overall, quote-unquote, technically, depending on who you're asking coming into the MPL, it's still a pretty good achievement, right? I think they've set themselves up for success at the very least.
Yeah, and their goal is to get to M7, but they're now at the top of the leaderboard, and there's a chance they will stay there. In fact, interesting fact, they could tie with SRG OG in points.
I mean, they're going to try their absolute best here because they are running on the best possible phones that the league has to offer. We want to thank Infinix because it just launched and is now available at the Infinix TikTok Malaysia to keep up with their products. Because if you are looking for the Infinix GT30, then it comes with a free magnetic cooler. It's even more affordable than the GT30 Pro, which is priced below 1,100 ringgit, and it's the only phone in its price tier that comes with GT triggers, a 1.5K display, and 144 hertz refresh rate. No phone out there in the market is going to be able to give you all of these good performances, steady some may say, and a guaranteed 120 FPS in Mobile Legends with 2 exclusive new colors, one in green and blue, added to the GT30 series. So please pick one up and be like our pro players today.
Yeah, gaming specs that you can usually only find on a PC now built into a phone. How much more do you want to ask for? It's the best out there.
Times have changed, man. Times have changed. We're adding 144 to phones. I don't think anybody will be able to go back once they've experienced it. It might even give them like frequent migraines, to be fair.
I want to play Snake on that refresh rate.
Ooh, Snake. What a game. What a game. Okay. Speaking of games, we still have the one right in front of us. Aero, the current positioning is a little strange, awkward. I mean, they really haven't shown what their identity is supposed to be within the league, and now they're already halfway through the league. I think now more than ever, we need to see series wins.
Yeah, we definitely need to, and Aero also talked about the differences between the change in coaching staff, right? They said last week, they talked about Coach Bam being a lot more one-dimensional, very more linear with the draft, but it's all about winning. But for Coach Tazi, she's encouraging them to expand that hero pool and to try out new stuff.
I mean, it's good to see, right? Making Aero break out of their own little bubble to a degree. With Kusei, Zikif, Kim, Hazel, and as well as Smooth, they have not changed their lineup and they have not taken full advantage of the transfer week. So, sticking with it, a lot of faith in the squad, a lot of investment as well.
Yeah, last season it was Hazel's announcement into Aero during the transfer window that really shook things up and took Aero beyond what they were capable of. But this time, there's no transfer in players, but they did bring in a familiar figure into the tactical coach role. So they have 3 back-end personnel, Tazi, Jifta, and Panda. Not the Panda from Coach Panda, but it's a Bounty Panda.
It's Bounty's Panda, our own local. But now for the lineup for CG Esports, what everybody's been waiting for. Trap, Valence, Chiku, Gary, and Ye3. We're not getting Amzik this time round. They're running Trap.
Yeah, they are, and I'm happy to see Trap back, because back in Team Ray, I felt like he has hit a ceiling. It's either he changed teams or the team changes around him. And in this case, definitely chose the former, where now he gets to play with CG and under Chiku's guidance. It's going to be exciting.
I think obviously fans a little disappointed that they don't see Chiku guys go back onto his traditional role, what he's been building his career upon, but it's an exciting time here today. I hope that this works out the way that we all imagined it to be. Let's have...
Oh, tak try.
Kita kena bagi tahu dia apa yang kita tahu.
Kita orang kan dari MPL. So kita orang sebelum ni kita orang pun tak tahu cara nak ping test semua.
So kalau kau nak tahu ni phone ping test.
Kita tak YouTube.
Korang dari MPL lah ni? Kita budak baru lah semua?
Budak baru. Sini.
Sorry kita budak baru.
Ya ni wifi. Jangan cabut.
Korang baru sekali MPL, kau dah 2 kali MSPC.
A punch for a punch.
So, dia orang banyak Alice tu. Diorang dah tahu Dolip.
Yang cakap Dolip?
Permainan kau.
Kata diorang nanti kat belakang. Kau tahu tak skill vet sana?
Apa dia?
Skill 1 dia macam pening ke orang.
Tahu.
Oh, okay.
Hai cik.
Bukan.
Vibes very different between both of these teams during their ping test mic check. Aero, way more chill, really stoic.
I thought it would be a lot more noisy with people like Kim on the team, Hazel, the chatty ones, but whoever can guess who that line belongs to. gets cookie points.
Gets they do. They will. Now, let's talk about the patch so far, specifically around the Project Nexus. Let's do a bit of a recap between Week 2 and Week 3, because that's when we were introduced to 4 different maps. And here are some of the picks that we've seen, the top picks and as well as top bans for each of these maps.
Yeah, there definitely are some outliers, some duplicates, like Lapu Lapu basically showing up in the top picks 3 out of the 4 maps. We're seeing Esmeralda in that conversation as well. I'm surprised that we're not seeing, heroes like Cho or Grok more often, especially that Cho, which I felt like, did shot up in priority.
I mean, to be fair, Grok is banned out in Flying Clouds. Oddly specific. Why Flying Clouds? I don't know. But most of the time, it's already banned in a majority of these matches, whether it be in first phase or in the second phase. Grok usually doesn't get let through, especially after Week 3, and the amount of impact we've already seen here in day number 1 of Week number 4. But the uniques, that's where it gets a little strange, right? That's where we see the Rasi going on that Helker, the Zorn going on to the Fanny on Week 2, the Bane Gold. I don't think anybody was expecting that. I'm QT going for the Mincetar Gold as well. I think people have experimented, some with varying degrees of success.
I want to add one more hero to the pool in the Rome role, also played by Rasi, which was the Glue 2. That one didn't work out as well, sadly. It was a back-to-back Glue and Helker Rome. Out of these 4 picks, only the Bane really has a place in that goaling. I think that Mincetar was more of a situational pick, but if you want more consistency, you want more higher rate of success, I definitely go for Bane.
But that's the thing, right? Now that the patch so far has already kind of predetermined some of the unique picks, and more than not, everything seems to be stable, I feel that the hot fix to the roamers, probably we won't see these unique picks anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, XP decreased, right? But we have a question for you, Scanner QR code to answer. Do you think CG can keep the momentum and plow through the rest of the matches? A, yes, they will ride the wave and dominate. B, maybe, depends on their draft and focus. And C, no, they will still need to adapt to the champion mentality.
Champion mentality. Interesting. It's very subjective what champion mentality means. We'll let you decide however you want to interpret it. But I feel like A is slightly biased. It's like, yes, they will ride the wave and dominate. It's like, what are we getting? Expanding rivers straight away? How do we know? It's a 1 in 4 chance. We don't know for certain.
Yeah, and if they actually win all of their series 2-0 from this point onwards, the only way for them to not to fall out of first place by the end of regular season is for SRG OG to do the exact same thing, because the SRG OG wins head-to-head, so CG still have a very good chance of taking first seed.
What do they need? Like, what, 2 more game wins? Ideally 1-2-0, and then it doesn't really matter as long as they win the series to almost guarantee themselves like playoff spots at this point. I feel like they're like close, but just in case a random team decides to 2-0 all their series until the very end, that could change the numbers.
And we did float the idea last week that Toda can overtake CG mathematically, but if CG wins this series, yeah, that wouldn't happen.
It's looking a lot less likely. But even so, Arrow, very unique position, because I feel like CG, it's clear how they play the game. They play like veterans, right? A lot of their calls are, we're going to die on this hill, whether the decision is good or bad. How we're going to do it is going to be communicated well. They've had some really clean games. They have, more importantly, I think their fundamentals are just so solid.
Yeah, even, and then you look at Arrow, who are still trying to find that identity, which sort of was lost when you compare to last season. They have come off of some pretty tough losses, right?
Yes.
They lost to SRG OG. It's like, okay, that one is understandable. But they lost against Vamos, and they got crushed by Vamos. And this is another strong opponent that doesn't beat you in fancy ways. They just beat you with the pure basics of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's good enough, especially considering what MPL MY has to offer right now until the competition gets a little bit tougher. And I think it's only going to get tougher once the pressure has been elevated and stakes are higher. I think that Arrow, last week, when they were going for the early Esmeraldas, had a bit of a chit-chat with their analyst. Smooth as a monster on it. Did well in scrims with it, and therefore it comes to the forefront. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Maybe scrims didn't go well. Maybe they're trying something else.
Yeah, and I think a lot of pressure is most likely going to fall on Hazel's shoulder because he's been catching a lot of flack, right? I mean, you put his quote-unquote inflammatory statements aside, like the ego checks. If you look at the gameplay itself and how other junglers have been responding to him and manhandling him, it's going to be a lot of pressure. I think possibly a same position as what Keemin is facing right now, where you are not able to get much going in the jungle role, but even worse, you're getting capped by other junglers.
Yeah, but that's something that the coach is going to look to cover. Now, speaking of coaches, we did get a quote from Tazi. I entered the professional arena because I was given the opportunity to be a coach in MPL. I didn't waste that chance, and now I'm here. As for the competitive scene in MPL MY and ID, I think it's about the same. Ooh, that's a bold statement. In ID, there's the strongest team Onyx. In MY, there's SRG, so there's a lot of homework to do. So there are parallels between MPL ID, and I would agree that we probably mirror MPL ID a little bit better than we do with the other regions.
Yeah, I mean, in recent seasons, we definitely have been catching up, right? I still feel like there's a bit of a gap in the regular season and how the power rankings are, but we're getting there. Season 16 is looking a whole lot better than, last season in comparison.
I will have to wait until playoffs because I have to admit the playoffs was quite a fun time for MPL season 15, but that's not the only quote that we have. We also got a quote from Coach Maria. The person who inspired me to become an analyst is Coach Rex Bin, who rose from analyst to head coach and led Gaiman Gladiators to the grand finals of MWI at MSC 2025. Working behind the scenes, my goal is to understand what it takes to develop the best local coaches.
Yeah, and CG Esports and Aero are two of the teams, I think the only two teams right now that have female coaches, right? It's not easy to come by, especially those who play on that big stage. It's what we're used to, a more male-dominated field, but they have found their own successes, obviously, with Coach Maria being a more newborn coming into this. But I like the inspiration, right? Even Coach Rex Bin of Gaiman Gladiators came from a very different background before he became a coach. And that run at MWI was one for the history books.
For sure, for sure. I definitely think that he's inspired a lot of women across the world to maybe consider picking up an esport of their choice, or at least getting involved with Mobile Legends. Oh, hey. Expanding Rivers. Hey, it's a prod. Who wrote the script? Is this rigged? Did you already know that there was going to be Expanding Rivers? How'd you get answer A to be so accurate?
We're trying to, get rid of the allegations of MPL MY being rigged. Sometimes it's pretty hard.
It's, man, our writing team is making it real difficult for us.
It is. They are. They know the game.
They know the game. All right, let's jump into it. CG did decide to take blue side. First couple of bans, straight away to the assassins. Hayabusa, Fanny, out of there.
Yeah, and again, Hayabusa is such a targeted ban, right? Again, it's another declaration to Hazel and see what else you got. Because aside from Hayabusa, I think it's also quite interesting that from last season till now, people see Hazel and the first thing they think of is just he's only going to Hayabusa and nothing else. Well, I feel like that's not the full story, but the fact that teams are still leaning into it really does prove that maybe he hasn't shown enough on other heroes, and that's what they're trying to force out of him.
Possibly, right? It could be the potential counter picks that they could go for, maybe force him back onto the Joy, maybe force him onto a Yishin Shin because they can guarantee a particular direction or how Arrow play. The Phovius ban?
A lot of dashes.
What?
Harif, Arlet, what else do they have?
I think
Selena.
Yeah, are they gonna give Joy over? Is CJ gonna first pick Joy or something? Are they gonna try and lock him out?
There's the Angela too. If Arrow doesn't ban it out, right? Angela becomes another option.
But it's never been the CG sort of special to be get rid of Angela,
It's definitely not. I mean, we had this discussion, I think, last week. We were talking about the top 3 coaching staffs of MPL MY, right? I mean, CG is obviously on the list.
Oh, yeah.
You have Arcadia, Becky, you have Rain and Cody, and then you have Jespen, also from Homeboys. Apu Lapu band from Arrow. Arrow, huh? That's
It's an odd line of bans, right? Kalia luckily got banned out this time round. Grok's still available. What are the strong first picks? I mean, Yishin Shin is that something that CG wants? Or do they want to force the Eastern Shin onto Arrow side? Unless they're playing double fighters, which technically would work. I mean, Trap does play a pretty mean Ruby.
Yeah, and the 1-1. It was let through. Completely missed that. Trap getting not just a chance of a lifetime to play on CG, but also the 1-1.
Yep, a signature hero coming in from Trap as well. Let's see how Arrow is going to respond, because usually you would have the direct answer and saying, hey, we have the Phobius, so you dash around, you're just going to keep making me more and more invincible, using my iframes to get away with too much in these fights.
There's Farsa too. You pick the Farsa. I mean, banning out the Lapu Lapu does make Farsa slightly more workable, but they are going to take the CC, which I'm completely fine with.
Because I say
the Yishin Shin.
Okay. Expected Yishin Shin from the side of Arrow. The CC just feels like a bit of a no-brainer here because I don't think there's anybody else who's stronger than CC at this point now that Lapu's out of the question. And I mean, even if Fulvius was still around, the CC would have been totally fine. But we have now a fun fact coming in from Coach Rain. I decided to last pick Chiku's hero because he's a flexible player. He can give us an edge in the draft whenever we're lacking a certain aspect. Interesting, because our fun fact also happens to be in 6 out of the 11 games, Coach Rain would last pick Chiku's hero. So this checks up, unless it's Zushin, of course.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to the personnel behind this. Behind this fun fact, we were chatting about it last week also when we were talking about CG, and it's a very interesting observation, right? I think slip a lot of people's mind. That's what opens up CG to such flexible openings, right? Having the Cho come in alongside with the Baxia. Again, shout out to you. I won't reveal your name because that would be doxing.
That would just be doxing.
Yeah.
We'll
shout out.
We'll call him Steve, I guess. Just making up random.
Shout out to you, Mandy.
Yeah. All right. So now the final phase is already done. The Farsa finally gets locked in for the side of Arrow. CG, they responded early with the Cho alongside with the Baxia, so they don't mind this. They have an okay damage profile for the side of Arrow, not a lot of peel in comparison to CG, where they've got a decent amount of CC, a decent amount of early game with just the Baxia alone, and the 1-1 should be pretty self-sustaining. So the question does begin. In the second phase, what supports are we taking out for the side of CG just to make sure that Arrow doesn't have it? And the same goes for Arrow, but instead of the support, they're probably going to be targeting them closer towards the EXP.
You think of Chiku's Lunox too, which has been a big staple pick for CG, so the Lunox man feels like a no-brainer. They also have the good old Odette, which SRG OG gave a lot of respect to in the ban phase. Not only that, I was also thinking, what can Arrow pick after the bans to give them access to CG's backline? Or let's maybe put aside access in the backline, just stopping CG, right? Peeling them away and making sure this 1-1 doesn't become a threat.
That's tough to say.
Yeah,
I think because really it just comes down to, can you get the curtain call to land on 2 people, and that's just one tool in the arsenal to work with.
What about I wonder if the needles and flowers can cleanse the
it can.
the string, right? So it's same as Purify, right?
It's the same as Purify.
Yeah, so it's not a guaranteed crowd control either.
It's not guaranteed, but you can almost guarantee the force out of that Purify. And I think that alone is more important than anything else, because now you have Yishin Shin, who, if I land the turtle boat, you're dead. If I land the stun coming in from Farsa into the Feather Air Strike, you're also dead. Arlen, very good ban from the side of Arrow.
They're left for CG. You could still the other. I'm looking at Arrow, I feel like if you want to run Roman, the high-lows is the next best option. The chip.
I guess. I feel like they want to hold up for maybe in case Arrow doesn't end up giving Gato Kacha over. I think that's the only thing, right? Because Gato works really well with the current call, gives you guaranteed disengage, makes the mid-wave basically like uncontestable, right? It's not because he trades better, he just clears the wave so fast.
I think you can take Gatot here, so at least you get to hide whether it's a double fighter lineup.
Oh, you're right.
You do have the Yishin Shin on your side.
Is a Yishin Shin on their side? Oh, but the Ruby doesn't feel good into the Baxia. I guess it's okay.
DC Go and maybe like an Esma, XP lane. That is one way to deal with it.
Would the CC Gold into 1-1 be good enough? I feel like
not really good actually. I don't feel like it's too good, but you don't get
bodied.
You don't get bodied, yeah.
In comparison to like if you have Ruby, at least it's like, oh, I can at least clear the waves more efficiently. And if you happen to make a mistake, I can punish, I guess.
Actually, you can't engage onto 1-1 if you want, but you have to have max stacks on your passive, and that's why you win the trade against 1-1. Because she does deal bonus damage whenever she procs a weakness point, but she has very little tools to deal against you, especially when Vengeance is up. It's like Vengeance against Inspire. Right?
Yeah, that's
true. Who presses the buttons first.
It's all gonna come down to battle spells, but the glue lock in from Arrow kinda surprising. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a support for Zeke or whether or not they're just gonna keep it as a traditional EXP. Here's the Benedetta alongside with the Odette. Wow!
We did talk about that.
Okay.
Benedetta was also picked once. I remember Benedetta, it was picked when they were up against Untitled, right? Then the Odette, and that's what makes CG such a scary team, right? We just now Coach Train said, Chico is flexible, and he's flexible in terms of the heroes he can bring out. And this Odette is not like new. This is not a new thing, right? He literally picked it on week 1 alongside the Xavier.
Again, all of these picks have been out to the public, and now Arrow, do they have an answer to this? Do they have a means to stop the Swan Song and keep their backline alive? I think Bane is not a bad shout, but they're gonna go for Terizla instead.
You can't go Bane because they already have the glue. I feel like if you review your Roamer, then maybe Bane becomes an option, right? But they did review the glue, and it's still a glue roam. I'm not sure how this is gonna work out though.
It just means that the early invade is probably a no-go coming in from Arrow, especially since it's Boxia, right? So Zikif could try to affect things early on, but it's about maintaining lane pressure, and I think that's gonna be a difficult case with Cho. Seemingly, I'm guessing, is also going to take Concussive Blast. Clearing those waves is not an issue. It's going to be a pretty passive motion for Arrow.
At least they won't fall victim to the Cho Cheese, at least not with the CC or Terizla, so that's something to look out for. But this is the second glue roam we've seen in MPL MY. The first one was used by Rasi, and that was unfortunately a loss. Let's see if Arrow can turn that around.
It might be enough, it might not be enough. The only way to decide it is in the land of Dawn. Welcome, our second game here begins right now in this best of 3 series. It's CG Esports facing off against Arrow Esports, and only one of them can continue to get points and move on. Now, gold, it's going to be CC heading over there instead of the Terizla, understandably so, but this mid lane is going to be the cornerstone of every motion we see from this game.
One good thing about having the Terizla into the Benedetta is that the Benedetta doesn't hurt as much, and you also clear waves relatively fast. But the downside is that the Benedetta moves a lot faster, so Arrow needing to keep up is going to be a tough task. This was sort of what we expected. You know, Kusei can stand in front of Trap and at least help Arrow get priority somewhere, but Zkim is gonna get knocked out by the Jin Kundo, able to barely get away.
Yeah, Hazel comes to respond and Balance doesn't want to trade his life away. It's just not worth the time. Fortunately for Hazel, he did not get the Lethal Wanderer. Retribution not up in time. In terms of emblems, we're seeing 2 Concussive Blasts coming out from the side of CG. Chiku making sure that he's going to have enough damage. Same goes for Ye3 as well. I'm guessing that they're going to target Kim. He's the main damage dealer, but I do get a little worried, right? If they don't get Kim alongside with Hazel and they end up losing Trap, I don't think they can handle Kusei and Smooth by themselves.
I agree. I do wonder if they would look at Hazel and Kim and ask for maybe a rotation down bot. Like, you don't have to necessarily take out Trap, but if you can force him into an uncomfortable spot, I think that's good enough. Because Kusei doesn't have to recall, but the one thing he lacks is that wave clear. So Trap can easily go for these safe recalls, come back to lane, and not really lose anything.
Yeah, speaking of lane states, right? Both Golden as well as EXP, not exactly the most favorable lane states for CG, to be perfectly honest, right? Smooth, he's got a good freeze underneath his own tower. They finally broke the freeze, finally, but he hits level 4 right on time to join this upcoming fight. Down on bot side, Kusei, he's already on the move.
Yeah, Expanding River is going to bring them in. Very early feather airstrike, so Valence eats that up. Smooth was able to find Chiku, who goes into the Swan Song. Kusei tries to follow, but the damage from the Swan Song is pretty nasty. Still though, First Blood goes over the Arrow. They're trying to navigate this the best they can, and all of them somehow get out.
What was that? What happened there? Kim opens up with a feathered airstrike, and then everybody else gets distracted by the Swan Song flicker coming in from both Valence and Chiku. And now they find another one catching Smooth off.
If they can get Valence, that would be a good trade by Valence. Smooth with the movements. Arrow, they lose one, but they get Turtle.
Surprising deaths indeed. I would have imagined that Ye3 should have been able to get out of there, but the early game seems to be heavily in Arrow's favor. Both Terizla as well as CC a lot more sustainable in the earlier stages of the game, but Smooth doesn't mind dying, right? And he held out for so long with 0 stacks of Festival of Blood, so it's not like he had Spell Vamp to begin with.
In the early game, you can afford to power through the Swan Song, but when the game starts going late, when Winter Crown comes out for the Odette, then Arrow will need a different approach. Trap was able to get some decent economy, right? He cleared the bottom lane, he goes mid, he eats up the wave, and he takes a bit of the plating away. So overall, I think for Arrow Esports, not too shabby of a start. Obviously, you would hope to get slightly more out of that, but the fact that they cut their losses was good enough.
And now, I want to see how Zeke is going to be playing this game, right? Because again, the early stages before level 4 is probably going to be the most brutal part. Now in team fights, he's very relevant when he's able to start pulling people out of position, especially if we're thinking of like high priority targets.
That's why CG turns their attention to the bottom lane. Good retribution from Gary. Get rooted down. They want to turn on to Gary. Better airstrike is out. Gary in a very rough spot. Good stuff from Kim. That's the second kill for the Farsa.
That's exactly what you want to do with that glue, right? You're pulling the more immobile members, especially when... Very close. They're almost connecting with the turtle mode, but they've zoned out Trap entirely, right? The gold lead for Kusei by himself, not only from the laning phase, but because he's getting help from the rest of his team, he is skyrocketing. 2 assists as well. Trap has 0 kill participation.
And that's what we wanted to see, right? Aero finally making that rotation and pushing Trap out of the lane, and Kusei can keep doing this. He has 2 choices, right? I can proxy the wave, and then I force you completely away and let my wave crash and die to the turret, or I can shove the wave out, and then because the turtle is at the bottom side, I don't have to worry. I can keep you at bay, and then I call for Smooth to join.
And we talked about fundamentals and timings. Right now, it's pretty good. Oh, the kick onto Zcave.
Oh, the isolation. Zcave, very durable. Goes into the ultimate bomb, and now tries to pull Carry back. Doesn't find it. He hopped off, and then allows Balance to get a good knockoff. He entry to the backline. He's going to explode to the damage. Somehow was able to make it out. Trap finds the kill on the Kusei. The Swan Song unleashed Smooth. Flickers away, knocked out by Balance, concussive blast, not enough, trying to use out a bit longer, but still Gary finds the pick off. Aero, they have ran out of damage, they can't really follow up much more. CG finds 2.
They find 2 and they back out. Zcave, man, he almost had it there. He made that pullback. Kim would have been in a phenomenal position. Kim cannot afford to die. If he's trading battle spells, let it be with Ye 3's ult and Petrify. He got hit by it. Luckily, he didn't get one shot just yet, but this turtle is still up for grabs. Anybody can go for it. Hazel, he's been power farming this entire time, and thanks to that kill on the bot side against Gary, he now has a lead, a clean level lead. And if he does this quick, he should be able to steal it away before Gary hits 9. But no, he's back in the fight.
Also, Shocker is used. Gary trying to find an angle. Smooth's gonna try and body block him. Good stuff! Another feather airstrike follow-up. Balance will not find an opening this time. Aero will get the objective, but CG turns to the macro game, right? Take the top tier 1. But Trap might need a bit of help because Kusei is zoning him away.
Yeah, talk about fundamentals. Right now, CG have 2 major issues that they have to worry about. They can only make sacrifices for one and not the other. I think they made the right choice by taking this T2, but Trap, I think he needs to swap this lane, right? He's not getting enough off of this. He's barely farming as well. Kusei, a full level lead. Unless he is getting humanitarian aid from that mid lane, I don't see this game scaling well for him.
And Balance is also struggling to find these angles too. Zcave is currently not an option, right? You might need Chico to be around if you want to go for the kick. Balance finds the kick on the Kim. Chico now does a full Swan Song, and that's what we talked about. Backup coming in from Gary. 2 Arrow doesn't want to stay there. Gary hops on the Kusei, vengeance. Maybe a bit too late, and Chico finds another.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Chiku's side. An amazing lane gank here, and Valence set it up incredibly. He really sold the idea that they were coming down the riverside, but Chiku was already in lane. We got to see a couple more of that, because Arrow, they're not going to be as creative, but CG still utilizing the fundamentals, understanding what the status quo should be. Trap finally getting his Haas Claw. That's going to keep him in lane a little bit longer. And thank God Smooth shows up here. Trap is more than happy to deal with Smooth.
That's what we talked about, the fundamental checks from CG. And still, Arrow, they did lose that minor goal lead that they had, but it's still an even game. I think coming into this, we saw what CG could do against SRG OG, but against other teams, I think the general consensus is that it's not going to be close, not going to be even remotely close, and yet here we are with Arrow really keeping up with the movement.
It's looking good. Hazel's second item, everybody's hitting their items on time. We got 6 seconds until the next turtle is about to spawn. Trap's got a little bit of items. He might be able to participate, but I don't think that he should. I think that he doesn't provide enough to it. He could be a potential liability if he accidentally falls into one of the globules from blue.
Now they're going to catch Balance again. Balance going to keep that kick. The Petrify was forced up on Yetri by Kusei early on, who was hunting him down as Yetri was trying to be a distraction. So something that Arrow should note out. Kusei needs to communicate that. Without Petrify, it makes Yetri a lot less threatening. Balance sets up the steal into another Swan Song. Smooth comes in with a penalty zone, but they've already lost Hazel, and Smooth cannot do much all on his own unless Kusei can find a return. Chico flickers Kusei on the chase, ties him down. Kusei on a leash. And Arrow still finds 1, but nice. 3 with an assassination on the Kim. CG wants to fight.
Yeah, 3 pulls it back, and now Trap finally gets a push. Kusei, he's going to show up into this lane, but he doesn't have his ult to work with, and that's his big threat against someone like Wanwan. Even so, Trap. He's getting a little more confidence. He got 3 kills off of that, and now he's in a phenomenal position. The whole laning phase down the drain.
And now the goalie skews over the CG for the first time this game. It's still nothing substantial, under 1,000. But I gotta say, Valence on point with these setups. And he has been so for the entirety of the regular season. Aero needs to put more respect on it. Trap easily purifies away. ZK flickers on him. Trap gets stuck on, but the Swan Song setup is there with Valence. Trap still goes down though. And I think that's more than enough for Aero. Smooth is coming in. Valence and Chico. I'm not sure if we want to stay there. We Smooth around, but Smooth commits on the Chico. No flicker, no Swan Song. But they need a bit of follow-up. ZK, can he keep up? Valence able to bail him out. Gary with the body block, so Chico escapes.
What? But why? But why? Was Smooth that confident he was going to kill? I mean, he did the combination the wrong way over. He probably should have set it up with the Executioner Strike before going in with the 3 swings. Definitely a kill angle for sure, but I guess Gary, he did come in at the right time. Saved him in the middle of that combo. Oh!
Whoa.
I like the final blow that does good work. And it chunks him out for 50%. Hazel lost 50% of his HP for that.
Really good stuff from Year 3. But I think, for Aero, it's not too bad of an approach, right? You are forcing out crucial resources from TG. DK, good body block. No setup.
Again, it's really between Valence and ZK for right now. Valence has been finding some amazing flank angles, some great angles to kick them back into the Swan Song. He might find one again. Nope, gets out.
ZK is going to keep him in place. Fusei with another tie down. The current call, Valence blown up. Year3 looks for Kim, couldn't find a full kill, but Smooth's going to get abandoned. Hazel looks for Year3, a 1v1, breaks out in the jungle. Year3 to navigate, good dodge for the turtle bow. Year3 trying to run away, but Hazel is going to cut him down. And Aero finds 2.
Now, they're turning the score into their favor. Aero, the lead in hand, 500, and a good timing on these fights. They can almost guarantee this Lord. It's a 50-50 between Gary alongside with Hazel, but Hazel is 2 levels up, an advantage for him. It's looking more 60-40. Not even going to make the attempt. Good stuff coming in from Aero.
Very, very clean game, Aero. Now we'll assume more control of the game for the first time. With that lore, let's see how much damage they can deal, because so far no structures have gone down on CG side just yet.
No, not yet. But Aero, they're going to start pushing back. And they're going to be pushing back as fast as possible, right? With their missing mid T1, they need to at least open up the map by cracking the opposing mid T1, but I don't think they're going to make it easy here. They've got so many resources down there. Oh, at least they know where Valence is.
The full damage Benedetta too, contrary to the semi-tank Benedetta we saw last time Year3 played it. Very good control. ZK, he wants more. Runs into 4 people, instantly backs off. Valence not confident with the setup yet. But Aero has the full team here.
Yeah, they're not even going to go for the split push. I guess it's a little too dangerous? I don't know. Not 100% sure why they didn't send somebody into the side lane, or at least like smooth at the bare minimum, maybe even Kusei, right? But I guess they just didn't have the information until CG started to show themselves, and even Year3 showing up into the mid lane before they could reconfirm. Even so, there's still at least 110 seconds until the Lord actually spawns, and Aero have not been really converging big swings in their favor. They got a 3.2k, but it's slowly incrementing.
I will say that I like the confidence from Kim too, right? With the flicker instead of a purify. They find Gary though, and they're just starting to hurt Gary. Can he run away? Nope. Kim. Quick snipe. ZK flicker to safety. Here comes Valence. He'll have to find a kick. Year3 petrified to the back line. Trying to cut them all down, but Year3 can't do it all of his own. And Smooth, counter-engage, 3-minute penalty strike. Year3 escapes, Valence tries to do another set of the Swan Song. Good from Chico, and he flickers in for 2. The crossbow tank goes off. Trap allowed to do work. Even trade that becomes Hazel favorite. Can Year3 come in and clean up? And the air try, Year3!
Oh my god.
So close! But Aero finds the wipeout.
A full wipeout here. Kim literally on 1 sliver of health. If he was a little less accurate, a little less slow, maybe Year3 could have been the one with the wipeout at the very end. He's Kim even taking into precaution. Hey, I'm going to get that winner crown. I got to deny the crossbow tank, but I also, just in case, need to not die to Year3 because he's been gunning for Kim this entire game. All 3 big team fights, it's Year3 looking to cancel Feathered Airstrike.
Kim has been good on it too. Again, the flicker made all the difference. And now it's 20 seconds until the next Lord spawns in the bottom lane, so Aero will shoot set up top. They spot balance now. He actually making his way to the mid lane too.
Now, when we look into the player head-to-head, you can tell that a majority of these winning games from CG's side is inflated Chiku guys' stats when it comes down to damage done. Because gold per minute is looking a little more even than I would have liked to imagine. There's only 27 worth of GPM difference. In terms of kill participation, there is a little bit more, but that's true to the brand of Kim. He's very playing for his team, right? He will sacrifice anything necessary to make it happen. And now Zeke is at the point where he can actually tank these shots coming in from Gary for as long as he needs to.
Balance will be waiting in the wings, immortality online, so Balance with a bit more agency to throw his body for that setup. We see how much damage Chiku can deal with the Swan Song, not to mention allowing Trap to have space to get that crossbow tang. They should spot Balance now, coming in with the conceal, the setup onto Smooth. And Smooth survived because they've already lost Kusa. Ye3 with the kill, Smooth finds Trap, they need to blast him, Trap goes into the air as Ye3 stalls out Kim. A pincer maneuver that worked in favor of CG lands them 3.
And yeah, 3, he finds 2 easily. Easily 2. He's got the damage, he's got the numbers. Your Winter Crown ain't protecting you from anything, Kim, unfortunately. That's just way too much burst coming in from Yeah 3's side. 3 members end up going down, but let's look at the instant replay, because this all starts with Yeah 3 finding the initial solo kill onto Kusei before he gets on top of Kim. And Kim, he unleashed at least 2 of those feathered airstrikes. 3, if we're being really particular. I would say 2 because 1 technically missed, but overall, it's just so hard to fight into the 5 members of CG when Chiku is that anchor.
Not only that, if he got 1 more salvo off, that was Trap dead for sure. So Ye3 essentially saved that fight. And not only saved, they won it for the team. Now Aero has to deal with the Lord. Hazel gets his own Winter Crown now. Lord coming in the top lane.
Yeah, everybody needs to have a Winter Crown, especially since Wanwan is at a point where she's already scaled, level 15, and we're already in the later stages of the game. Built up like a truck, hurts so much. Trinity build, of course, naturally. Just without the golden staff. The hard part here is Aero just can't walk up, right? It's really hard to conquer space or reclaim territory from CG.
And Waveler not the best either. Only Kim can clear waves effectively compared to everyone else. That's sort of the weakness of a double fighter comp. You do struggle in base defense the later the game goes. Not to mention that there's always the threat of Balance. Ye3 with the dive, but the airstrike used very early. Balance finds another kick. Kim reposition, tries to get away from the Swan Storm, but the double Winter Crown, they're dead! They're both gonna go into the grave, and Chico finds a double kill. Smooth a bit late with the penalty zone, but CG finds a wipeout. And game 1, done and dusted just like that.
And that's what I'm talking about. Just strong fundamentals, quick decisions, not a lot of time wasted. The only time that Balance was allowed to waste is when he's looking for those angles to kick him back into the Swan Song. And CG come up on top. This is probably a good showing for at least Trap. Losing the earlier stages of the game, as expected as a 1-1, but brings it back after 2 fights to show, hey, I've scaled and I'm ready to dance.
Yep, it's a good adaptation from CG too, right? They never let their foot off the gas, even though they've lost a couple of fights, but they understood that they were never too far behind. I gotta, again, Balance. His setups were immaculate, as always.
Really good stuff. It's great to have him back in the league here. But something for Aero to think about, because they had the lead, they had everything going for them, but they just never extended it when I think their composition really needed that, right? There were some winning fights that got down to the wire. Obviously, the 5v5 that ended up just being Kim at the end of it. But prior to that, why aren't we invading? Why aren't we looking to punish this Baxia more?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Maybe because it was a glue roam, there could be some limitations to the draft. But I think Aero deserves some credit as well for making it closer than I think a lot of people expected it to be.
Yeah, which makes me excited for game number 2, right? Because in terms of adaptations, there's not a lot that they really need to do. It's just quicker decisions, and I think they'll be able to position themselves a little bit better. Obviously, there's got to be a little bit less tunnel visioning of, we have to kill this guy, we are ruining our composition because we are letting Kim get attacked like this, but who else was supposed to protect him from Benedetta other than himself?
Yeah, no one. That's why he took the flicker, which again, I think Kusei up to that point was doing a pretty decent job of keeping Ye3 in check, but once you have to play into the Swan Song, into the crossbow tang, that's where trouble starts.
Yeah, there's kind of no winning in that position. I think that like they should have tried to end the game as soon as possible. They had quite the lead on Hazel as well. To 2-level lead for these neutral objectives, right? And I think that they probably could have gone for some bigger invades at the end of the day, because the only thing that is a problem is the Swan Song. Without any Swan Song, you have a huge window to work with.
Yeah. Maybe Smooth has to pull the trigger, I don't know, right? Like with the Turris Luck.
It could be,
you know, it's like,
yeah,
a lot of variables.
Not only are there a lot of variables, there is a direct, oh, this is the only thing that cancels it, right? So you're holding on until it finally happens. But until then, let's look at our MVP in the back of the stage. Let's give it up for Ye3. It's great to see Benedetta being the most valuable player on their side of the map.
Yeah, some people might say he is the second best XP laner aside from Cram. He tried to be better than Cram. Either way, his performance in CG since week 1 have been, to say the least, magnificent.
Yes, he's done a very good job. I think he's curbed a lot of his like early career problems where he was just fighting too hard, or yes, he's got mechanics, but he kind of like zones out. But then you now look at him, very precise, knows exactly when he needs to be in certain positions, and more importantly, great eye for opportunity on top of the mechanics. His build, full damage, of course. He did start off with a Hunter Strike, which I thought was strange, especially if he was planning on going for the full damage build anyways. Why not go straight into the Heptaseed, you know? Sorry, the Sea Halberd.
That's true. Didn't matter in the end though. He just, I wonder how he one-shot the Crusade. That's what I want to know.
I think by the time he got the Heptaseed, that's when he had enough burst damage, because that's the main thing, right? You show up, you've got the penetration, you've got the raw numbers, but you don't have that insane like quick snap. And that's when you have, you know, Endless Battle. That's when you eventually get the Heptaseed to make sure you find it. Because Kim did not stand a chance as soon as he came out of that Winter Crown. He died instantly. 2 items only complete Winter Lightning Truncheon alongside the Glowing Wand. Sorry, mid laners, Glowing Wand is a must. There's just no going around it.
Yeah, it's a tough game for Kim to play, right? So I think from the get-go, Aero has been making some decent moves. You know, like the catches that they make onto Balance and Gary were actually pretty good. I think the layering of the abilities were there, but it's more of afterwards, right? When you have to play in a sustained fight, that's where it gets tough.
Yeah.
You're up against 1-1 Benedetta. They are just a lot better in these long fights.
I agree. I think it's a really good composition. It's a great idea coming up from Arrow's side, and not to mention a couple of interactions that Zkeef was able to force out of Gary, because what is Gary supposed to do? No shield unity? Alright, you're dead, brother. As long as Kim is nearby, I can guarantee that I can pull you back into the fight. And that's something that CG was not happy with, because their composition is very hit and run, right? Hit, run, drop the nuke. Okay, we're done. Lift up the anchor. Let's get out of here, Chiku. We can't afford to stay any longer.
Yeah, it's just like a quick, you know, a quick assault force, right? They come in, they blow you up, and then they disengage. Though, this poses another interesting question to Aero. Do you ban the Odette?
Oh, do you? I don't think they needed to ban the Odette. I think they needed to just play the early game a little bit better, because you're kind of trapped in here, right? You know that you're going to eventually get outscaled. There's nothing that Hazel can realistically do to one-shot Chiku unless he's like, oh, I jump in, if my combo lands, then sure, I might be able to kill you. You might be at 1 HP, and then I Winter Crown. But now you're out of position, and there's nothing your teammates can realistically do.
In fact, the comp of Arrow, pretty short range, right? Even including Hazel. So
yes,
again, that we did kind of came to an agreement early on that you can power through the Swan Song, given 10 more minutes, and the Swan Song is going to eat you up.
Yeah, I really wish Arrow kind of pressed their leads a little bit harder, especially on Expanding Rivers as well, right? And I think that CG utilized the Expanding Rivers a lot better. They were rotating faster back into the lane. Some people didn't even move, like Trap, for an example. He ended up being the rich guy after having an almost horrendous early to mid game.
Yeah, one thing I also wish was Aero press Trap more, because like, they did it once, right?
Yes.
They did it once. I thought that they would try and do it again. Maybe the glue roam makes it slightly harder because you're trying to walk into the face of a 1-1. But aside from that, I feel like once CG realized that Aero wasn't pressing that lead, they moved their attention bottom lane, they get Trap out of that situation, and the rest of the game was very much in their control.
Yeah, I think they... Okay, so it's 3 main factors for me if they wanted to punish specifically Chiku guys, because they needed to get the ult one way or the other, right? If they force the ult and then lose nobody back off in the neutral fight after, that is the most ideal scenario. The only way to do that is if Smooth is able to get priority, which Ye3 guaranteed did not let him have, despite the early game being quite horrible for him as well, right? The lane got frozen in front of Smooth's turret, and he had to just wait until level 5, level 6 before he could really participate.
Yeah, I think CG is very good at making you choose between what you want. Right? Oh, you want to rotate early? Get ready to lose like half your turret. You want to join a team fight? I'm going to push the lane. So it's always this tug of war between CG forcing you to make decisions. And the thing is, there's no right or wrong, right? You have to be able to weigh the options. And I think it definitely started getting to Aero, and then you have plays like these from Valence. It's so hard to keep track of him.
Yeah, no, he used the conceal well, and Smooth just didn't react in time, unfortunately, losing a majority of his health in the process. Even so, the early game actually was not bad for Aero, right? They were just struggling to hold the lead overall, especially once we got past the 8-minute mark. And in these fights where we see Smooth like jumping so far forward, was this a fight that was necessary for Aero? And I think that you could make an argument that from Smooth's perspective, he probably could have killed a lot more if they didn't have their battle spells available.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky as well, because if you are jumping like this, Chiku is going to willingly hold back your backline. And that's exactly what he did. He popped Swan Song, and Aero had to do a double take whether they want to be in that fight or not. This was where the Gear Tree basically stopped Trap from going down too.
Yeah, that double kill was just way too impactful here. I do genuinely feel a little bit bad for Kim overall, but what can you do, right? What can you do? Your entire composition was dependent on your performance, and I think that Hazel was kind of out of this game because how do you even get in? Like, who do you even target, right? You target the Wanwan, she purifies out of there. You target Chiku, then the Wanwan's gonna chase you down. There's nothing you can do about it. It's either you have a whopping lead against your enemy jungler, or you just have to pray.
I mean, CG solves that with one Swan Song. I think that's the bottom line.
Yeah, whether it be Swan Song or whether it's like Bane's ult as well, same issue. It's just you press one button, everybody is like, stop what you're doing. Mannequin challenge real quick.
Let's take a look at the results from the earlier question that we had while we're at it, and most people, they do agree that CG is gonna plow through the competition. I'm surprised it's not more in option A. I thought that it would be like 70%.
Oddly enough, 26% did go for option B too, while only 16% decided to go for C. I thought it'd be like closer to like single digits for the other two, and then really whopping heavy for A, but it's a vast majority still for A.
Yeah, it's still a vast majority, more than half, right? Now I am curious of what the public is thinking, right? Like, what is the general opinion, especially those that voted B and C? Why do they think that way? Because I think in MPL MY, most people would look at CG and be like, yeah, except for SRG OG, this is our second finalist.
It's a fair argument to put out there, right? They're veterans, all of them majority of them have like MPL trophies sitting somewhere, collecting dust because they're thinking about the recent one that they want to win. But even so, I think that the ban specifically towards Lunox was a really good call. And speaking of that, hey, did you happen to know that the MPL exclusive skin Lunox, the Quantum Polarity, is coming soon? You probably already seen it in the early weeks of MPL because of our splash art of Lunox was a little different than what you've expected. This is why. It features a neon light design that will shine brilliantly with every skill cast on the battlefield. Additionally, the skill effect includes exclusive MPL logo effects, so come and check it out.
If you wonder why you haven't seen any of that on display, because Lunox was either not picked or banned out. But check out last week's game. I think you could play a considerable amount of Lunox.
Yes. Dude, I love the MPL line of skins. It's always interesting how they incorporate the MPL logo at some point of time within the skill animations. Now, coming into game number 2, adjustments need to be made. I don't know if Aero actually wants to go into the blue side. I feel like they got everything they sort of wanted, and even the flex pick into the blue is something that is probably going to hinder CG a little bit in terms of the second half of the draft.
Do you want to play into traditional marksman? Like the one debate for, well, not really a debate, but the one phenomenon we've seen is that double fighters have become a big thing. But there are clear weaknesses for double fighter comps, and I think the team that's most consistent to pull it off is definitely SRG, and even they have lost the game before with double fighters.
Yeah, that's true. It is a volatile composition, something that Aero needs to figure out before they face off against their next 4 opponents. Keep in mind, they still have 4 upcoming matches, and currently they're sitting at 8th place with 4 points. If they're able to win a 2-0 in any of these matches, that's going to shoot them up into 7 and give them a pretty good odds into making it into playoff if they can achieve one more 2-0 after that.
And I'll make it even more interesting. The remaining matches that they're playing is exactly the same as Untitled. Barring MV, because Untitled just got through MV.
Yep.
but Untitled have SRG OG. And in this event, let's say the CG 2-0's Aero, then they're back on even field, right? Now we're just looking at Homeboys, Team Ray, and JMSK because MV has already, dusted Untitled. That could be Aero shot. If they fall short today, but they beat MV, that could just be enough to send them into playoffs. But there's a lot of mathematics involved.
Yeah, it really just depends whether they win 2-1 or 2-0. Getting a win is great, but now it's come to a point where these series sweeps matter a little too much in the difference maker of playoffs or not. Let's jump into our next map. We saw that CG was going to take blue side first pick, but what is the map that's going to be played this time around? We got Expanding Rivers for game
one. Come on.
Expanding Rivers for game number 2. So interesting. How do our script writers get it right?
It's rigged, guys. It's rigged. Cat's out of the bag.
Cat's out of the bag.
It's rigged. We do a meeting every Tuesday night to think about the script for the weekend.
They make us write NDAs that nobody follows.
If you want to know how much I get paid, I get paid.
Nothing is safe. Everything is sacred. All right, CG, in terms of bans, exactly the same, but they also get rid of the Wanwa. That's interesting. Why change up the Wanwa now?
The Cho band is also nice.
Justice in the world.
I feel like maybe for CG they don't want to. Yeah, why would you not first pick 1-1?
I think they just don't want to deal with the double fighter, right? I think that Trap has made his complaint of like, man, this is a pretty unplayable lane at level 1. Let's get the Ishin Shin. Give me a chance at Ruby, sir.
Come on, Gary get to play Ishin Shin again. Probably one of the, not probably, I can definitively say he's one of the top Ishin Shin players right now in the league. He's just that good.
He's good. He's real good on it, especially on Marksman. Surprisingly enough, he's been playing so much Assassin during his debut of his season, and even when he went to an international under Team Hawk, he was still playing Assassins then. I would have imagined that Joy would have been his go-to, but Ishin Shin just seems to be inbuilt in every single jungler. CC, gonna get locked in. Ooh, Lance for the side of Arrow.
Alright, get a CC Lancelot. On the CG1. They don't have Cho already, but there's another power pick for balance. Actually, 2 more. Badang and Grok. And Grok has been really tearing it up. It's not the best into CC, like Grok doesn't like dealing with the CC, but if you want setups, woo, you can definitely rely on balance. And also, I'm gonna put this out there. Remember we talked about CG's chances of making it to playoffs? If they win 2-0, they're in.
If they win 2-0, they're in?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, let's see if they can break that threshold right here, right now. It's Lapu on top of the Kimmy for the side of CG, which is a little interesting because we've seen too many cases of Lapu facing off against CC, and as long as Lapu hits level 4 without getting taxed too hard at level 1, he generally wins games.
Yeah.
CC, yes, it is good at laning, but without a combo component, like for an example an AOG on top of the curtain call, don't see her presence in the team fights.
Exactly, and they do very different tasks in the fights, right? Lapu, he's gonna just YOLO throw his body, but for CC, you need to really pick your fights accordingly. The CC first pick has been sort of the setup for a potential double fighter for Aero, but with this Lancelot, it's a bit hard. We've seen teams do it, they pick CC Lancelot, and then maybe they go into a Kimmy mid, or they pick double fighters and just hope that the Lancelot hard carries, but that is too risky, so Aero, they stick back with the Farsa, but this is a dangerous game to play.
This is a very dangerous game to play. Actually, the more that I think about it, Gato looks so good for Aero. I want CG to be able to pick it up, but unfortunately, Red Side gets first pick on the second phase, and unless CG foresees the potential problems that will happen, because let's say, if Kimmy gets locked down with literally anybody, it's with the curtain call, it's almost guaranteed that the AOG will hit. Same goes for if Ishin Shin gets hit. And worse yet, he doesn't even have access to Purify because he's a jungler. So now Grok gets banned out for the side of CG, understandably so, but I would have imagined that they should have left it open to pick it up for themselves.
Maybe they're worried because they don't have first pick in second phase. So it's an understandable response. Well, at least there's the Kimmy, so you're not worried about the old dad. Which is a good thing. There's still the Lunox. Hey, wait, hold on. It's Kimmy mid, so okay, don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I think mid laners have already been predetermined. The Ruby ban is a good shout from Aero. They want to deny the potential double fighter comp.
What about Trap's Harith?
Is the Harith worthwhile?
Or they go double fighters, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, but I don't feel like there's good enough double fighters now that Ruby is gone and CC has already been locked in from the side of Arrow. They've denied the big picks unless it's like Bane or something.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Either Bane. Or you go Lapu, go lane, and you pick like a... Okay, there's no good options in the CC.
No.
Oh, Teresa gets eaten up.
Yeah, I don't think there's any decent matchups, especially like at level 1 as well.
Do you pick your role? I think you pick a roamer here again. And just keep the gold lane for last? Wait, no, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you have Lancelot.
Yeah, you got Lancelot to find the big chunks. You just need combo components, right? How are you going to guarantee that Barca is going to land her abilities, right? What's the setup to it?
Kaja?
Kaja I think is a little too straightforward.
Hilda?
Hilda?
Wow.
Hilda?
You want to look for Yishun Shin, I guess?
I guess you could, but as a roaming support, you're not really helping your mid lane at all.
No, not really.
Just go Gata then, right? You go Gata, get a guaranteed way to either cancel out Feathered Airstrike. You already have the Lapu face off against the CC, so that's one way you can deal with it. What else? What else? What are other supports that could potentially... I mean, they could go Tigreal, but I just don't see it happening. It's too big of a setup for like kind of nothing burgers.
Gatos taken by CG, and they get the Phobius too.
Phobius?
Wow, so it's a Lapu go lane.
Phobius? Really? Okay, so now they've got 3 ways to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. I think that's fine. The Phobius might be a little bit of an issue. We might see like a bunch of lane swaps happening in the middle of the game, potentially.
It does lock Kusei out of, what do you call it? The mask off, right? If they want to go traditional marksman.
Yeah.
New marksman picks now look quite tough. But I remember one team lean into a Lancelot like late game and still run double fighters. I'm not sure if it was Arrow, but judging by what we're seeing, it could go down that route again.
It might actually. This Hilda is so bizarre, right? And it looks like they're gonna go with the Alice first time picked within MPL MY after the hot fix as well. She has been recently recently revamped a little. Minor changes overall, but generally a cool change to her ult and passive. But more importantly, that hotfix saves a lot of problems because last time it's really hard to kind of stick on your opponents without an Ice Queen's wand. Now you don't even need it unless your opponent has a Hunter Strike.
Yeah. I think now all you need to do is you go into the fight, you build tanky, you get your passive up, and then you just press all your buttons, right? Stick onto them like glue.
Yep. Gotta make sure that you can just power through that damage. But it does mean that your composition is a little more late game oriented. I mean, just look at the lineup here, right? CG, it is clear that yes, we have forms of scaling, we have forms of early game, we have forms of CC, and a good distribution of damage. Arrow Esports, a little bit different, right? You're expecting Alice to play for the later stages. Kim wants the scale. We're highly dependent on Kusei to try and make moves happen across the map. But it's time. Let's head on into the land of Dawn. This could be a sweeping victory for CG Esports, and they could move on straight to the playoffs without having to worry about a thing. But Arrow, they need an opportunity to tie it up 1-1.
And that would make CG work slightly harder if they want to get into that slot. Still, early proxy in the XP lane, Zkip and Smooth working in tandem. I do wonder how the interaction is going to be, right?
Oh my god, no!
But if he dies, it would be all for nothing. Can Smooth get out? He's waiting for cooldown. Zkip and Kim here to help. Smooth, as long as he escapes, it will be good. But you're up against Chico, Smooth is going to go down. So at the end of the day, did CG really lose?
I mean, is Hazel going to be able to steal this away? He doesn't use his retribution, but he does steal it at least. Man, Gary still at level 1. Early retribution use as well. This is a problem. No, this is a huge problem, as a matter of fact, because now with Gary at level 1, Zkip at level 2, he does not care. He is eating damage. He's about to die, and they missed. How did they miss?
Oh, Gary. He is so behind now. Not to mention, Hazel hasn't even cleared his top side of the jungle yet. And he's level 3.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario for a jungler. You know where they started, you know what buff was stolen away, and you stole away. Yes, it's not a big camp, but it's a minor camp, and you have a track on where Gary is going to end up. So he knows that he's on the top side of this map for sure, and he can confirm information with the help of Kusei just walking in. You can see him proxying right now. He knows the beetle ain't there.
That's going to be good news for Arrow too, with the turtle coming up in just a little bit. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Massive damage on the Gary.
He's out. He's out. And Zekev can cancel his recall. Zekev, just walk into that bush right now and you cancel it, and it's just game over for Gary.
The Blood Banquet from Smooth is going to make him quite a tough cookie to crack. Yetri just hopped into the pit. Blinkers on the Kim. Kim repositions. Turtle for Hazel, and now Yetri here so out of position. The Landshaker delays his death, but still Smooth with the pickup. Meanwhile, Zekev is just hogging balance.
What was that? What was that? Oh,
Gary's not even for it now again.
Okay, at least Gary uses his retribution, right? He got greedy the last time, and now Hazel's going to rinse and repeat the process. Every single time they come to this part of the map, they know for a fact that it's like, oh, what are you going to do? You use your retribution. You cannot contest.
Hold on, it's a Phoveus gold. I knew something was weird. Phoveus gold.
Yeah, and not in the best place possible. Phoveus probably would have rather to deal with the Alice in the first place, but I mean, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at Smooth and Zekev and just being a penetrable front line. At least for the next, 5 minutes. I want to see Arrow push the lead. The setup's not really there.
I mean, the setup may not be there, but they've got like a phenomenal lead when it comes down to the jungle. They probably could have like pushed it even more, but right now the laners are more important because if Gary gets slowed down even just a little bit, it's pretty uncontestable, right? How do they fight for Lord without Ye 3 or Trap? They can't, and they need the AOG to almost guarantee them that space to get in and out of the fights to begin with. Now, Smooth here, he's pretty unkillable. Ye 3, this is a sandbag lane. There's nothing he can do realistically to win it out, and not to mention with the hotfixes, you can see he can stick pretty consistently onto his targets.
Gary again forced away from his own jungle. And used the Mountain Shocker to cause it. His teammates to help him out. Actually, I believe went on with the Hazel, and Smooth continues to just stand back him in lane. Meanwhile, Zekev jumps on the Chiku, not able to actually chops it in half. Zekev now tries to escape, and sadly, no one can catch up on him. Gary now under pressure. Traceless to disengage. Hazel 1 level up. Unless Valence can stop him with the Retribution. This purple bar most likely goes over to Hazel, and seems like Gary still ends up getting it.
Unfortunate, unfortunate. Gary winning that out. Hazel, that could have put that final nail in the coffin that we were looking for. He would have had a clean 2-level lead, and he's going to contest them for every single one. Oh my god!
Stood no chance. The pullback might be good enough. Oh, the outplay from Trap. Might have said it too early as Kim will give himself a double kill. Yes, he's slightly late to the party. Licker, Landshaker, Kusei getting taunted up. Gets finished off with a Radiant Slash as Zekev shows up to revitalize from balance to keep his teammates alive. Smooth comes in, the Thorn of Ruin connects! And Smooth now tries to deal damage, but doesn't have the output that they were looking for. And he has to disengage.
And that's why Alice, now a main engager to the game, doesn't deal as much damage as you would like it, of course. He even committed the flicker, but oh my god, I can't believe that Trap outplayed that. He played it so well. He should have died on the spot. The damage was good from Arrow, and this completely evens up the game, at least score-wise, 4-4, a 1.1k lead, which I'm guessing a majority is coming from Hazel.
In a losing matchup too. Unbelievable. Extra dash, from Hayes made it slightly manageable for Trap. He actually finally finds some reprieve in the top lane. And Smooth is now preoccupied in trying to get Arrow the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Like, you need to get these players to make a decision fast, right? And CG already decided, I don't want to be fighting for this first turtle. Our ults just aren't as good. We don't have any clear advantages. We won't be able to teamfight as effectively. We need to get first items first before we even think about it. And they even sacrifice a bot tier 1 because of it. In the meantime, Gary trying to catch up in levels to Hazel, clearing up that top side, taking any camps that he can possibly take. Oh.
Better answer. He's very early. Chiku. Woo! So dangerous. Lethal Ignition might have been the death of him.
Could have been. You can notice that at least for Zekev, he's hovering around, thinking, where is he? And Gary, at least he's able to cover him.
Hops onto Gary, and now Gary takes the punishment. Traceless to get out. As Year 3 goes on to Zekev. Good flicker dodge.
Okay, alright. Battle spell trades. That's totally fine. That's actually not too bad for CG. a lot better for Arrow. They're trying to take this mid-tier 1, but again, CG just refused to give it up. It's even costing them a proxy on the top side, because you can see that right now Smooth is pretty untouchable, and Ye3 just doesn't have the raw damage to cut through that much health on top of the regen.
It's good news is that Smooth doesn't really deal a lot of damage himself. He can stay alive, but he'll need the rest of Arrow to contribute to the output.
Okay, I can't wait to see the next upcoming turtle fight, right? Can Smooth find like an engagement of that caliber? Can he hit more than one target like he did previously? If not all the targets would be ideal. He does have Flicker to reposition himself when he is channeling that ult. 30 more seconds until we do finally see the turtle, and the rotations are strange because CG seem to be completely omitting the bottom side. The wave is pushed all the way up to that T2, and Arrow Esports, they're getting plenty of information off of this.
Ye3 can absorb the pressure, so they're putting that in his hands, but they are bringing Trap along with them. Maybe the CG's intention is to potentially start a fight. ZK is so far from behind with Smooth! This catches Chico, guys! What a flank from Arrow! Zikif gets out, AOG misses, Trap will not get away this time. Arrow cracking the code from multiple angles, and Smooth gonna go in for more. Arrow will not get extra, but they will get the turtle.
They continue to dance here, but Arrow in full control, and look at that, right? Yeah,
Can Kim get out? Flick up. Yes sir, not a problem. Hazel and Smooth now work together. Ye3 stunned up, executed.
What's the plan here? What's the plan? And now Valence is in trouble. He's tied down to Chico, guys. They're gonna lose a mid-tier 1. Huh?
And Valence burns down.
What was that? Why make the decision to jump? If you're trading Battle Spell for Battle Spell, once you saw the flicker, you don't have to commit any further than that, right? You've kind of done the job. Particularly interesting choice coming out from Ye3. Could be the MVP mentality, some may say.
Yeah, all XP laners are the same. Something along the lines of that. There's the War Axe for Trap.
Yeah. Oh, look at... Wait, actually, Kusei has a whopping lead. Like, not a simple lead, a whopping lead. He is the highest gold earner for a hero that doesn't wave clear that well and is coming off of 8 assists in comparison to Hazel with 2 kills and 4 assists, and still he's trying to keep up with him.
CG looking for another opportunity. Can't find it, so Mountain Shocker was used. I mean, Zikif is doing a fantastic job on this Hilda. He's just straight. Oh my goodness, wait. Zikif has the Fury Hammer. They will catch him this time. He will go down, standing a bit too far forward. And can they get Trap though? If Trap goes down, it's going to be a guaranteed good return from Arrow.
Decent trade, decent trade. Unfortunately, CG doesn't have the information of where this Lancelot is, and now that they've shown him bot side, they can't afford to lose their T2. If not, they would have probably pushed in for mid T1. Hazel, still a problem. He's 3 levels ahead of Gary. Now that he's got the items and can power farm the rest of the way, he should be starting to snowball out of control. 35,000 coming out from Kusei, 5,000 more than Kim.
Chico is going to get jumped on by Kusei. Tries to run away. The Vengeance. Chico, stop attacking. Balance is here. Traction Pulse. Easily dodged by Kusei. He'll tank tower on the way out. AOG follow up. Balance hits him.
No.
And Kusei ends up going down. Tram now joins the fight. Hazel just punctures him with the Phantom Execution. Hazel! Is this your moment, my son? It's not. Hazel overextend, but Zikif confirms the kill in the base. 3-for-3 trade.
Oh my goodness, they're dropping bodies left, right, and center. And all of this while mid has been pushing in and the Lord has just spawned. They can buy plenty of time. Hazel coming up in 16 in comparison to Gary coming up in 7. I don't think they'll have the time to blitz through that Lord, especially since Smooth is already tanky itself. Kim is already back out. Kusei is back up alive as well. Now it's just minion wave management. That's how CG was able to sneak away a couple of games from Team Ray. They just didn't manage the waves properly. Arrow making sure that they're ahead of the game, already affecting the bot side, trying to create a slow push, broken by Ye3.
Was a bit of a shutdown goal going to CG, but Arrow should still be able to take the store without any problem. As long as Smooth, Zikif are around, Kim just gonna pop that feather airstrike. Zone out CG. First Lord for Arrow, and let's see how much damage they can do. Ye3 taking some punishment from Kusei. That's a curtain call out.
No curtain call, but they've got the Lord, and curtain call is generally on a shorter cooldown. CG, yeah. I wish they could split the map, but it's just too dangerous to do it right now. They have to survive this upcoming Lord. they can almost guarantee that it doesn't do too much because the sieging potential is highly based on Kim. I'm guessing that Arrow is going to walk Kim with the Lord on that mid lane, pop that Feather Airstrike to try and guarantee an inhibitor.
Kusa getting his 200 kill in the league too. Mountain Shocker used as the Holy Shield to deal with the Lord. His defense should be pretty straightforward from CG Esports. Again, double fighter draft, not best at sieging. So that's something that Arrow have to constantly think about moving forward.
But now that they're trapped in their base, Arrow, this league can only go on for so long. They need to end the game off in the next upcoming Lord. If not, CG is going to bounce back. And they're going to bounce back extremely hard. They've got a Yishin Chin on their side. And here we go.
Yeah, set up on the Kusei. Flicker from Smooth right into the base. Chico is no more trapped. Tries to jump on the Kim, but it has too much damage from Arrow. And this is Hazel this time. Free to do what he wants without the presence of a Phobius. Hazel just cannot be stopped. Top inhib goes down. It's Gary and Balance to hold the fort.
This might just be a quick statement back here. It's not looking good. Mid inhibitor's going. That wave is looking juicy. Gary, does he have his ult? He doesn't. Balance does have the AOG, and he tries.
And the AOG hits an air ball, and Balance gets taken care of. Arrow not going down without a fight. And Hazel makes sure that he stakes his name to get Arrow to a game tree against CG.
1-1, denying points off of Todak. Denying points off of CG, but more importantly, this gives them an opportunity to try and qualify for playoffs once more. 1-1, it's anybody's game right now.
And not only that, they deny CG the direct entry into playoffs if they were to 2-0 this. So CG, regardless of the result of this series, will have to win one more for that guaranteed slot. Either way, good job, Arrow. This is definitely a breath of fresh air. I mean, we looked at game 1, we knew that they could do it, but game 2 was clean.
Yes, game 2 was clean, and CG were making some really interesting calls here. I don't know. I guess they wanted to fight for anything back, right? After a dominating game number 1. I gotta keep in mind here that they have to chill out for just a moment. Really think about the decisions. Getting battle spells and resources gives you a window, then play with those windows. They decided they wanted the window and the frame with the plastered wall on top of it.
Sometimes you want everything, but can't have the cake and eat it. In the end, it was Arrow that really punished them. Well, I do agree. I felt like, you know, you were literally talking about Yechi, you know, kind of fix some of that that previous,
and then it came out.
And then it came out.
Relapsed so fast. Did somebody say contraband?
I think it's the Lapu mentality.
It's the Lapu mentality. I don't know. I think I would have been happy just to see him like, oh, I got the Flicker out of the Farsa, and we're not fighting for the turtle anyways. I'm gonna just go back to the lane, you know? Nope. Flicker's forward with him. It's like, nope, I'm not gonna let you leave.
I did it the last game. I'll do it again.
One more time. One more time, he says. Stressed. I am stressed out for either one of these teams because now the ugly side has kind of shown itself, revealed itself, and it needs to be taken advantage of, right? CG, 2 games in a row have gotten blue side. Does this mean that Coach Rain is like, all right, we respected by banning out the 1-1. Now, if we get blue side again, do we just leave it open? Do we just, like, what are we doing here?
And the double fighter too, right? It was a pretty weird approach, I feel. I mean, with the, well, at least with the Phobius goal.
Yeah.
It's like a dead lane, a losing lane.
And more importantly,
the jungle got destroyed.
I think, more so, I think nobody has done a... I think they're thinking too far ahead because they didn't swap the lanes. As soon as you saw Kusei on the CC, you know he's going into the gold lane, right? That should be the baseline thought before you start thinking, wait, they're switching up the lanes just to outplay us.
Yeah. Wonder who the MVP is going to be. I mean, this game. Oh, Zeke did a fantastic job. Smooth too. Let's check it out.
Really? Smooth coming up as the MVP of this game. Huh. As the Alice? Interesting. I don't know about this one. I love Smooth, don't get me wrong, and it's great that he got to play the Alice, but we only get to see him get one big engage. I think that was like the only one that we saw out of the game.
Well, we see the power of the Alice.
Do we? I feel like I didn't get much. I didn't see much. It was just...
He didn't have to do much, you know?
That's also true. He got 12 assists just existing, you know?
He stole the purple buff, and that I felt like was what
I think
started the whole chain reaction.
Yeah, that probably was the MVP play of the game, to be fair. Really, if I was in Gary's position, I'd be fuming. I'd literally be fuming. I miss out on my purple, I miss out on my retri as well, and then one of my camps gets stolen on top of me retri. Like, this day couldn't get any worse.
Yeah, it's and then there's some good calls from Aero, right? Like when they want to take the mid tier 1, and then DK was like, I'm gonna run in from your orange buff.
Yeah, that too. That was pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, ZK has been quite the standout. I do think that his component build got a little greedy towards the end there, where he's just like, okay, I completed my components. What do I go for? Fury Hammer. Ogre Tomahawk. What? Buddy, let's calm down here.
Like, wait, well, I just solo kill Gary. I can do the Chikus too? Alright, baby, it's on.
It's on.
It's on.
It's on. I don't know. A very bizarre game. A very bizarre game that we got to witness here. I think this definitely is going to at least wake up CG. Because, again, it's pretty unacceptable. I do think that Valence did find a couple of good opportunities to go for the AOG. But, again, it felt very... I don't want to say self-centered, but I definitely think his main goal wasn't to cancel out the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, and I think you probably leave that to Year 3, right? I feel like that was probably the goal. Either Year 3 or Trap to do it, but Year 3 has the easiest access to the Farsa. Even then, it's like a Gatot engage is quite telegraphed, right? You press conceal, you come in with the charge up on.
Yeah.
And then you just try an AOG.
I agree that the AOG probably should be used for a disengage mechanic more than anything else, but considering that Year 3 has already made his attempts towards Kim and it's not working out, they need to try a different approach, right? Again, it comes down to how much can you actually peel for your targets. If Valence and Year 3 were able to find people like Kusei, if they were able to find like, cancel out the Feather Airstrike and then catch Kusei later on, probably would have been their best bet.
Is it because Aero has a way stronger dive than CG?
Maybe. I don't know. It's really tough to say because Smooth, like, high damage taken, damage dealt is like almost comparable to Hilda.
That's true. Because I was thinking back, like CG, well, maybe the last fight was the most apparent one, right? Like the backline just disappeared.
Yeah.
Maybe the strong dive was like what made the difference.
I guess, because even Chiku guys, his damage dealt considerably low. Trap barely got to play the game at all, but Chiku guys, who's supposed to be the dedicated damage dealer, which gives them another layer of like, we actually scale pretty decently, could not get in range. Everything either had an iframe or he gets chunked out before he even gets into the fight.
It's either Ziggy jumps him or Smooth shows up, and then he's dead.
Can't do much about that, can't do much, but I think it's something for Coach Train to start thinking about for the upcoming draft, right? If they're going to give Chiku guys the very last pick anyways, were there any other picks? Because I feel like Aero have kind of sniffed it out.
Yeah, even going back to the statistics of Chiku giving the last pick most of the time, the only time that he was given priority in the first phase was when Dusin was open, right? That was one of the heroes we haven't seen just yet. I think Chiku only played like once or twice. The Kimi is definitely a new one to add onto the list.
Oh, absolutely. No surprises that the legend himself is a deep hero pool, as they call it. But overall, gotta give it to our rich guy here, Hazel, Lancelot player through and through. He did work. And honestly, I felt like this was a big mental boost for Aero because they were kind of like running it down at a certain point just to chase for kills. As funny as it is, it definitely like livens up the spirit coming into game number 3 saying, hey, they're just as human as us.
Yeah, and I think this also opens up a lot more conversations for the regular season, and where I wouldn't say where the CG stand. I still feel like they are definitely top 3 candidates, but have teams started figuring them out? And is it based off of SRG OG's game?
Yeah, possibly. I think they could have figured it out a little bit sooner, but even so, we're very short in league, and that's why our playoffs matter that much more. Everything that you see here could be a facade if we're going to MPL MY branding.
CG just, making themselves look weak. Drop a couple of points.
Guys, if we win too hard, we're gonna fall out in the first round of playoffs. Guys, we gotta make sure we're in the middle.
You want a target on your back? Are you crazy? I want to go to sleep at night.
Please, they're like bounty hunters. But this level 1, just the worst possible outcome. Worst possible outcome for Gary. And then it affects everybody's lane because of how involved people got in. Smooth eventually dies, but it's kind of like whatever, right?
And Trap can't even leave the lane.
Yeah, all this outplay from Trap, so good. So good, never got to see it again.
Never got to see it again. I have a feeling Kusei is probably looking at Hazel. Yeah, I'm not really sure if he wanted to dash that. Could just auto-attack him, just
beat him up the good old-fashioned way.
Gave him too much ammo. This one, if Smooth arrived like slightly earlier, I think he would have changed the course of the fight.
Maybe. I'm not, because again, you can still flicker out of the way, right? And I think that's something that CG, again, really good reaction time to be able to like get just enough distance to keep yourself alive. Because if Smooth was able to clean that up, I think we would see a very different game. Because right now, he's just like an immovable wall unless you specifically dedicate your resources to bursting him down. And I think that was the big issue. Nobody could really burst him down.
I like this dedication from Aero too. They gave us some goal, but they know that they're so far ahead they could just straight up dive the turret.
Hey man, that was the ego play.
And confidence boost for Hazel too.
It's as good as it gets, I feel.
But Busa isn't his only hero.
Yeah, it really isn't his only hero. He is a talented Indonesian jungler, and naturally, he comes from the Brawl server, so he knows how to brawl. What I'm worried about right now is whether or not CG are going to look back at their game and they're like, guys, what are we actually doing here?
And that game too felt a bit weird, right? We're making some rash calls.
Yeah.
We're making some, solo decisions that didn't work out. Do we start with the draft again? Is that, is the Kimmy the problem?
I think... Is it really the problem? I feel like if the early game went better, maybe the mental wouldn't be as broken, but is their mental broken? It's kind of tough to say. I saw them walking off the stage, they're like, it's a little sad, but we'll talk about it in the back.
Yeah, we got game, you know what to do. Whoops.
Just a oops. Love, man. I think in terms of adaptation, we gotta start, I think they have to ditch the double fighters, right? I think there's no point, especially if your double fighter is going to be a Phobius, because how is he going to participate in these fights? The only way these double fighter style of compositions work, where you actually have a weak and strong side, is when you have a lead, which they never were able to generate throughout the game, and I think that kind of defeats the purpose of the comp.
Yeah, we saw like a double fighter into a double fighter-ish, matchup, but if the CC is on one side, then it skews the odds of it.
It really does. So again, I think it goes down to Aero just being the smarter drafters this time around. They've caught on to the scent, and maybe you can catch them too live in the arena here at Dewan Sri Putra. Keep in mind, their games are still going on. We've got October 11th, October 12th, 17th, and 18th. MV, GMXK, Homeboys, and then finally Team Array to end off their regular season. So scan that QR code and pick up your tickets now if you want to go catch their games.
Yeah, good time to talk about coming into today, where Aero last season were dubbed as the dark horses. Coming today, we were coming into this season, Team Ray was all the dark horse, but I think Aero is starting to grab that title back.
I mean, they're trying to. If they win this game against CG, maybe there's an opportunity. Because keep in mind that CG games are selling out fast. Their match against Vamos, their match against Todak, selling out as quick as hotcakes. They also have a match on October 11th against the Homeboys. So scan that QR code and pick them up now while you still can.
I definitely want to watch the one against Todak. Oh, what a reunion that'd be.
That would be, it would be kind of awkward. It would be kind of awkward for sure.
Yeah, it's not living up to the hype. I think a lot of people were putting it out, wow, CG Todak. Before the season started, people were like, man, I can't wait to see CG Todak. But now, I'll leave it up to your interpretation whether you look forward to that or not.
I feel like Todak has taken enough L's.
Yeah,
they've taken so many L's from like so many different perspectives, and like some are justifiable, others is just like, I'm just angry that you guys are losing, and that's also fair, but at the same time unhelpful to the scenario. But in the
I mean, the biggest L would be losing to Chiku, right? That would be okay. It's not an L. Maybe it's not an L, but it's more of the irony.
It is kind of ironic. That I'll give you.
Just people were like, okay, is Todak Todak, or because is Todak Todak because is Todak, or is Todak Todak because of Chiku?
Hey, maybe they need a new CI, man. That's what they need, a new corporate identity. Guys, we're not only just about winning it.
Baraku, wait, hold on. I feel like I've heard that before.
Hey man, don't worry. It's the same as Ocean, but shout out to the boys fighting out in MAL. Even so, blue side going to be taken by CG once again. 76% win rate so far, and now that Aero has found some confidence, I want to see whether they're going to follow the exact same draft pattern, or are they going to change it up like Cotrain? Because again, Cotrain decided, I'm going to be the one who bans out this 1-1. I am going to be the one who's going to tell our team to play a double fighter composition.
If CG gets the 1-1, I feel like if you're Aero, you probably will go back to the Farsa.
Farsa for sure.
Like Kim is like, just give me Farsa.
Yeah, I play nearly 2 perfect games. One perfect game, and the other one we don't really talk about, but we could have won that one as well.
Yeah, the first one is like, oh, that's a Benedetta. What do you want, you know?
Yeah. You know, it's not me. It's the Bene. Katana Girl got problems. The Kill Bill inspired hero is getting in my face. What a surprise.
What if Smooth goes on Benedetta?
Smooth goes on Benedetta? As like, what? First round draw? What are we talking about? First phase? Second phase?
No, Smooth's probably a second phase thing.
I mean, it's broken walls, so I don't think it's necessary because it's like, oh, what walls are you going to dash over, right? Oh.
What if? And this is a big if because it only happened once. Suyo. MV played it. MV played it last week.
That's a good
Anyway, not last week. Was it last week? Who did it play against? Yes, it was last week. It was last week.
They did. Udi did bring it out.
I can't believe Suyo won.
I really am surprised that he got away with what he did. I don't think it happened to it had anything to do with the map overall. They just had a whopping lead, like a whew, my god, it shouldn't be the case. In terms of bans, it looks like it's ooh, wait, no. I nearly got tricked there. It's the Fanny, the CC, and the Wan. Slight adaptations coming in from Coach Rain. From Arrow's side, Jushin, Cho, and alongside with the Kalea gonna get banned out. Baxia first pick. Good old tank. Scary's like, I don't want to deal with that again.
It's like, okay, fine. I'll go back to tank. You know, we won with Baxia. What was I thinking?
You know what am I crazy giving up the Baxia over a Yishin Shin? Oh, how could I? Now Arrow, I want to see, do they... I mean, I'm guessing the Farsa is still going to come into play. I don't think you want to play Kimmy into the Baxia anyways.
No, I like the CC ban from Coach Rain, so...
Take the Lapu Farsa.
Lapu Farsa is a good opening. I don't mind that. What is a strong pick?
I gotta think about this for a moment.
Okay, I want to say Lunox, but then Kim plays Farsa.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can almost guarantee the brilliance being wasted to the Feather Airstrike.
Let's see. Farsa. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah, got him.
Right on the head, Okay, let's keep this energy up. Crap, what does CG want to go for, actually? Now that Lapu is gone, Cho is also gone. You could go to Rizla, I guess, because you know that Lapu is going to be in that matchup. You could go for Bene another time. I think that one's not too bad. There's almost no way that you should die to the Lapu unless you like eye for an eye in front of his face and in the middle of his ult or something.
And then he like, hits you with his Landshaker.
You know? Who knows? Oh no, eye for an eye. Oh, I guess that's not Landshaker. I get stunned and I die. Kimmy gets locked in again for Chiku, guys. Rather interesting to go for an early Chiku pick.
And then
Uranus. What?
So there's an interesting scenario. We talked about the double fighters matchup. It could happen again.
No.
I mean, Aero has more incentive if they go Yishun Shin here. If they go Yishun Shin, then there's more incentive for more possibility for a double fighters matchup. Or it's broken walls, right? Chip.
That's a good call. Actually, the chip is a pretty good call here. Wait, would chip? Okay, wait. Let me think about this. You have the Uranus. It's not going to go into the support. Could go for counterplay with Gatot on your side. Loki could be a potential as well, but then you would have to be in the middle of the fight anyways, and you get zoned out by the far side. You can't do anything to Lapu, so it's unlikely. All right. I see where the vision is coming from. All right. The chip makes a lot of sense here, but they're going to go with a Hayabusa just for the snipes. If you're going to be the only damage dealer, I'm going to take you out.
Time to unleash the Hazel Hayabusa. What made him feared and respected, and quickly gained notoriety locally. It's that Hayabusa. And that was also what got him the win against SRG, which pushed SRG to the limit.
Yeah, his Hayabusa is still good. He knows what he's doing. But in terms of lane pressure, I don't see that coming from CG anytime soon, right? What could you potentially play to like force out anything, really? I would have liked to see like Grok in this particular position instead of Kimmy instead. They could have played like Lunox, they could have played like a bunch of stuff that is more self-sustaining and isn't so volatile. Grok gets banned out for the side of Arrow as their first red side ban. CG, where do they go from here?
Ooh, so you still need a roamer and a marksman, right? This should be a marksman for Arrow, but knowing them, if they've done it with Lancelot, like I feel like Hayabusa, if he gets the hit, is doable too. But there's no CC. I think this is probably a traditional marksman for Arrow.
It's gotta be, right? Khalid ban? What?
I think it's Zkif's hero pool that is giving them a headache.
I mean, there's no stopping him no matter what, right? You only have 2 bans on your side. It's either you get rid of the traditional or like you get rid of things that get in your face, which if they're getting rid of Khalid, I'm hoping that Hilda also shows up in that clear direction.
I was thinking of that too. Then what does Balance pick? Gatot? They could take Gatot, but Arrow could also steal that away.
Yeah.
Although I feel like Gatot is probably less effective on Arrow's side. The Badang gets banned out. So it is, the roam pool is narrowing down.
Yeah, they're gonna just go getting rid of roamers who have setups and getting rid of roamers who get in your face, right? If that's the case, Hilda gets banned out here. If not, it might just be like something strange.
Fight for the
there it is.
There we go. Okay, so
Alright.
simple thought processes.
So Gatot, Arlet, Hylos. Jawhead, Kaja? Maybe not Jawhead. Jawhead is like out of this meta.
Yeah, Kaja makes a little more sense. Ooh, what's more important? Building for your own comp or denying your opponent's comp?
I think you want to get a strong goal laner for yourself, right?
I think that Gatot is less likely for Arrow to pick up only because Boxy is on the opposite end, and there's no real getting away from it. Same goes for like, you know...
What if you go Granger here?
Ooh, you give the choice over to CG, predetermined Granger? Do you have any way to force out Purify to Parath matchup?
I mean, it's a Sky Piercer holder. You have Uranus and Baxter to go through. Okay, so they take the Gatot.
They go for the denial instead.
Huh.
Interesting. Okay, alright, that's fine. Let's see how CG responds, right? Because now they have no real way of getting on top of the Farsa. Now that a majority of their heroes are gone.
Man, I want to see double fighters. The Ruby is still up.
Ruby is still up. I was thinking like maybe this could be like a Hellcurt angle, but I get...
Hold on. Oh, is this...
What are we doing here?
Is it really a Uranus roam?
What are we doing here? What is the point of this?
What, is it really Uranus roam?
I guess...
Okay, hold on. Baksha roam, Benedetta jungle, Uranus XP. That's the best I can come up with. That's the one that makes the most sense, too.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. The Benedetta jungle makes a lot of sense here, especially since... but wouldn't you want the Petrify, actually?
You do.
Because that's the thing that cancels out Farsa.
Unless Uranus jungle. I feel like I've seen it, right?
Uranus jungle has happened before. I just don't think it's that good.
Me neither.
I think it's very mid overall. And then... Oh, wait. Why did they go Granger instead? Okay, I guess Harith has a little more sustainability in these fights and can actually progress with the rest of the team. But as soon as he anchors down alongside with Kim, with the Zaman Force, there's no escape.
I think it's easier to deal with the Benedetta, right? Like navigate around them, I guess.
Yeah.
Compared to the Granger. So it is the Uranus jungle.
Alright, so Uranus jungle, yeah, 3 on the Benedetta. Once again, he's definitely going to be a full building full damage. Balance though, against Zkif on the Gata. What a great setup this was coming in from Coach Rain. Now Valence can ban fight the Gatot and Gatot can't do much about it.
But that's on a head-to-head basis. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think CG has the same degree of setup that they had in just like the past 2 games.
No, it's literally about lane pressure, right? Trap needs to make sure he doesn't die in lane. Yeah, 3 needs to find an advantage because he pushes first. Valence literally needs to man fight this Gatot or Hayabusa in the early stages. Most likely it's going to be Gatot in the later stages, but if he can get a reaction, a battle spell, an ult, then they've got all the advantages coming up to neutral objectives. As we head into this game, we go straight into a technical pause. You thought we were getting into this. No. Tech pauses have been called. Let's see what type of an issue. Hopefully it's a type 1.
Yeah, it's a call from CG's side, a type 1 issue, and that means that the Uranus jungle was not intended. No, I'm just playing.
Imagine. We're redrafting because we accidentally locked in your Uranus in the second round of picks for blue side.
After we locked in the last 2 picks, we realized that it wouldn't work, so we need a redraft.
Oh, that's when the Marshal's whipping out that yellow card. That's like, no, stop.
When was the last time we saw a yellow card? It was like season 13, right?
I think it was season... Oh, was it season 13?
13 or 14, yeah. Like
it was within that year last year.
And it was like, because the players didn't return to stage on time. They went overtime in the camp.
Ah, yes, I remember.
And then our good old Marshall on the screen comes out, whips out the yellow card.
God, when are we whipping out one of those yellow cards? I haven't seen it in a while. I don't even see them like carrying it around as
we
a
should
prop.
give him a whistle, you know? So beep beep! Yellow.
They wouldn't be able to hear it.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
We start blowing a whistle. until they leave.
Give us, the marshal comes up to us and gives us the whistle? Is that what?
No. The team goes overtime. Marshall starts blowing the whistle until they leave the room.
Okay. I was thinking more like F1 flags, where they're just like, hey, warning sign. You saw the red flag, you know what that means. We're gonna deduct 2 points.
We're gonna add some WWE style to it. Our marshal, when they resume the game, is just you take the board, the
like
sign,
like just a ring boy.
Yes, the ring boy.
It's just a quick, good old ring boy coming up.
No, we'll dress. They're dressed modestly, all right. If anyone gets any ideas, no, we
bad
kid.
Big bonks. Do they still use that meme?
I feel like I see it somewhere on like 4chan or Reddit. It's out there somewhere.
Don't even get me started with 4chan. 4chan is just living in nostalgia. Living in nostalgia while adding like the modern memes into the mix.
Hey, if you want anarchy, that's where you go.
Alright, it's time to jump right back into the game. Thank you to our marshals. Let's jump and officiate this match. What? They're already level 2. Okay, this is happening.
Making sure that things work. Well, go balance right in the face. Revitalize. Gary, he's gonna go down first blood. And the game plan, not really going according to plan.
What are they doing? Gary has 0 stacks. He's like the least strong. Balance should have been tanking the damage the entire time.
And
this game's done, right? Wait, I mean, that's 3 lanes already shafted within the first minute. I'm gonna be generous, a minute 30.
Okay, well, to be fair to them, even if the game is already done and you call it, it would never beat the record set by Untitled last week, where the game was called at 30 seconds.
Oh man. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. This may be an early call, but they can pull back from it, right? But this is such a whopping lead for Arrow. It's nearly a 1k lead before they hit level 4, which is rather surprising. Again, a lot of the damage just coming in from Hazel alongside with Kim. They did have the magic worship on top of the war cry. So keep in mind that war cry does a surprising amount of damage in the early stages of the game. Not to mention that Gary doesn't get raw stats; he just gets health regeneration.
Pressure applied to bottom 2, and that's gonna help both Kim and Smooth hit level 4. And see if it sets Arrow up for this turtle contest. You have Hazel around the corner. There's no revitalize for ZK. Oh, he just came back up. He's gonna press it now, so no way for CG to take him down for the time being.
No, they are not contesting this. They are okay. Ooh, committing it. Brave Spider as well. Probably a little unnecessary, but better than dying. At this stage, again, Arrow more than happy to be like, we don't actually want to be here. We just want Hazel to continue up with his lead. He's already found something. Same goes for Kim as well. If we just get these guys in position, we win majority of fights with the economic lead that we generate.
Yeah. Brave played timeout slightly early because I felt like Smooth would have swung on the wave if it didn't. Here without the Brave Spider, it gives CG confidence to move on the turtle, but I feel like they are looking for a pickoff. That's gonna be unbalanced. This time, don't revitalize. AOD cancel! Very good traction pulse. Better airstrike and a shallow kill out from Arrow. Can they find anything? The SOD does miss. Shallow kill held on by Hazel. CG now have the advantage.
Yeah, they got to back up here. They got to back up. Hazel was thinking about trying to go for the snipe onto Valence. He did land the Shadow. Unfortunately, doesn't want to commit the Yogi Shadow kill. Oh no, Chiku walked up, but he doesn't die, and there we go. Finds him with the help of the Quad Shadow. Nicely played by Hazel.
Very good disengage too. They will lose a turtle at the cost of that kill, but getting Hazel ahead is what you want as Arrow.
It's in their favor. Oh, Trap having to flicker out of there. Could they set up for a potential dive off of this next? No, they don't have ults to work with. Will Haya get his ult back in time and when he clears top side? I don't think so, or he shouldn't.
With balance already there, I think you call it off.
Yeah.
Right? Call it off, just play normal. In fact, the 1v1, the interaction between the XP laners is the interesting one. Yetri is winning out on initial trades, but in long drawn out fights, Smooth just easily heals back up. Kuse pull back, but attraction pulse, but no follow-up from CG.
Yep, regardless, Kuse is still on the winning end of this, right? He's generating more money, picking up double waves, the SOD nearly stealing away that purple buff, and he finds it! Gary gets it!
If Chico can get this kill, it's gonna be fine. A worthy trade. And Yetri late to the party, misses this combo.
Complete whiff there. Luckily, Ye3 didn't commit to his Petrify. Losing the ult, the Electro Final Blow, not so bad compared to losing the Petrify. There's just too many things that you can do with the Petrify rather than the Electro Final Blow. be 2 more seconds until the next turtle actually spawns, and this lead that Hazel is generating is actually looking kind of good. Chiku needs to stop walking up. These bushes are very dangerous.
Yeah, they certainly are. First item, Corrosion Sight for Trap. Hazel up 2-0. He gets 1 more kill, and I think this Hayabusa is going to be unstoppable for the next 5 minutes. Not to mention Kim also is having a great game so far.
Kim is doing pretty good. Oh, I thought we cast the curse to that for sure. Zekif should be okay. But here's the thing, right? Zekif is making... He understands that he can't 1v1. Oh, whoa.
Oh, Smooth's about to solo kill.
Oh!
Perfect! From Air3.
Oh, great auto weave there. Great auto weave. Needed literally exact amount of damage to kill Smooth. He was about to brave his fight out of there.
They killed Trap. He relocates, so no shadow stuck onto him. Trap was able to get out. If he died there, it would have been sad because his flicker was almost coming up off cooldown.
Yeah.
Balance gets jumped on. Chiku is going to be there to supplement the damage, but no follow-up yet. CG, priority over the turtle again.
Oh, dangerous. Dangerous spectacle here. Gary's going to try. He is keeping up the levels with Hazel. Actually overlaps him by just a little bit, but resets it at the final second, allowing Balance to try and go for something here.
Protection poses no one. Kim takes the turtle. Hazel goes into shadow kill. Balance gonna eat it all up. Hazel disengaged, but Kim plus Kusei will find a kill onto Balance. Gary hops away just in time. ZKib able to zone out Chiku, and yeah, 3 Arrow gets out with a lot more than they would have. That CG would have wanted.
Yeah, Gary early on that retribution. Hazel a couple of seconds later before he uses his own retribution. Therefore, luckily, Kim has plenty of damage from the early scenario of the game. The early first blood gets him just enough to secure it. Now this is going great for Arrow. Like everything that Arrow could have wanted is going perfectly fine. The only difference is that Gary has the help of Balance to kind of power farm and to keep levels with Hazel, which is why we're seeing that Gary is actually developing a lead despite the early first blood.
Even then, I think for the goal lead that Arrow has, if you can even call it a lead, it's not much, right? I think CG has been able to keep up very nicely, and that's going to benefit them. I feel like Arrow wants to push it a lot more, and CG is doing a very good job off of the back of Year 3 to stop that.
Yeah, I think Year 3 has done a phenomenal job here.
Okay, they jump onto Gary. That's the full commitment. They catch him again. The flank angles from Arrow is so hard to predict.
It was a huge pinch, but look at this conceal happening to the top side, right? Year 3 might just get another turret just before they reach there, and he can get out with no problems whatsoever. A free T1 for Gary's life. They might even get a tier 2 here.
0 repercussions for what they did. Side lanes in favor of CG. The macro play is showing.
It's looking good. It's looking real good. Year 3 still hiding. No way.
Is he gonna outplay 3 people? Full combo denied by the Purify. Year 3 surely goes down, and Kusei collects him.
But why make the attempt? I don't understand that. Why make the attempt here, especially when you know Valence could come at any point in time? Zekib should be okay. Kim's about to get here. But looking at the items, right, it looks like he is eventually going to build up to a Heptasis. And when he does, he will have that burst damage. But Kusei, he played it perfect, right? As soon as the Petrify came up, less than 0.1 seconds, straight away with Purify.
So CG will always have silent advantage because of Benedetta and Moskov. That's something that I feel like they could always lean into. That's assuming the fact that Arrow doesn't get more lead from this, which they haven't so far. So that's good on CG for making sure that Arrow always has to deal with the side waves, and Trap even takes the buff away.
Now, a 1k lead in the early game, especially if we're talking about less than 1 or 2 minutes, is pretty substantial, right? But now, we've come into the mid-game, that 1.2k lead is minimal, and CG are up on the rise. Kim, you might have to feather airstrike here.
They are going to turn on to Gary again. Can they blow him up? Yes, they can with the help of Kim.
It's not invisible. He may be Uranus, but he needs items and he needs to deny farm, which is his main goal. Affect the side waves through jungle pressure. Zekif now finally getting his blade armor just to make sure that Chiku regrets shooting him in the first place, because he is an open target for kind of everybody.
Yeah. And Arrow finally finds their first major goal lead. 2,000. I think these pickouts have been great. There's a full combo on the Hazel in the bottom lane as we turn our attention to top first. Battle between the gold laners. AOG comes in. Trap, he's not getting out of this. The side lane push quelled by Arrow. But Hazel should go down. He has no cooldowns to work with. The shadow kill easily dispersed, and Year 3 punishes him.
Yep, Year 3. Good thing that he was there. Good thing that he was able to tank a couple of those shots. Now Arrow, I think, wow, what is the issue here, right? I guess they were expecting to have a little bit more breathing room, but with the protocols that CG have put into place and the way that they've been trading, it feels like they've made little to no progress at this point. It's surprising considering that this is a Uranus jungle, right? In comparison to the Hayabusa, you would imagine that the Hayabusa would get free ganks off wherever he pleases, but CG has done a very good job with the help of balance, kind of not only monitor the positions, but also, Chiku guys, he died pushing waves, making sure mid can move.
Sadly, Smooth missed his ability too, so Chiku gets out for free and finally gets the mid tier 1. But again, a lot of it is on year 3, right? He's been able to stabilize the state of the game. Traction post, dodge, ZK should disengage. So not a problem there for Arrow, but the Lord is now up in the bottom side of the map.
They're going to be making their way over. And year 3, I think he's thinking about setting up that top wave too. He sees Hayabusa. I'm pretty sure he also saw Harith in the process as well. He's got all the information. They're looking to rush this.
It's not going to be an easy task, but with the top wave stacking up, Arrow forced to make another choice. CG, they're sending trap to the top lane of the game, but Arrow, they're going to pounce immediately right onto Valence. He soaks it up with his ult and revitalize. Hazel now to the back line, looks for Chiku. Balance goes down, Chiku executed. Hazel gets over the shadows, Yetri on top of him. The shadow kill comes out on time. Hazel able to trade his life. And Arrow has convincingly won the fight.
That was a sick play, but this entire time Boss Cup has been pushing on the top side with that T2, and here it comes Lapu to save the day. Breaks the wave, but it's a little too late. Trap secures it no matter what. 3-for-1 trade, and Hazel doing, wow, this fight's going on for a while.
And they pick up Trap too.
Did not want to back off there? That's fine. Regardless, nobody gets the Lord, and that's the most important thing. CG, despite losing 4 of their members, hasn't allowed Arrow to get into the 2K markers, right? It's still stuck to 1.8. It's close, but no cigar just yet.
Yeah. Yetri really threw everything at Arrow. Hazel survived that. That would have been Lord for sure for Arrow. But luckily, the trade ended up being a net neutral. Right? Arrow didn't get any goal lead. Aside from possession over the Lord, Hazel and Gary both same level. They're going to turn on the Z-Kid right now. And they bring Kusei in. Smooth also joins Z-Kid. He's trying to hold on. Here comes Yetri with a full combo. Hey, Yetri disappears. Trap joins the fight as the Gatot goes down. Hazel solo! But another outmaneuver and Hazel fights Trap. The Lord does go over the Arrow.
This is getting too messy. They're getting caught in the sauce, and now Gary is at a point where he cannot be stopped. They didn't dedicate enough resources. And Kim, despite... Oh, wait a minute! Hold it. I mean, nobody's going to die here. Smooth does not have enough damage, and Gary will just outpace the entire healing, but at least Kim keeps his perfect KDA just a little bit longer.
Wow.
How long? We don't know.
The front line of CG, they are a force to be reckoned with. It's another net neutral. Arrow is not going to get anything out of this Lord. Maybe a crash.
And this is, like, it's surprising that it's a net neutral because it's 7-16. 16 kills and you're telling me that you weren't able to find some form of advantage?
To kill Gary, it would be great, but no, Gary gets out. That's the most that Arrow can obtain from that Lord fight.
Arrow can't seem to accelerate the game anymore. That Lord was their best option. But using a lot of their abilities before it even got into the waves, or clashed with the waves, or even the tier 2s, it's not going to be enough. We look at the items, 3 items for yeah 3. Full damage, he's going for those big one-shots. We look at Kim, he just completed his 3rd item, no defensive to protect himself. Even when we're looking towards Hazel's side, he's ready to go, right? 3 items complete. Now, we just need to see a Winsome Nature come out from Trap, and maybe he has an option to outplay.
Going to be a pretty late one since he did go for the magic dagger first. The other way is to use the flicker frame to dodge the shadow kill. Comes down to the mechanics too. The long lane, I think it's reset by year 3. DK fighting a casual Uranus. Don't have the damage to kill him now.
Yeah, it's pretty even overall, and I think this is a really good play coming out from Arrow's side, right? Let Hazel kind of be by himself. He doesn't need to show himself when the wave comes up, but if somebody walks up, they're almost guaranteed to die, and that's what Hazel wants, these isolated pickoffs, ways to be able to use his ult to guarantee and secure the gold from these kills. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, he's running out of time to find those.
The sideways continues to be a problem for Arrow. Trap and Yetri managing the waves like that, Arrow will have a lot of things to think about. Both easily escapes, and that's another feather airstrike forced out from Kim.
Oh, they dance around for a little bit longer. But this pressure how do you match this pressure? You just can't, right? Because CG with the man-to-man defense, alongside having this Benedetta kind of dilly-dally in the side lanes, somebody must answer for it. And I don't think anybody can really deal with Ye3 in a 1v1 situation unless it's smooth, and even then, he needs a wave to heal back off of.
What's the idea for Kusei? He's hiding there. Are they trying to fish Ye3 out?
I'm guessing that's what they're trying to do. He could still maybe outplay it. He has to Purify.
Comes down to who's more patient. Ye3 or Kusei.
Oh, it's scary. It's very, very scary because Arrow don't want to be on the Lord first. And I think Arrow have finally figured that out, which is why they're like, okay, Gary's going to get some stacks from this Lord. There's nothing we can really do about it. If we try to push up, Gary doesn't mind, but he never will take a recall. He'll never be in a position to be that low.
Ye3 is going to stay there and try to take an inhibitor. So Arrow, if anything, they need to make a quick choice.
Oh, they need to make a call. Somebody needs to go. Is it Hazel? Is it Kusei? Which one is it? And it looks like Kusei is going to be the one who responds.
Yeah, once they see Kusei, CG is going to commit onto the Lord. Which makes it even more scary. Ye3 has a flank angle that he can work with too.
I think they're giving it this way. They're going to try.
Hazel
jumps.
He has a shadow angle. Here comes Hazel. Gets the Lord! So well done! The AOG ends up missing, and now Kusei able to join the fight. They take out Trap and Chiku as Valen goes down. Arrow just a lot more accurate with how they play out the fight. Ye3 only finding Hazel, but damage is done. Arrow finally gets possession of the game.
No way. No way that both Trap and Chiku kite the same direction into the same chokehold for Smooth to set that up. I thought Smooth jumped a little too early. He jumped the gun a little bit, but he made up for it anyways. And Hazel, still, huge steal. Oh my god.
This is going to be the death of Gary, right? Sure is. Smooth picks them up, and Ye3 can't do it all alone. Not this time.
No.
Good iframes, but only delays his death. SOD connects into Attraction Pulse. It's a 3v5 defense. Not easy to pull off. AOG doesn't connect. Zkib goes down. Immortality will bring him back. And Trap trying to work on the Lord as much as he can, and the Lord does go down. Arrow not able to end the game just yet, but they still have the full team. 20 seconds for Gary, 24 for Ye3. Another attempt to end the game right now. They're trying to hold the fort, but the damage is just too much from Arrow. CG with one last Hail Mary cannot do it. And Arrow fly high and takes them down 2-1.
Woo! Arrow Esports. It was looking scary there for a long, long time. Level 1, we called it. That should have been the end point. But CG through fire had to push back, extinguish those flames. Still, it was not enough. GG, well played as Arrow Esports pick up a 2-1 victory, denying CG a pass for now.
And cementing the probability of them possibly making it to playoffs. Kim's mom again showing up in the crowd in full support in what could be one of the toughest matches that they had to play. And what a way to win against a team that was touted as the top 3 of the league.
It's got to be frustrating for them. That early game execution did not go the way that they thought it would. They thought Uranus was indestructible, unkillable, but he didn't have max stacks. And in the earlier phases of the game, especially when you don't have that shield, that war cry cuts through you like butter.
And Hazel with some precise retribution steals too to make the game happen for Arrow.
Well, with that being said though, what a great game that was. Let's throw it over to get their thoughts with Rose up on stage.
Flying high with Arrow, 2 bebalas 1. Kemenangan reverse sweep untuk Arrow Esports. An amazing, convincing win. Dan sekarang bersama Rose, kita ada Panda dan juga Smooth. Congratulations, and Mr. Panda, welcome back.
Thank you.
How are you? Long time no see.
Baik je.
Baik je. Okay, Panda ataupun Coach Panda dah sekarang, kenapa ada fikir nak masuk Arrow di minggu keempat? Kenapa tiba-tiba? Apa jadi? Cuba ceritakan sikit. How you ended up in Arrow, macam mana why you ended up in Arrow?
Oh, sebenarnya Arrow ni dah offer saya dari awal season. Cuma saya tak ada masa lagi nak ambil. So, week 4 ni diorang panggil saya balik. So, saya accept offer tu.
Oh, okay. Now, let's go back to that offer. kenapa you pilih untuk jadi tactical coach untuk Aero?
Sebab dah malas nak main.
Okay. Now, kalau we look back in time lah kan, Panda has been a local gold laner for quite a few season. Lepas tu, sejak MAL musim ketiga dia jadi coach. Kenapa dah malas nak main?
Dah tak ada bakat.
Tak ada bakat. So, jadi coach. Lepas tu, bolehlah tolong dorang.
Betul.
So, nampaknya selepas coach Panda masuk ke dalam Aero, dia punya gameplay, we can say berubah. So, in your opinion, apa yang you contribute kepada Aero? What did you bring to the table?
Tak berubah mana pun, tapi CG yang tak kuat.
Dalam tu ada ex-teammate awak ya? Adik Gary? Tak apa. So you rasa diorang je tak kuat?
Diorang tak kuat.
Kalau you rasa diorang tak kuat, kenapa diorang boleh menang banyak game untuk early few weeks ni?
Sebab luck kot.
Okay, that is definitely a statement daripada Panda. Walaupun ini adalah debut game dia sebagai coach untuk pasukan Aero. Okay guys, kita nampak 3-3 game yang menarik, which is actually amazing dan sengit. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So, let's go see the MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Oi, busy. Semua busy. Kim! Alright, Kim. Jom. Join us up on stage. Okay. Hi, Kim. Hello. Okay, jom. Hype lah sikit. Mana hype-nya? Very good. Kim, congratulations menjadi MVP of the game. Lawan CG Esports yang kita boleh cakap actually one of our best contenders untuk musim ini. Apa perasaan Kim selepas menjadi MVP and menang lawan dorang? Expect ke menang hari ni?
Expect tu menang expect. Cuma kita orang ada mistake lah dekat second game.
Okay, so kita started off the season agak shaky lah untuk Aero, tapi sekarang bit by bit korang dah dapat momentum balik. Betapa yakinnya Aero boleh layak ke playoffs with your 2 remaining matches, iaitu Monster Vicious dan juga Team Ray?
Kita orang memang overconfident kita boleh playoff lah.
Overconfident? Bahaya tu. Bahaya. Biasanya overconfident terciduk.
50% lah. 50%.
So 50% je? Bolehlah cakap 100, jangan 110.
110.
Tak apalah, jadilah overconfident lah. So 110% confident korang boleh layak ke playoffs?
InsyaAllah.
Okay, I like that. Thank you very much, Kim. Now, Smooth. Terus ada soalan pasal game tadi.
Yeah.
Tadi, first of all, kenapa you fikir untuk pick Alice? Sebab ini adalah debut Alice kan untuk MPL musim ni. Kenapa?
Sebab nak entertainkan penonton.
Kalau nak cakap pasal entertain, memang entertain. Kenapa tadi you rusuh purple buff lepas tu marah, lepas tu mati? Tak takut ke kena get EXP dengan year 3 tadi?
Tak, sebab tahu hero power.
Oh, so what was going through your mind when you decided to make that rush? Sebab biasanya kalau early game, biasalah diorang cakap jangan rusuh terlalu inside, sebab kalau kalah nanti susah nak comeback ataupun nanti diorang dapat hero spike. So what was going through your mind? Adakah itu team comp ke atau you sendiri the guild nak masuk?
Benda tu, gameplay tu kita orang dah set up nak main macam mana. So kalau kita orang tak buat benda tu, kita orang yang rugi lah.
So itu memang dah awal-awal dah discuss lah macam tu?
Yes.
Okay, and of course, minggu lepas I borak dengan Smooth sebelum long list nominee untuk Legenda keluar kan. And Smooth kata go with the flow je. Lepas tu 2 hari lepas tu long list pula keluar and Smooth pun nominated untuk long list Legenda. Apa perasaan Smooth bila Ciku sebut nama Smooth hari tu?
Dia macam melawak je. Tipu tu dia.
Kelakar ke Smooth?
Ya.
Kenapa kelakar?
Sebab sebenarnya dah 3 kali dah tercalon.
Tapi tak dapat lagi.
Tak berharap lah.
Oh, so tak berharap lah. Kali ni tercalon biasa-biasa je.
Biasa je.
Tak penting pun.
Tak penting kot.
So untuk you Legenda tu satu title je tapi tak betapa penting lah untuk you?
Sebab saya tak layak. Saya sedar diri. Kalau saya rasa saya layak, baru saya rasa benda tu penting lah.
Oh, you rasa you tak layak?
Layak.
Maybe you can tell me why?
Because saya rasa saya tak macam orang-orang lain lah. Dia orang punya achievement, dia orang punya sumbang kat Malaysia macam mana. Saya rasa macam tu je lah.
I see. You know what? I think ada sebab kenapa Smooth tercalon 3 season dah ataupun 3 tahun dah straight. Mungkin season ni kita boleh nampak Smooth shortlisted untuk Legenda nominee. Is there anything Smooth nak cakap? Maybe apa kata Smooth suruh orang vote untuk Smooth. Mana tahu tiba-tiba shortlisted pula season ni. Tak nak. Okay, tu je. Thank you very much Smooth. Okay guys, so I je lah yang promote untuk Smooth. Kalau korang rasa Smooth layak jadi legenda, you guys boleh vote untuk dia. Dia open lagi untuk voting, so feel free to vote. Thank you very much Smooth, Panda dan juga Kim. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. The MVP of the game goes over to Kim. 5-0 and 15, having a perfect game 2 times in a row, pulling it back for Arrow. Really great stuff.
Yeah, just overall, Kim, 3 games in a row played phenomenal on the far side. Even in game 1 where they lost, Kim had some pretty quick reactions, good position, and was really pushing Farsa to her absolute limit.
Hey, he's got some smooth moves, man. He's learned from the best, and now he continues to prove it every single time he hits the Land of Dawn. And I think right now, on this Farsa, they found some level of consistency. I was surprised that CG didn't effectively eliminate the problem every single time. I mean, to be fair, I gotta give it to Year 3 in game number 1. He did that. Game number 3, ooh, that was a bit of a struggle.
I felt like he did his best in game 3, right? But there's a certain point where you can only play the side lane so much, and you have to give props to Aero. They managed that side wave better and better every single time, and I'm pleasantly surprised that they're able to defend the base, make it back to the fight, get the lore, and win it. I think that is just very, very decisive from Aero.
It is decisive. It really just came back to like that one singular fight that kind of turned it around, and that's just the name of MLBB, right? And the scary part is that when you're thinking about CG's composition, yes, they are playing side lanes, but the fact that CG was able to like pull it back after that horrendous first minute and a half, which should never ever happen to any one of these teams. The fact that they lost it in just one fight felt kind of bad.
Yeah, and that's sort of the case in game 1 too, right? Even for the Untitled series, which brings me to my point. The difference in the 2 series we've seen today comes down to one specific phenomenon, and that's knowing when to cut your losses. Speaking about cutting your losses, this is a topic that gets me very riled up. So cameraman, need to bring the camera in. I want to talk about cutting your losses. What happens when you cross the road without looking left and right? You get run over by a car. What happens when you get run over by a car? You get injured and you have to go through physiotherapy and rehab and maybe see a therapist. But you don't cross the road without looking again, right? Same as MLBB. Know when to cut your losses. Don't keep running onto the highway without checking left and right. If your team isn't ready to take the turtle, don't take the turtle. If your team is behind, don't take those fights. If your team is not ready to go for objectives and invade, don't go for the invades. The last thing you want is to lose a fight, lose another fight, and keep doing the same thing over and over again. And then when you lose the game, you look back and you're like, we shouldn't have taken that turtle fight. We shouldn't have invaded at level 1. Do something like what CG and Aero showed us. The adaptation. CG lost an early fight in the jungle, but they came back because they cut their losses. So next time, if you cross the road and get hit by a car, remember, never cross the road in that manner again. Cut your losses, win games, save stars.
Sage wisdom coming out of you, Husky, this time around. Sage wisdom. If you don't get hit by cars, you might not die. Think about that.
Facts.
Think about that, all right? With that being said, let's look at the post-game stats here. I'm curious about the item builds especially, because again, it felt like there were definitely moments in this game where I was thinking Weather Trap needed a situational item, something to kind of get him out of some pretty tough spots, but unfortunately the Winds of Nature was not on his mind. He actually went for the Rose Gold because of how bad Kim was as a problem. He was just nuking him every single time. He's like, hell no, please, I'm 0-5-3.
I guess I could also understand him not going the Winds of Nature because you're expected to split push and then you show up in the fight, and hopefully by then there's no shadow kill. All the shadow kill gets eaten up by everyone else. but it's so tough because the main problem is still you risk getting hit by a Gatot or Feather Airstrike or Kusei shows up and 2-taps you. We saw that happen to year 3, right? He played the IFM perfectly, but in the split second before the invulnerability, he lost 80% of his health.
Yeah, and that's the hard part, right? That's the hard part. You just don't expect them to do this much damage this quickly into the game. And it also doesn't help the fact that Hazel is like going for an ultra nasty build. Like, look how greedy this build is, right? Hunter Strike Endless Battle even has a BOD as well. He is looking to finish these targets off fast or let Kim do it after he's done playing with his food. And we saw him play with his food a number of times in these fights. To be fair, at least CG got a little bit of revenge each and every time, but losing 3 members just for one guy does not feel great.
Him and Zkif, I think, has been doing a lot of the work, right? Even Zkif, he was coming in weird angles. Something that I feel like we haven't really seen much in the regular season, maybe because there was lesser need, or maybe Aero just figure out sauce to it, right?
Yeah.
These backline dives that seem abnormal when you come in between the tier 2 when the tier 1 is still up, and that's all to set up for a structural push too.
When we look at the damage numbers, right, it feels so skewed. Main damage numbers coming in from CG's side is obviously going to be trapping as well as Chiku guys, but then we start comparing it on the opposite end where you can see that the numbers are highly inflated only because of their carries, right? We've got 81.8k, we've got 61s, right? Barely anybody from the side of CG is even breaking 40, and Chiku has just barely made it over that line. I think that if the early game went a little bit better, then they could have tried to even out and just take 5v5 fights and coin flip it that way, because it's more consistent to do it that way.
We did say that Aero wants to get ahead as fast as possible, but I feel like the same would apply for CG, right? If they got ahead, you can just send the Uranus and the Baxia into the enemy side of the map, and there's really nothing they could do. But Aero, despite having like a constant 1k goal advantage for majority of the game, they were still blowing up Gary, and I think that's the scary part.
Yeah, and worse yet, I think that maybe this Uranus jungle probably wasn't their best bet. They could have gone instead just for traditional Uranus EXP and maybe play back into the Baxia jungle. It's tough to say what would have been the right choice, because a lot of it came down to, no matter what comp, if they were going to go for that invade like the way that they did, they were going to die no matter what.
Yeah, I think it's started with the triple flex, right? I think when you have too many flexes on your end, sometimes these scenarios, they do happen.
You just got Spider-Man pointing at each other like, lane!
They did sell the Baxia jungle very early.
Did, yeah.
They sold it really well.
I believed it 100% through that it was Baxia jungle until that.
I feel like if they were on red side, it would have been way better, right? To sell it.
Yeah.
But they were on blue side.
But I mean, it's impressive because they did it on blue side, right? As we look at the highlights, this is where it all went wrong, right? Revitalize upon revitalize. Hazel takes a decent amount of damage, but people tend to forget the base damages of Gatot is ridiculously high. You stand in that Inferno for too long, you start melting away, and it sucks to deal with. And I get CG's composition, right? You're utilizing Kimmy, you're utilizing the Ionic Edge from the Uranus to reduce their magic resist so that Chiku guys can easily start blowing through their targets. It makes their mid-trio strong. And having the Baxia there for the added level of you cannot move, basically, makes a lot of sense. But then Kim outranges your entire team. You don't care about that front line because people like Chiku, people like Trap are dying on a whim. Hazel, the fact that he not only outplayed, but has snuck in some really important shadows on top of Chiku guys just to slow down the potential early mid-game spike was great.
Not only that, we also saw both teams really push to the mechanical limit, right? The lore fight where only the front line of CG was left alive, it came down to the wire. Hazel and Kim with 1 HP taking Trap out, and then Kusei clipping Chiku with the synchro fissure at the end. These kind of moments, they make all the difference.
It does make all the difference, but look here, CG, 14 points in the bag. So close to almost guaranteeing a slot in the playoffs. Not sure whether upper bracket or lower bracket, depends on the other teams, but getting that free pass relieves a lot of that stress. Vamos is just behind them, 3 points down at 11, but they played 5 games. SRG have yet to catch up in terms of their games, but they've won all of them, leading them to 10 points. MV moves up today into the 4th spot at 9 points. Homeboys drop down. Still plenty of games to go at 7. Aero shoots up to 6. TR still at 5. Untitled drop down to 8th. JMXK and Todak do not move.
Yeah, and Untitled, they are facing off against Team Ray tomorrow. So that is going to again shake up the standings. Whereas for CG, the whole calculations that we talked about, that they could max out and tie with SRG at the end if they win all the series, that possibility has temporarily gone out the window. We'll see if SRG continues to win all their series, and then they will guarantee themselves first place. But for now, I think some cracks are showing in CG, and it's not a bad thing, right? I think teams are reading into them, and that makes the league consistently competitive, which is what we want, even coming into the second half of the regular season.
I mean, let's not forget they're also having to like split up scrim times as well to kind of figure out where exactly Chiku is going to be. If not, why have AJ Amzik alongside with Traps in the squadron in the first place, right? They could be switching out gold laners. Maybe today we see Traps, tomorrow we see Amzik back again. Who knows? Maybe Chiku comes back in again and they throw in AJ. There's too many variations to deal with, so I'm not even going to bother.
Yeah, it can be quite a gamble.
You just let us know, right? When the feedback form comes up, you can scan that QR code and quickly let everybody else know that we need double round robins. We need 8 weeks worth of play because these players deserve that amount of time to prepare for an international. Now, speaking of which, I mean, based on the talent that we've seen here in MPL MY, we are struggling at closing out these games, man.
Yeah, we definitely are. Like some games, well, most of the teams at least have been struggling in that late game. And some are understandable. I think double fighter comms fall into that category.
Yeah.
But pushing these is something that I feel like we need to polish on a little bit.
Some teams are good of it, some teams are bad of it, but that's where the identities start to come into play, right? So many things to think about here.
Being snappy isn't easy in these high octane moments too.
The game is extremely fast. Really, really fast. Well, guys, keep in mind, survey up right here, right now. Suggest, give us 8 weeks. Increase pay for everybody who's working at the event. Just some suggestions. I'm not trying to change your mind about anything. 8 weeks, higher pay, double round robin, that's important as well.
Just don't complain about dog system.
2 import slots. Like 1 wasn't enough.
Transfer window starts on week 1.
It starts at week 1, I like that. All right, a lot of things that you can suggest, they might listen to you, they might not. But with that being said, this is Husky, my name is Gideon. We're wrapping up for day number 1 here at the MPL MY Season 16. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Bro. Benelo. Aku saja. Sabar. Coming lip. Sabar lip ah. Aku sana, mati Jo. Masih aman bro. Gua kuat bro. Ayo let's go ah.
Coming safe.
No skill prop. Tidak. Nice. L1. Ya L1 bene bro. Gak ada Petri. Mati.
Sorry dulu.
Lambat. Lin. Ni terus lah guys.
Mati gak gue sih guys.
Balik sikit guys. Kat lagi. Down fasa guys.
Winter fasa.
Nice trap.
Mati. Boleh. Tak. Lock. Disiplin kan. Lock. Cuba saya sirat.
Ni terus lah. Go. Aku tanya tahu. Go. Low semua. Belakang guys.
Apa depan lo guys.
Play bro.
Man. Wah bro.
Nice one guys.
Aja.
Good start.
Kimi. Gak ada ulti Kimi. Kimi guys. Pobe. Aman Kimi. Bisain guys asa parah. Lapor dulu guys.
Takut.
Tadi ton.
Ada ton.
Bisa.
Mido guys.
Tawar lah bro.
Mido. Boleh tawar.
Boleh, aman.
Nice one.
Alhamdulillah.
Get. Aku ada get. Master guys.
Tadi kau tak retry ke tadi? Aku tak nampak ada first kill tu.
Tengok aku. Tengok. Boxing pun boleh jangan oleh.
Balik aku tak latih.
Tengok. Boleh. Alikot.
Minus one back bro.
Careful.
Bene.
Kaku game.
Bene low ah. Bene mati. Satu HP.
Go thread. Miss. Nanti bot kau miss.
Boleh lagi doa itu lupa. Aku nanti.
Mi lagi.
Tepat bro.
Tapi santai ya.
Iya.
Tengok Ali.
Orang.
Kalau target belakang. Oke, orang lagi bisa atas. Oke.
Boleh tahu lo sih?
Ya, tahu.
Oke, nice game.